Yeah, what's going on, you guys? What's up? This is Gruda Ghost. Thank you all for listening. And another live stream with Tico Tren, Red Pill, Double G and Double T. GT Supremacy. Hail to the chief, hail to the chief, and salute the general. Let's bring it on. Yo, Tico, what's up, man?
Just chilling, just trying to make it.
Yeah. Yeah, cool, man. It's been a while that we talked to each other the last time. And by the way, sorry for the last time that I my internet connection was fucked up, man. But
It's fine.
I finally downloaded Windows Explorer 10, so I think we are all set, man. So yeah, we are rocking, man.
Don't
Yeah.
feel bad. Trust me, I've had those problems too myself. So
Yeah. Shit happens, man, and
mhm.
it cannot always be perfect, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it's life. Life is not always going to be perfect. You just got to adjust to it accordingly and just make it happen as best you can.
Yeah. Actually, I wanna start this stream with yeah, I was checking out your channel, and a couple of weeks ago you had a live stream with Black Pill Radio about that Netflix movie called Cuties, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I saw the trailer. I don't want to see that movie, but like this is an example like how dirty and how fucked up this world is, you know? I mean, like they just throw it in your fucking face like it's normal. But yeah, for me it is not normal. And yeah, I don't
Oh
have
no, it isn't.
children. I don't have
It's not.
children. You do have children.
Yeah, and that's
You
bad.
also have daughters. I mean, what do you think about all that shit, man?
Well, the funny thing about that, now that you mentioned that, I actually did a secondary video to that one where I uploaded it because I eventually had to face the actually watching a movie due to a rogue teacher at their school wanting them to watch the movie on their spare time at home, basically, because apparently they weren't allowed to watch it at school because the school turned it down. So she went behind the actual school's back, was approved by her direct supervisor that the children should watch it at home. So we actually had to watch the movie, and it was like the most ridiculous thing in the world, entire world. My problem with the movie is they could have went if they'd have had better writers, they could have went about it differently, and they did have to show certain things. Is pretty much what it was. And I was bothered by it the whole entire movie because I remember, if you know anything about that, I'm in a relationship. So the cartel princess literally paused the movie and goes to the girls, all three of them, I swear to God, if y'all do some shit like that, we're going to Home Depot. We're getting some shovels. Y'all are digging your own graves. This woman
Yeah.
literally said that to the girls. She literally said that if you disrespect the family name or is very disrespectful to the family by any way, shape, or form, or any stretch of the imagination of this movie, we are going to Home Depot. We are getting shovels. You're digging your graves. She literally told him that. So it's like one of those things where it's like, well, I believe her. I ain't got nothing to say to that. That's y'all. Go ahead, like whatever you want to. And it's like, so it's one of those things where it's like, I watched the movie. Now, I will say this: it wasn't as bad as everybody made it out to be. But about three of the scenes could have been done without, for all intents and purposes. Is what I mean by that. It wasn't like ridiculous as everybody was making it out to be, but it was like it could have been told differently, and it could have cut out three scenes, and it would have been an even better movie for all intents and purposes. The best way I can describe it to you, because it was just sad the way they marketed it and actually did it. And I was also saying in that video about that, like it's different. What you can do in a French market is way different than what you could do in the U.S. market, because the French market is a little bit more open about sexuality, whereas the U.S. market isn't that open about sexuality for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, true. But do you know what I think it's a funny thing? Actually, it's not funny, but like that girl, that main character is a Muslim girl, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
And the thing is, like, the Muslim population in France is the highest of every other country in Europe.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can call it coincidence, but I think, yeah, why France? Why it was not Germany or some other European country, you know?
Because it wouldn't even have been a thing because you kind of got to take consideration too. They're a minority in all those other countries, whereas they're a majority in France. Like there's a lot of Moroccans that live in France and probably speak French better than the French for all intents and purposes. Then you also got a lot of Arab countries who are very fluent in French as well, who live within the France walls. So it's one of those things where it's like you got to pick on a majority, not the minority.
Yeah, true. Because like in France, you have a lot of people from Morocco, Algeria, Tunis, those yeah North African countries. So yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
You got what Syria, you got other countries like that too, with all the refugees that they're sending out, basically due to their situation. So it's like you have to you can't really mess with the you can't really mess with the minority in a country. Like a good example, I mean, the fact that it was a black girl that they actually made the main character was kind of sort of shaky within itself, but I kind of sort of understand it because typically when you want to lead first, you want to lead with a black character. That way, you typically get everybody on board. Because a good example of that is Mark Jacobs, the bag company, the purse company, the Mark Jacobs company. Typically, they were like really not all that popular up until black women started rocking Mark Jacobs. The minute people seen a black woman with Mark Jacobs, that's when Mark Jacobs actually took off.
Okay.
So typically, you want to slap fashion on a black woman so everybody can see it, so everybody can say it's what's in and it's popping. Therefore, we're going to run with this. Because the sad part about that is like everybody, you can say, well, well, people were buying Marc Jacobs. Not everybody was buying Marc Jacobs. The sad part about that, Marc Jacobs didn't start booming until black women got their hands on Marc Jacobs.
Yeah, but I saw that the director of that movie is a black woman. But I think let's
She's
say
actually
that
Muslim herself. She's
yeah,
actually
but
from the same country that that family was depicted from.
okay,
So I
but
wouldn't be shocked.
let's say
I wouldn't be shocked if it actually was a story of her life.
yeah, but let's say the director was a white male. I think there would be way more outrage, I
Oh yeah,
think.
there'd be a lot of outrage. He couldn't be a male period and be a director on that type of thing because
Yeah.
he would be called a pedophile. He would be called you name it, everything under the sun. He would have been called basically. He'd have been called a child whatever, child predator, child molester, child this, child that. But women could do that. And the sad part about that, the thing that angered me the most is when I found out that there were audition tapes of over 400 children who auditioned for this part. Like, let that sink in. Imagine if
Okay.
a man had 400 little girls parading in front of him dancing. There would be an outrage, and that man would be like sued and like me too'd and destroyed. But she can do this; it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, but do you think that's yeah, it for me it is not fair and not really realistic because like just because of the fact that it is a black woman, that doesn't mean it is right.
Yeah, I know. But the sad part about that, you also got to take in societal purposes. What's up, Elder Monk? You also
Yeah,
got to
what's
take into
up?
societal purposes. A good example of that is I've talked about this multiple times in my video. It's perfectly fine for a woman to be at a beach or a park, even if she has no children there whatsoever. Nobody bats an eye. The minute I'm at the park with my children, I'm either being creepy or I'm a pedophile or I'm all this other stuff under the sun. So it's basically how society views women versus how society views men. Society views men as bad, wrong, and predators and you know animals and sadistic, and they view women as these kind-hearted people. Despite the fact when you actually look at the crimes against children, women commit most of the crimes against children.
Yeah, and the sad part about that is like yeah, women they can get away with it.
Yeah, like I've actually talked about actually being arrested at the park while at the park with my own children. Like
Yeah,
let that sink in.
yeah, but yeah, with your
Mhm.
own children, man.
And the sad part about that, there'd be women at that same park who don't have any children, and nothing ever happens to those women. Nothing. Nothing ever happens to the women. But I gotta be treated like hell because you want to feel some type of way about me being at the park with my own children. Like it's just sad. It's very sad. Then people want to come up and ask me, "Why are you here?" My children right there.
Yeah, true, but I think like this movie like I don't even want to see that movie, but don't you think this movie is more like I think pedophiles are getting off on this shit.
Yeah, it is, and the sad part about it is because like one thing I can say about the movie that was interesting was it ended up being something where it was a growing story. It was like basically a growth story for a girl, basically. Because I see I see a lot of that character. I see a lot of that character, despite the fact that none of my girls are dancing like that. Because like the cartel princess said, we be at Home Depot getting shovels, and y'all be trying to figure. We be trying to figure this out by noon, basically.
Yeah.
Um, but I actually see it as a growth in the society. Basically, the sad part about that is because I have daughters, I understand the concept and I understand like the pitfalls. Because typically I say I'm happy that I have daughters, mostly daughters, instead of mostly boys, because it's easier to keep one thing from getting pregnant, but it's hard to keep one thing from getting multiple girls pregnant. You see what I'm saying? So I'm actually happy that I have girls for that reason because I only got to control one thing from being pregnant. Whereas if I had my son Lazo, I'm not have to worry about multiple girls getting pregnant for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those things where it's like that's the outcome to having a boy. However, I will say this because of how girls are raised and the society that we raise them in these days. The movie was bad. Like I said, if they'd have got rid of those three scenes, movie would have been better. If they'd have wrote it better and got rid of those three scenes, it'd have been better. However, they had to show that, and it was like, dude. And the sad part about that, I'm not going to sit up there and let my children watch some shit that I'm not okay with either. It's just not happening. I got to either see it first, or we all got to see it together, basically. Because I'm not fin to let my children just watch any old thing. Because I'm not one of them parents that just stick a iPad or stick my children in front of a TV without knowing what's actually going on in front of that TV. So,
Yeah, but
uh,
would you let one of your daughters play in that movie?
no,
No, of course.
no.
So I also don't understand those parents.
Yeah, and that's just it. Like, you also got to take this reason, too. This is, I actually talked about this, and I'm going to try to dance around this nicely because I don't want you getting in trouble. When it comes to the Me Too movement, my whole entire thoughts on that is you knew this was going on. You said nothing. Many victims have came through that couch and that man. You said nothing because you wanted fame and you wanted stardom.
Yeah,
Now all of a sudden, now that you're washed up and you're not getting as many parts anymore, now you want to exact revenge on the man who got you all those parts. And the sad part about that is all those women now who were complaining, who actually threw him in jail, are now complaining about not being able to get parts anymore.
yeah,
Because he was the reason why you got the parts. He was the reason why you got the Golden Globes. He was the reason why you were nominated. Now that he's in jail, you can't get no parts.
yeah. True.
Nobody wants nobody wants to look at you. Nobody even wants to even remotely have nobody even wants to give you the time of day. So he was the main reason why you were getting the time of day. He was the main reason why you were being put in movies. And the cold hard truth is you got to take that in consideration because this is what I talk about where women don't really think things fully through. They do things, then they feel guilty later because insinuating circumstances being their age or nobody's really looking at them the same or anything like that. So now you want to cast aspersions on a person who got you there, despite the fact that you let a lot of other young women suffer through that whole entire thing. You said nothing. You kept your mouth shut just so you can get your Grammy, your Grammy or your not Grammy, your Oscar basically, or your Academy Award. You kept your mouth shut for that reason, just so you can be famous and get parts basically. Now all of a sudden you're not getting parts. Now you want to speak up about this now. Now it's a problem because all these young starlets are coming in and are replacing you. Now that he's
Yeah,
in jail, now you're definitely not getting any parts, and now you're really complaining about Hollywood being unfair to you. Well, you shouldn't have shot your meal ticket.
yeah,
Like, I don't agree with what he did, but at the end of the day, you as consenting adults agreed upon whatever he had going on, and you said nothing, and you let countless victims go through with that. Like, think about how many people you could have saved if you'd have spoke up sooner.
yeah. True,
Anybody?
man. Yeah,
Nobody? Anybody? And that's the problem that I have with that. And this is typically why I always have a problem with women because I was watching a video. I was literally watching a video a while back with a young girl. She was about like 16 or 17, and she got offered a record contract deal, and she basically backed out at the last minute because guy at the record label that wanted to meet her said some very sexual explicit things to her, and just kept calling her. And the sad part about that morning, she was on her way to the airport to fly out to meet the guy, and the guy has said, and I shit you not, it's literally recorded. He said, and I
Right.
shit you not, oh, I can't wait till you get here. I want to have sex with your sweet body, and I want to, you know, you know, touch that sweet pussy and this that. He was just saying the most off the wall stuff to this poor little girl, and
Yeah.
the girl literally got to the airport. She hung up from him. She goes, yeah, I'll be there. She hung up from him, turned back around, walked out the airport, got back in the cab, and went back home. Made that
Yeah.
video.
Yeah. But do you know what it is, man? Like, I do not like. I do not understand why people can do things like that without feeling guilty. I mean, like me myself, I am 30 years old right now. I mean,
Mm,
like a woman that is like 23, for me, that is actually already too young, you know?
yeah. Oh, now you're starting to beat up on me now because my significant other was younger than me.
But yeah, I think
however,
you get my
however, I
point,
will,
man.
however, I will say this: she kidnapped me and put me in the trunk. So therefore, y'all pretty much figure that out.
Yeah,
Years
I
later,
don't
we're
want to
still
know,
together.
Tico.
Years later, we're still together. But
Yeah,
no, but when it comes down to it, it's more or less narcissism and selfishness. Because the sad part about that, if you can't see, if you're narcissistic and you're selfish, it doesn't matter what you do. You can't do anything wrong as long as it's right for you. It don't matter what's going on with other people around you. They can all be like catching fire. They can all be being hit by buses, being like kidnapped, or all this other stuff around you. If you only think about yourself and you're very selfish and you're very narcissistic, you can care less about anybody else around you. So typically, a lot of the times, women suffer from this. Sadly, so they like, as long as it's me, I really don't care what's going on with everybody else. The minute, like, they start catching a bad deal, then they have a problem with it. But or the minute they have competition, then they have a problem with it. It's typically how that works, sadly.
yeah, true, man. But like,
But I
do
agree
you
with
know
you.
what it is? Like we
You're
like
selfish and you're narcissistic. When you're narcissistic, you're willing to do anything that puts you in a better position. I've seen women kill children just so they can be with a rich man. Like, think about that. Like,
yeah,
like, I've seen because he didn't want no woman that had children. I've seen women that literally left, like, broke, got a divorce from the husband, meet a man. He didn't want a woman with children. I've seen that woman literally take, after she won the children in court. I've seen her literally take the children back to the father and walk out of their lives and marry a rich man. More women do this than men on a regular basis. Like, literally drop the children off with the other parent who lost originally, and they move right along like nothing happened.
yeah, brutal, man, brutal.
Like, matter of fact, I'm a good example of that shit. Because my mom and dad didn't stay together because my mom ran her mouth one too many times, and my dad's gangster. So they were at the bank, and she wanted to get like a crib, a playpen, and stuff like that. Okay, now they were at the bank. He's about to write a check so she could deposit it into her bank and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. So my mom eventually ran her mouth one too many times to my dad. My dad goes, you know what? I'm done. It's over. I'm done. And he walked out the bank and never looked back. Do I blame him? No. My mom's an asshole, and she runs her mouth quite often, and she never really had to learn her lesson until she met my dad, basically. Because my mom was a spoiled brat when it comes to my grandmother. My mom was always a spoiled brat because she was the oldest girl, so she was a spoiled brat. So she always got her way to some extent. Like, my grandma didn't let her always have her way, but eventually my grandma would eventually, let her have her way after a while. And that's pretty much how it worked. So when she met my dad, she found out very quickly that's not how the world works. And now she was very upset. And the end result to that was, she literally, after I was born, she literally dropped me off at my grandma's side, dad's side of the family, at her doorstep and said she'll be back. Never came back.
yeah, sad story. I think when you did that Red Pill Journey interview with Jaguar Media, you also said something like that, and I was
Yeah.
like, yo, hey, Tico, fucked up for you, man. Damn.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it because I look at it like this. If I'd have grew up with my mom, I'd probably be a thug, and well, I'm still a thug, but I'd probably be an ancient nigga, and I'd probably be in jail for all intents and purposes if I'd have grew up with my mother. Most definitely. Matter of fact, I'm willing to bet I would be.
But
100%.
do you have any contact with your original parents right now or not?
I talked to my dad. My mother passed away last year.
Okay, okay.
My mom passed away last year, middle of mid end of last year. Um, yeah, I found out like a month after the fact that she actually passed away. From my sister mom's side. She sent me an email. I thought it was a joke at first, and because I made a video about it, thinking I said this got to be a fucking joke, and I made a video about it. And so like eventually she got up to me and she said something to me, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's my sister. She's an asshole like that. She's an asshole like me. So that's obviously got to be my sister. It's not some fake person now. So I talked to her and she basically told me what happened basically, and it ended up being one of those things like, oh yeah, mommy, dad, okay. And I eventually made a video saying that I'm not upset that she died. She was stubborn. She was stubborn and she didn't listen to nobody. Even if the doctor was right, she would barely go against the doctor's order and not follow correctly. And this is how she ended up the way she is. And I literally made a video, and everybody's like, well, I feel so bad for you, Tico. No, don't feel bad for me. It is what it is. This is the life she chose. This is the attitude she chose. And this is what got her in this mess.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
People's like,
Yeah.
oh, I feel so bad for you. I was like, no, it's cool. I'm good. Like, she chose this life.
Yeah, to like me myself, I don't really have a good connection with my family. I mean, like in general, but yeah, at least my own mother, she will always be there for me. And
Mhm.
yeah, I think if you don't have a good connection with your own parents, yeah, that must be really tough, I think.
Well, no, it's not tough because you eventually learn that sometimes it's just better to let things go, or it's better to just not really think about things, or think about the good that came out of things for all intents and purposes. And this is typically why I'm happy I grew up in a third world country, because if I didn't, I'd be an ungrateful little bastard basically. um so I'm happy I grew up in a third world country those purposes, because if I didn't, I'd be an ungrateful bastard, and I'd probably be in trouble with the law for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, that's a good point what you make because I've been to a couple of third world countries myself in Southeast Asia, and like when I'm in a third world country, like I realize that I have nothing to complain here in the Western
Oh,
world. I mean, like
definitely.
it always can be better, but I am so glad that I was born
it,
and
it
raised
can
in
always be
a
worse
Western
too.
country, you
You
know?
find out very quickly in a third world country. It can always be worse. Like,
Yeah. I mean, those children there, I mean, they are literally playing with dirt, but maybe they are more happy than children in Western countries.
hmm true. Yeah, because I grew up on a farm in a third world country, and so we have farm animals, and so like if I wasn't at school playing, I was playing with the farm animals basically, and feeding the farm animals, and stuff like that. So it was a
Yeah.
pretty good gig. It made me a stronger person, so I really don't care. Plus, I get to get raised by two parents, so can't beat that.
Yeah, but yeah, same goes for me. Like my father and my mother, they never got married,
Oh
but
wow, really?
they were together with each other for about I think about 16 years.
Oh
But
wow.
I never could get along good with my father. So like when most people, most children, they are really sad when their parents are separated from each other. But
hmm
for me, just because of the fact that I never really liked my dad, yeah, for me that was more a relief. So yeah,
hmm
thankfully I don't have a father. So yeah, I know that sounds pretty crazy, but yeah, I never really look up to my father, to be honest.
hmm is your father Indonesian?
Yeah, he's Indonesian, yes, and
Okay,
my
so it's
mom
probably
is white Caucasian.
like a cultural thing. Why you couldn't really, you
Yeah,
probably didn't really click with your father.
I think so. That is maybe true. Yeah,
Yeah, I can
but
see that.
yeah,
Because
but
that's typically my feelings when it comes to biracial children, black white children. I really don't want to deal with anything they got going on, and I actually made a video about that on my one channel saying I really don't want to deal with anything they got going on because I could be dealing
Yeah,
with my
on
own
your
shit.
on your Tico trend racial.
Race,
Yeah,
yeah, race
I
relations.
commented. I commented on
Yeah,
that
and like,
video. Yeah.
and then people found it to say it's mean that I'm saying that, but like, no, you don't really understand. Like, because these white women are literally running around here talking about, oh, biracial children are so beautiful. They're the most beautiful children in the world. Yeah, up until you got to deal with their fucking problems. Like, no,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
not. That's
true, man,
you don't
true.
have children because they're the most beautiful things in the world. You have children so you can actually be an adult and have to deal with their problems. Even though I'm an adult, I don't feel like dealing with their problems. Like, I'm being honest. Like, I got my own going on. I don't feel like dealing with mine and yours at the same time. It's like, I'm gonna need you to stand on your own 2 feet. Like, it is what it is. Like, I mean, even though my grandparents dealt with mines growing up, I mean, they were fine with it, and they pretty much knew that was going to happen, and I knew it was going to happen because my grandmother gave me the speech on the way to the school. But so I pretty much knew what was going to happen to me in that school, being like the only dark kid in the school. So it's one of those things where it's like I was expecting it to happen. So it's one of those things where it's one of those things where like I don't feel like dealing with an extra layer of problems, especially with a society who has a problem with you dating somebody that's not your culture. And what I mean by that is like just because you're American, that don't mean you're the same culture.
Yeah,
A good example, yeah,
exactly. And
yeah, like
I want to touch upon that because like I was born and raised here in the Netherlands, but just because of the fact that I am half Indonesian, maybe I'm a little bit different than the average, yeah, white Dutch person.
yeah,
And like other people, they don't understand that. They were like, why do you feel different? You are born here, right? But it is within the blood.
yeah, this is one in the blood. Like a good example, this is typically why I don't date anybody from America because they're not my culture, and I know nothing about it, nor do I feel like teaching anybody or taking the time to teach anybody any damn thing. So typically, I stick with the cultures within my flags. If you're not Jamaican, if you're not Indian, if you're not Latino, I typically don't really mess with you. It's typically what it is. It's one of those things where I don't feel like teaching culture, and I don't feel like teaching a whole lot of, you know, the whole entire mystique behind my family for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you don't understand it, then I don't feel like doing it, so we shouldn't be together. It's simply how I feel. And it sounds mean once you think about it, but it's much easier for me because I don't feel like having somebody. One of the main reasons why I don't date white women is, or any woman from America, because they get this over what's the word I'm looking for, overwhelming thing where they feel as though they can do certain things because they're dating you for all intents and purposes. Like a good example, I talked about this in another video or that same video where you got a lot of white women because they have biracial children, they think they can use the N word now because they're dating a black guy and they have biracial children. Now they believe they can use the N word now freely. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's things like that. Then you also got women that, if they're dating a Latino, now all of a sudden they want to pretend like they're Latinas.
Yeah, but can I ask you a question? What do you think about, let's say, non-black people that using the N-word?
Um, because I don't have the same relationship with it like they do in America, it typically doesn't bother me.
Because I have to be honest with you, I'm using the N-word a lot of times, but not from a racist aspect. For me, it's yeah, the N-word is also more like some hip hop slang, some
Yeah.
American slang, you
And that's
know?
and that's and that's what I talk about when a lot of my times in the video. It's like, look, you can't be up there saying you can't be up because I look at it like this. I don't have a problem with it because I didn't grow up with it, and I don't have the same relationship with it like the African Americans do. The problem with it, overall problem I have with it is the over ridiculous use of it, and then it's used in songs, but you expect people not to use it. Like
Yeah,
when,
exactly.
then
Because
it's like, yeah, go
like
ahead.
I've been in Compton, and I think I already told you that, right?
Hmm.
And I've been there about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And like this is the way how they talk in Compton. Hey, what's up, nigger? Hey, fuck you, nigga. I'm gonna kill your family, nigger. I
Yeah,
take your wife, nigger. Nigga this, nigga that, nigga,
yeah,
nigga, nigga. And that goes the whole fucking day, man.
yeah. And the sad part about that, that's not only on the streets. That's in their fucking songs, from Jay Z to 50 Cent to everybody else under the sun. Even NWA, it was in their fucking name of it was in the name of their group basically.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so the problem that I have with the whole entire N word thing, my overall problem with it is, if you don't want it used, don't use it in the very music that gets exported out to everybody under the sun. Because typically, people who buy rap music are white kids. Like black
Yeah.
people barely buy black music, buy rap music, and then when they do, it's like they probably done burned it, lifted it, or you know, done use some type of torrent site to get it. Basically, they very rarely buy like the album or the CD or the well, you can't really anymore because it's one of those things where like you got to get MP3s now. So like 9 times out of 10, they don't even buy the MP3s. They merely just rip it off of something else or another website basically and just use it. But the sad part about that, white kids buy it. So
I want to ask you, Tico, do you see a difference between like the word nigger that is ending with an A or nigger?
um yeah, for the fact that it's a bit different. It's the same to me. It's the same, but it's different in the context that usually when the N word is being usually when the nigger is being used, it's typically being used in anger or or in a rap song when they're referring to another black person. Usually when the word nigga is being used, it's usually used as some type of somewhat somewhat either play jokey or playful connotation for all intents and purposes. Because I notice black people do this shit all the time. Like when they're talking to another black person and they hate them, they'll literally call them the nigger basically. When they're talking to a a person that they like, they'll go, "What's up, my nigga?" This that, and the other. And that's one of the many things that I have a problem with. It's like, okay, so you don't want white people saying it. And the sad part about that, they say it in songs so much.
Yeah.
Who's this? Like, you can't tell up here and tell me. You can't honestly believe that a white lady in her car on her way to work, listening to Jay Z talk about is bleeping out nigger. Basically, she's really saying nigga what, nigga who. Come on now, she's not bleeping that shit out. Let's just keep it 100. Any white person I sit in their car that can sit up here and lie to me and say they never use the N word, but they listen to rap music,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
use a goddamn lie. Let's just keep it 100. Shit, because and this is one of the many things that I have a problem with, and it's like I don't necessarily have a problem with the N word, but I do know that my grandmother, despite the fact that her family used to be black way back when, but she eventually her family went through a lightning phase because of racism. So they went through a lightning phase. My grandmother, my Costa Rican grandmother, has never called me the N word.
But like,
So
I also
even
think
though she
it.
has the right to do it and she has the family lineage to do it, she's never once referred to me as nigga or nigger. So why is it everybody else want to use the word around me if my own grandmother never called me that? And the same thing goes. Matter of fact, Akala made an argument about this too. His mom is white and his dad is black. He's from the UK. He said my mom's never called me the N word. So what is this urgency or crazy want to use the N word? And it's like you also got to take consideration too. Well, I can't really be mad about it because it's in all the rap music. So why am I going to be
Yeah.
mad at something that you're putting out there for everybody to buy and the masses to buy? You can't be mad when like a good example that I remember when everybody was almost went wild because a white girl got on stage and was rapping to a song and she said N word, nigga, what's up, my niggas? And it was literally in a rap song and everybody was like, oh, and the black rapper's like, oh, you can't say that, you can't say
Yeah.
that. Like, no, y'all put it out there. Now you gotta eat. Now you gotta eat it. Like that's
Yeah.
honestly my feeling on it. You put it out there, now you got to eat it. And it's like you put out what you basically put out. You get what you put out there, basically. So you can't be mad when somebody uses it randomly out of nowhere. You already happen to hear some white kids in the car rapping with the windows down, and they use the N word, and they happen to look over to you, and you're black in the car, and they want to roll their windows up like they're sorry. Like no, they put it out there.
Yeah, but I think it is not specifically the word itself. It is the way how you interpret that word.
Well, it's not even up for interpretation because the N word basically because people always try to misconstrue it. Well, it means this, it means that, it means this, it means that. No, it was actually coined by the Spanish and the Portuguese negra, negra basically. It's Spanish for black. That's basically how the Spanish actually described what they seen and what they had basically as
Yeah.
black negra.
But
So
like Tico, I want to ask your opinion. Like, Like I have really nothing against black people. So like I would never say to you like a Tico, you are a dirty nigger. I would never say that to you.
Uh-huh.
But like we are cool with each other. Like if you
Uh-huh.
lie to me, then maybe I would say, "Hey Tico, you fake ass nigger, hey you bitch ass nigger."
Uh-huh.
What is your opinion about that? If I would say something like that,
I'd be
do
like,
do, do, do you
if,
think that
I
is
lie to you, you
racist
better.
or not?
Well, it's one of those things where I'll tell you, if I lie to you, you better prove it. Because I don't lie. I get joy out of telling the truth, even if it hurts somebody's feelings. I take pleasure in telling the truth for this reason. This is typically how they call me the internal sadist, because I get pleasure out of telling the truth, no matter who it hurts, no matter whose feelings get hurt, no matter who's around me. I get pleasure out of telling the truth. So I would never put myself in a situation where I'm going to lie, even if he told me I have to lie. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to tell the truth. Now here's the thing. Here's because I'm from Central America. Here's where lines start getting gray when it comes to lying. Like typically, like a good example of that is if we were all, if, let's just say we were in a military force. Basically, you had
Yeah.
your army, somebody else had their army, I had my army. If I was captured, I wouldn't tell nobody about your army coming over the left hill, basically, and the other person's army coming over the right hill, basically. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't know what y'all thinking. Y'all might have changes in plans. Y'all might not show up for all I know. So typically, I always use that as a logic for not really telling that, I got reinforcements coming, basically, because I don't know. Y'all might not make it. Y'all might run into some storm. Y'all might run into headwinds. Y'all might run into another army. Like and I'm basically just using this as an analogy, basically. So typically, even if I have allies and they're coming over the hillside with me on a different side of the hillside, I'm not going to throw them under the bus and say anything about them coming over the hill because Lord knows they may not make it. Then I'm gonna look like a liar to those people because y'all didn't show up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
So there's
the funny thing is like if a white person would say nigger, then he's a racist. But if an Hispanic said that, then it gets more accepted, especially in
well, no,
in
it
rap
depends on the
music.
Hispanic person because I noticed if a person from Uruguay, Paraguay, or Argentina says it, there's probably going to be a fist fight. Somebody from Colombia or Venezuela or Mexico says it, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, but
Um,
don't you think that's strange?
well, typically, a lot of the people from Uruguay and Paraguay and Argentina tend to be a lot more white for all intents and purposes. They tend to look more European. Don't get me wrong, there are some that are a little bit darker skinned, but a good majority of their population tend to look like what's her name, Giselle Bunsen. Not Giselle Bunsen. What's the word? What's the one I'm looking for? They typically look like that one Anna Kournikova more than they look like Shakira.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where like because of that, it's one of those things because of Spanish also, and most people and the most black people who are from Latin origin know where it came from, know where the word that literally came from. Basically, Spaniards basically saying this black, they look black, so they're black. Basically, it wasn't a derogatory term. It's basically a word that was already used in Spanish that's been around since before the whole entire N word even existed, and that's basically what it was. The sad part about that, the reason why it became a derogatory term is because when the British got involved, like they always do with Spanish words, they misinterpreted it and they called them niggers.
Okay.
This is where the derogatory terms start coming into play because the Spaniards negros or negritos or negros basically negros or negros or negritos is basically what they would say basically. Um, and when the British got involved because they misinterpreted a lot of the stuff that the Spanish actually had out there, they literally came up with that term really came into fruition, nigger basically. So that's one of the many problems on why it actually exists today for this reason because now people are saying, well, it means people from Nigeria or it means people from Niger or it means people from this. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It was basically a term that was misinterpreted from the Spanish, translated over to English. That's
Yeah,
all it
because
really was.
the funny thing is like yeah, I've never been in Africa, but I think in Africa a lot of people don't even know that word.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even use that word in Africa, unless you're a black guy that went to Africa. Now you're going to use that word. Now you're gonna try to like use it on the population over there. Now it's like, no, nigga, I'm gonna need you to get your oppressive mentality out of your head and just go over there and have fun.
But what do you think of like when I was in Thailand, like in the capital Bangkok, you have a lot of Nigerians. Yeah, they are drug dealers, but that's a different story. But
Yeah,
I was walking there, and yeah, there was some black guy sitting there, and he was staring at me all the time. And at some certain moment, I sit next to him, and I said to him, yo, bro, I must ask you this, but why are you staring me this whole time? And he literally said to me, hey man, you are walking and acting like a fucking nigger. Even though you are not black, and you are more nigger than most black people. What the fuck did he meant with that, man? Can you explain me that?
probably the way you walk. Judging by you, and like seeing you on stream, you have some swag to you. So you walk like you got. You probably walk like you do have some swag. The way you smoke your cigarettes, the way you chill in your chair, swag. So basically, you act like a black person. Is what he's saying,
Yeah,
basically.
that's maybe true, but the funny thing is like I've never been in trouble with black people, not in the United States and not
Well,
in
no, I'm
Europe.
saying
And
it's based on how you carry yourself. Based on how you carry yourself, I'm willing to say you probably act more black than most black people in America actually act black. And I'm willing to actually
yeah,
agree
yeah,
with
you
them.
can say
I'm,
that.
I'm
Yes,
willing to agree with them because I see you on stream and I see how you smoke your cigarette. You smoke it like a black person.
okay. Yeah, it's more like Tico. Yeah,
Yeah,
even
I
though
remember
I'm
when I was
not
talking to you,
black,
you were
I
on
am
stream and
down
you
with
said
all
you're
my
talking to me
niggas.
like you was talking to me like my one friend while he's smoking a cigarette, trying to look all cool, smoking a cigarette and shit like that. It's like, yeah, he's a nigga.
Yeah. Oh,
Like,
it's more like yeah, even though I am not black, I am down with all my niggas.
yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with
It's
that.
more like that.
And the sad part about that is like other cultures get away with it for the fact that like I've noticed Filipinos get away with it too.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
Filipinos get away with it. Hawaiians typically can get away with it, like actual Hawaiians, like Samoans can get away with it, and people like that. But like, not too many other people really can get away with it. And the sad part about that, when it comes down to it, what I've noticed in a lot of the Asian countries and cultures, the Latino lowrider culture is heavy in Asian culture, and
Yes, yes.
the whole entire gangster chola, the black gangster and the chola is actually very heavy in the Asian culture. So it's one of those things where it's like Latinos, you got a bunch of Korean girls or Japanese girls or Chinese people or women from other countries literally walking around acting like they're fucking Latino or black for all intents and purposes. So typically, this lets me know that hip hop has been sold throughout the whole entire world, especially when you go to
Yeah, you
Germany.
can say that, but not only hip hop, that whole gang culture.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing because like I went to Germany one time and I always talk about this. There was this one German girl. She was hot. I wouldn't date her, but she was hot. And she literally told me to act black or act gangster, basically. Act black. Like, what do you mean act black? Act gangster. Like women are literally getting off on you acting gangster and shit like that's like no. And typically I would say to black people don't do it because there needs to be a different image portrayed about black people versus how everybody actually sees black people. Because the sad part about that, the more you perpetuate that same image, the more everybody believes you are that image. And that's typically how it works. And the sad part about it goes for black culture now. It's like, especially in America, black people want everybody else to save them, but they don't want to do anything to save themselves. Why is that? And then you go, well, Tico, you're wrong for that. I go, well, we shouldn't be treated like this. I go, did you do anything for you to change the image on how you're portrayed to these people for them to see you in a different light? Well, no, no. Did you do anything to change how you want everybody to see you for them to actually accept you in a different light and not treat you like that? Well, no, don't, no, there's no. Answer the question, yes or no. Well, we shouldn't have, well, yeah, you should. You act like an animal, you get treated like an animal. You act like a human being, you get treated like a human being. It's that simple.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how it is. And it's like people don't seem to understand that or get that. And it's like I always get like the runaround. Well, Tico, it shouldn't. Well, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't be like that. Are you taking the necessary steps for people to see you in a different light? If the answer is no, then you deserve everything you get. You don't see
Yeah,
Jamaicans being treated like this. You don't see Haitians being treated like this. But we do see African Americans being treated like this. You see what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's like you got to pick your poison. Because the sad part about that, at the end of the day, people will say, "Well, you're black too, so you're seen in the same light." I go, "No," because every time I go on an interview, My supervisor will tell everybody in a heartbeat, he's not black, he's Jamaican, or he's Afro Latino or Afro Caribbean. Literally, what they say. They differentiate me between the rest of the they differentiate me between the rest of the African Americans, and they automatically tell you he's Afro Latino or Afro Caribbean or he's Jamaican. Literally, what they tell them. So right there, white people already got a different image of what Jamaicans are and what African Americans are off the bat, off the top. So obviously, they see you as less than Jamaicans for all intents and purposes. And this is what people don't seem to get. Just because I'm black, the minute I open my mouth and the minute I start talking a certain way, because the sad part about that, I use a very neutral accent online, so people think I sound like this in life when I really don't. So it's one of those things when I get offline, I actually go back to my normal accent and I start talking to my children in Spanish and stuff like that. And it's typically one of those things where it's like, or if I'm talking to one of my aunts, I'll talk to them in Maleku, or it's a offshoot of Jamaican patois. So I'll go back to talking just like that, basically, and I go back to my normal everyday accent for all intents and purposes. When I'm online, I typically use a different accent for the fact that when you see me in person, it's going to be harder for you to actually depict if it's actually me you're seeing based on my voice for all intents and purposes. Unless you just see me go, "Oh, it's Tico! Oh my god!" If you don't, but if you hear me talk in public, you would never know it's me for all intents and purposes. So it's typically one of those things where I never really had to change my voice. It's one of those things where I learned to use my. It's basically what how they say you got your voice that you use with your peoples. You got your voice that you use at your job, basically. You see what I'm saying? So this is typically what you got to do for all intents and purposes to remotely for people to remotely see you better in a better light for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, true. But I think a big difference between like Europe and the United States, and I think words like black, white, brown, and yellow, that is typical American because
Oh yeah, definitely.
here in Europe we don't we always talk about nationalities. We never
Hmm.
talk about colors.
Yeah, and that's the cold hard truth. Like the sad part about that is a the United States thing. Because like even in Costa Rica, you're not black, you're not black, you're not indigenous, you're not this, you're not that, you're Costa Rican.
Yeah.
The same thing goes for Mexican. You're not all this stuff, you're just Mexican. And it's pretty much what it is. It's like America seems to be one of few or one of only countries where like you got to put everybody in a nice little neat box because we got to divide everybody up and we got to do all this shit and we got to do all this extra shit behind the scenes. Like, why do you got to do that? That lets me
Yeah,
know that
because
there's some
like
ulterior motives behind that shit for all intents and purposes when they do that.
Yeah, because like here in the Netherlands, we almost never use the words black and white. We use the words blank and dark. So like maybe like Tico, maybe in the United States you are black, but here in the Netherlands, then yeah, you are a dark man.
Yeah, yeah. And it's basically it's basically determining your color. It's like you can't. And the sad part about that, there's a lot of Italians that can actually fit into the dark color. And the sad part about that, it actually makes it much more easier, and it makes it easier to transition through society for all intents and purposes for this reason. Because there's a lot of Arabs that can fit into the dark category. There's a lot of Arabs that can fit into the light category. So it's one of those things where it's like pick your poison. And I like that about a lot of the countries. Like I know what because I remember the one guy, the African guy, who saved that child from falling. I remember the actual was it the president or was it the somebody other minister? He basically gave him a job as a firefighter there, and people were saying, "Well, he's black and this, that, and the other." And a lady literally, the person literally corrected that person and goes, "No, he's French." Literally, like stopped him right there. He's not that. He's French. Like they were
Yeah,
literally upset and appalled by them calling them black, basically to the point where they literally stopped him and says, "No, he's French." And I
yeah,
understand where they're coming from, but it's one of those things where it's like you're being very overprotective of somebody for no reason, basically. And it's like I understand nationality, but at the end of the day, it's one of those things where I often think to myself, okay, so let's just say, for instance, a good example. Let's just say the black guy didn't make it and he drops the baby. Is he still going to be French or is he going to be black?
yeah. That's a good point, man. Like you are in the United States, and I totally get your point. It is more like yo Tico, if you are doing something good, then you are an American, but if you are doing something wrong,
Something
then you
bad,
are
then
black.
you're black. Yeah, see what I'm saying? And it's simply one of those things where it's like even if I do something right, there's not I can't do everything right and still be accepted 100%. it doesn't matter what I do, and that's typically how it works. So it's one of those things where it's like, my favorite one because my name, because I have a business name in the United States basically because when you're from a Latin country, when you have like a crazy ethnic name, you get the option to change your name. And typically, the name that I use in America is a a English version of my name. So when my supervisors come out to actually interview me, they're looking for a white guy, not a black guy.
Okay.
So I remember the one time I actually went for an interview for a job. The lady literally came out the door. She looked around. She seen me there. She looked around. She seen me, went back in her office. I'm looking at my watch. Interview's starting to get real ridiculously close. So she walks in her office. So she comes back out again. She looks at me. She looks at everybody else. She looks at me. She looks around. She looks at me. She looks around. She goes, "Did you see anybody else here?" I go, "No." She goes, "Okay." So she goes back in her office. So apparently, she must have thought she didn't think I was the person she was interviewing. She was literally she was literally expecting a white guy. And the sad part about that, it was funny because she literally said that to me when she took me back for the interview. Like she came back out the last time. She goes, "Oh, you're still here? Or is anybody helping you?" I go, "I'm here for an interview." She goes, "What is your name?" And I told her my name. She goes, "Oh, please come back. I'm so sorry. Come back, right?"
Yeah.
So, and the sad part about that, she literally told me in her office she was expecting a white guy. Like, think about that. Like, so it's one of those things where it's like nobody expects Tico Trend to show up. They expect the white guy to show up. And it's one of those things that makes me laugh. And it's like, well, it's like it is what it is. And it's like, and the black culture has a problem with this because they'll name their kids something off the wall and ridiculous. Then they wonder why they get treated the way they do. Like, you can't name your child Cladana Edia, Cladana Lexia or something like that. Like that doesn't make any sense. That why are you trying
Yeah.
to keep your children from actually getting a stable, proper job by naming them some off the wall crazy names? It's like come on now, guys. Like no, stop it.
Yeah, true, man. But yeah, talking about like, do you know like what like here in the Netherlands, you see a lot of mixed race couples, and I think that's like I think mixed race couples here in the Netherlands is 1 out of 6, and in the United States about 1 out of 20. But
Mm-hmm.
here in the Netherlands, I see it more often, like a black woman with an Asian man. It is really rare, but it happens more often.
Yeah, I mean, don't get
And
me wrong. Like the sad part about that, we always talk about this in the manosphere when it comes to Asians and stuff like that. It's like, well, Asians are unpopular or they're the lowest on the section of toilet pole. But the sad part about that, you walk
Asian men,
outside.
yeah, 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 I
Yeah, you
totally
walk
agree. But
outside.
that is just a
Everybody
fact.
named mom. You walk outside. Everybody named mom is holding hands with an Asian man. What? like,
Yeah,
and it's just stuff like this that just blows my mind when I hear that stuff. And it's like, so how much of it is actually true, and how much of it is actually false, or how much is it? Because the sad part about it, what I've noticed about a lot of the people who are like preach this stuff, they typically only look to like dating sites for this information.
yeah,
Okay, cool. You can run with a dating site, but a dating site's only a small fraction of the people in this whole entire world. It is what it is. And that's one of the things that I've noticed. Like a good example with dating sites, what a lot of people seem to fail to understand about dating sites is on dating sites, most liberal, about I would say about 98% of liberal women or racists would never date a black guy. Despite the fact they're out there marching for a black guy, they would never date a black guy. Like all these
right.
feminists and SAWs, they'll never date a black guy. But you know who they are dating? Indian guy, Asian guy, white guy.
Yeah, but I think like yeah, me myself, I'm also Asian, but I don't really look 100% Asian, so
Mm-hmm.
I never experienced that. But I think for the
That's
average
because
Asian
because you,
male,
you 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 typically look like you could kind of sort of be like you look very ambiguous. You look like you could be like a Latino basically. So
yeah,
it's one
yeah,
of those things
yeah,
where it's
yeah,
like
yeah,
they're still trying to like tilt their head and figure out what the hell where the hell you came from.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
But
So.
I want to tell you some funny story. A couple of years, I had she was not really my girlfriend, but more a friend with benefits. And I met her at some party, and yeah, she was black. And here in the Netherlands, we Indonesian people sometimes they call us peanuts, you know.
Mhm.
And I said, and yeah, I drank a couple of beers, and I said to that black chick, like, let's go to my place, then we can make a chocolate and peanut butter sandwich together. And we had great
Wow.
sex, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's a good one. Chocolate and peanut butter sex together.
Yeah,
Sandwich
yeah.
together. Nice.
Yeah. But like, I do not believe in pickup lines, but yeah, this was a good one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll give you
yeah,
that. That was interesting.
yeah,
That was
yeah.
interesting because like I normally don't use pickup. I don't use pickup lines for the fact that I don't really believe. Cause I look at it like this: if I actually got to use a pickup line to pick up a woman, she's low quality. It's simply
Yeah,
how I feel
true.
about it.
But the
I
fact
know,
is,
but
like,
what you did was different. Y'all were pretty much friends with benefits, so that didn't even count. So it's like one of those things was like you were just being cute to try to end the night and get what you really were there for all intents and purposes. Whereas like you weren't out there trying to like pick up every single girl at the party for all intents and purposes. You were basically there with your friends with benefits. So you basically wanted to end the night and break her back. Basically, that's all it really was.
yeah, and yeah, mission accomplished, man.
True,
But
true.
it's the funny thing is, like, I didn't set that to hit her up or something, but that
Mhm.
was the first thing that came in my mind, you know, like she was black, I'm Indonesian, so yeah, let's make a chocolate and peanut butter sandwich together. Yeah,
Yeah.
good
Hey,
one,
there ain't
man.
nothing wrong with that. Hey, if it's creative and you feel confident about it, do it. Do it big. And that's one of
Yeah,
those
yeah,
things. It's like people get scared and stuff like that. Because I always say, look, if you commit and own it, you're fine. That's pretty much 100% of the game right there. Just commit and own it. Because I don't know how many. Because I always tell people because I get all these people on my channel. They'll go, well, looks matter and it don't matter and you're going to fail and you're just coping. I go, no, I'm in a relationship. I've been in a relationship for a while. So they'll go, well, she's probably ugly. You're dating some fat landwell. I go, actually, she's skinny. Well, she's only with you for your money. I go, no, her family's richer than my family. And
yeah.
it's like, well, I can't believe you're actually in that situation. Like, oh, well, I'm gonna need pictures and shit like that. Well, mind your business. Just because you're putting your life out there doesn't mean I'm gonna put my life out there. And the sad part about that is I've actually shown her. I've actually had pictures up in some of my thumbnails of her, typically. And the sad part about that is, like, I put it under thumb. I put her up with many other types of women that I take pictures of, or get pictures from. The oh, use me as a thumbnail, Tico. Use me as a thumbnail, or I'll take pictures of a woman and I'll see her and like, oh, she's beautiful. Click, take a picture, and I'll use it as a thumbnail. And like the sad part, I have pictures of the cartel princess in a couple of the thumbnails. Irony to it is like a lot of the thumbnails get taken down by YouTube. It'll say, well, it's nudity or sexual something. I was like, um, that's my significant other. She took the pic. We took the picture together. How is that nudity? And the sad part about that is like the other pictures that's up of other women are a lot worse than her pictures. A shit ton worse than her picture. Like I had a picture of her in a bikini, like posing on a terrace in a bikini on our way. We're about to go to the beach, and they said that was sexual explicit. But I got a woman who literally pulled her shirt down, and you can see all of her titties, and that's perfectly fine. Like, and it's
Yeah.
just stuff like this. Like, really? It's like,
Yeah, but what you said, I think at the end of the day, it's all about the whole package and the whole
yeah,
picture. But I think,
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Because
mixed out dictionary talks about that. But I think height and looks are yeah, I think that's really important. I think.
well, it can be important to a certain extent because look, I look at it like this, and there's a lot of guys that can actually attest to this shit. It depends on how you handle the rejection. The sad part about that, if because I talked about this a lot, it depends on how you handle the rejection from that girl. If you handle it poorly, or act like an asshole, or act like a dick, or act scorned or hurt, there's a high chance she's not coming back. The sad part about that, if you act very cool, nonchalant, and collective about it, your points just went up in her head because it's like one of those things where like, well, you pretty much said, okay, that's cool, bye. And it's one of those things that make a woman think. And the sad part about that, I've actually been with women where I wasn't the first option or the first choice, but they were interested in me based on how I handle things. Like,
Yeah, true. I think yeah, I don't want to sound arrogant, but I think a woman would never reject me because of my looks. But I am not really a tall guy. I am only 5'9".
mhm.
So and I think if you do not agree with me, just tell me. But I think I don't even have a chance with a woman that is maybe 5'10". I think.
Then I will tell you, I have a friend who's Indian, and he's 5 foot what, 3, 4, and he
Well,
bangs
that is
women
really
two at a
short, man. Yeah.
yeah, he bangs women two at a time on his private jet.
Okay. Okay.
Also, have another friend named Marco who's dating a woman that's taller than him. He's just a normal everyday guy, 9 to 5 guy basically. His job is actually less. His job is actually not as good as my job basically, and he makes less than I do, but he's still getting women. Then I have this
Yeah, true.
emaciated friend. I have this emaciated friend. He's a little bit taller. He's not as quite as tall as me, but he's scrawny as hell. He's like very wiry. He would make you. He would make you look fat. Gruder goes,
Okay.
I shit you not. That's how skinny this white dude is. He would make you look at fat. He's in a relationship. He's married. He's engaged to another woman while he's married, and he's cheating on that woman with another sad piece.
Okay.
And these women all have high paying jobs where you look at them and go, why? So it's one of those things where it's like, what does he have for you to want to
Yeah,
stick
true.
around
And
if he's
that
cheating
is
on you?
like when it comes to the black pill, I agree with a lot of things with what black pillers say, but I also think it doesn't always have to be like that. There are
No, it
also
doesn't.
exceptions.
Because I've actually talked about. I remember I talked about my wife Mina before she passed away. She was actually with a guy who before me was from a very wealthy family. Not only was he from a very wealthy family, he was attractive. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, had the jawline, had all this shit. Never got sex, never got anal, never got a blowjob, never got a hand job.
What you mean with he never got anal?
I mean, he never got to stick it in her butt, basically.
Okay. Okay.
So I remember this because he was actually very mad about this because he had found out that she was 2 months, 2.5, 3 months pregnant with our first child.
Okay.
So we
Okay.
were at a party. He happened to be at the party. His family was there, and I'm sitting there. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like just chilling or drinking, and he happened to walk over to me. He goes, "Oh, you must be me and this new man." Yeah,
Okay.
in your point, like he goes, "I don't know what she sees in you." Me neither, nigga. Me neither. Literally what I said to him. Me neither, nigga. Me neither. Obviously, you're coming up kind of short. Obviously, somewhere.
Yeah.
He goes, "Well, I'm rich and I'm beautiful, and women never turn me down." I go, "Well, apparently you should have showed up on your dates, and maybe she wouldn't be with me." Because the sad part about that is what had happened prior to that, us getting together, was we were literally on dates with opposite people at the same restaurant 2 times before we decided that this could be a good thing. The sad part about it, he stood her up, my date stood me up. Okay, cool. So we started talking at the date basically to make it so we're not uncomfortable, and we basically finished our date. Okay, cool. So I didn't know that she was planning another date at that restaurant, and I happened to plan another date at that restaurant too. So we happened to be there again at the same restaurant. Her date stood her up, my date stood me up. We started talking again. Everything started going smoothly. We were really, really talking. The sad part about that is I never once had to ask her for a number. Before the date was even over, before she even finished her food, she slid me her number across the table.
And
Let that
that's
shit
a
sink in.
that's a good point what you make because all the women that I had in my life that was more based on a stupid joke or just coincidence.
Yeah. And the sad part about that is that's how most people actually meet. Nobody meets
Yes,
hardly
yes.
all the everybody who you see in public don't meet on a dating site. Majority of the people happen to meet based on work, work circumstances, and other things like that. Because like the sad part about that, when you walk outside and literally walk out in public, it's not the most attractive men out there with women. It's some pudgy guy. It's some goofy looking guy. It's an Indian guy. It's an Asian guy. It's a black guy with some random ass. Lord knows what the hell she is because I'm still trying to figure it out myself, and I don't want to say it on your channel and get you in trouble. But I'm just saying, like, and I'm
Yeah.
sitting there like either A, people are full of shit, or B, this nigga. Well, first off, this nigga has no standards because I don't know what the fuck he's dating over here. I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know if that's a wildebeest or a warthog or whatever the hell that is.
Yeah.
One, I'm looking at that guy because I'm trying to figure out how the hell that nigga is with that thing. And then you got these Asian kids and you got these Indian kids. They're just dating like random white women with curly hair, and they got blonde hair, and they're just walking around talking. You got like the Indian girls dating the Chinese guys or the Oriental guys, and you got the uh, Indian guys dating the Oriental women, and it's like it is what it is. Like, then you walk around even more, you find out like the fat pudgy kid that you probably beat up in school is now with this hot ass woman basically. And the sad part about that is, before anybody say anything, he got money. No, they literally pulled off in her car, not his car, her car. Like, think about this shit. And the sad part about that is, you walk around and you see this stuff, and you realize very quickly, like, that sounds nice on a dating app, but that doesn't sound nice in real life. Because what
Yeah.
I'm seeing
True.
in real
Yeah.
life
Yeah.
doesn't what I'm seeing in real life doesn't what I see on a dating app doesn't translate in real life. Because none of these motherfuckers are attractive in real life, and they all got attractive women. And the sad part about that, I often wonder about that, and I often laugh sometimes because I don't get jealous about it. Because, dude, look who I'm dating. Like, why would I be jealous of you when I got the same thing over here? So it's simply one of those things where it's like, you look at it and you take it, and it's like, huh, Fat Joey got a girl, or Polito got a girl, and Polito finally got a girl after he got picked on in school, or Tony got a girl after being picked on in school, and he was a big dude. Like, he's still a big dude. He's still a big fat dude, and he gets a very hot woman. Like, you know, he gets a very hot woman. And the sad part about that is, like, you look at this stuff, you look how it translated in life, and then on top of that, we always talk about women that they would never date a man that make less than them. Then you get out here and get to see some of these other women. They're literally dating a man who's at home playing PlayStation all day, driving her car, supposed to pick her up on time from her job, and he's late as hell doing all this stuff. You're in a
Yeah. True.
car,
But
she
like,
she yelling, she yelling and screaming, and he's just sitting there like, yeah, I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry, babe. I was late. I'm sorry. Madden. This shit like that. Like, what? Like,
yeah, true, man. But I think that that goes the same for men and women. I think we both got standards, and we both got our yeah type of men or women. But I think at the end of the day, you like somebody or not.
yeah, but the sad part about that, even when it comes to standards, what I found from women is women are willing to sacrifice their standards if it means getting something that they really, really want, or what they refer to in America as cuffing season. You ever hear that term, cuffing season? It's basically where everybody
No,
gets
no,
de-
not really.
It's basically where everybody starts getting desperate and they'll start taking up anything
Okay.
for the winter, or for the winter months. Basically, it's basically cuffing season during like the fall months. Women, like during the summer, women come outside, start playing around, so they can have a man for cuffing season. Basically, that way when the winter rolls around, they got a warm body to lay next to. And the sad part about that is none of these guys are attractive in the least bit. And that's coming from a guy to let you know off the bat that I'm not the most attractive person in the world. I'm about a 7 with extraordinary charisma. So I'll let you know I'm not an attractive person. So I'll tell you in a heartbeat that somebody else is not attractive.
Yeah.
What it,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
like
me
these,
myself, I also consider myself as a 7. Oh, no, no. You know what? I'm in a really good mood now. I'm a 7.
yeah.
I'm a
See,
seven and a
you're
half.
yeah. It's one of those things that it's based on how you feel at that moment in time, basically.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
just
yeah.
because you're a 7 now, that don't mean you're going to always shine through. There's always going to be that haircut that you get, those clothes that you're wearing,
Yeah,
the way
true.
you're walking, the extra pep in your step. Would you just benched at the fucking gym, or would you just, literally like just lateral leg pressed at the gym, basically? Now girls are interested in you. So it's one of those
Yeah.
things where it's like, shit happens for a reason. And back to that actual Mina story, he was actually very mad that, she was pregnant with my child. And we weren't even married yet at the time. And he was like, well, she made me wait. Apparently I
Yeah,
didn't. Apparently I didn't. So obviously you ain't shit, basically. And he's like, I can't believe she's with you. I didn't even get a blowjob. I got one on the way here to the party. Like, I don't know about
yeah,
you, but I got multiple. Like, she wouldn't even give me anal. I kept asking her to give me anal. Well, I'm not into that shit, but I think that shit is gay. But you know,
yeah. I
like
also think that, man.
she would have gave she'd have offered it to me if cause she's actually done it once or twice when she was on her period, where she offered me her ass. I
Yeah.
was like, nah, I'm good. I'll wait till you get done. I'm
Yeah,
good.
talking about
It's like,
talking about anal sex. I never tried it, but I think it's not for me, man.
that's it's definitely not for me. It's like I don't care if you're on your period. I'm horny. I'll just wait till you get off your period, and I'll just tear
Yeah.
some shit up
I mean,
because
and this what I'm gonna say, that sounds really perverted, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Like, try to imagine you fuck some chick in her ass, and then suddenly she's gonna shit on your dick, man.
well, it's
No,
like this stuff
man,
like that.
not for me, man.
Yeah, and the sad part about that is a lot of times what happens with that too is like, believe it or not, even if you fuck her in the ass, even if she didn't take a shit that day, you're still going to get some shit particles on your dick,
Yeah.
and it's true. So the sad part about that is, let's just say you go anal and you actually tear your skin. Not only do you got shit particles on your dick, now you got the waste from shit really going into your bloodstream and into your under your skin basically and making you sick.
Yeah.
So now you got multiple problems. Because the sad part about that, a lot more times than not, men tend to tear, like they'll get like fine skin tears doing anal with women on their dick. Even if they're
Okay.
wearing a condom, they'll get a lot of fine. Despite the fact that how it don't matter how lube it is, there's always going to be that fine tear in your skin. So when you go in, you're going to feel it for all intents and purposes. So, or there's going to be a brush burn of some sort, basically, or you're going to feel like you like literally rubbed your dick against, like, when it's all said and done, it's going to feel like you rubbed your dick against something, basically, because it's like your dick is irritated from doing that. I mean, don't get me wrong, if that's you, do you, but it's like there are implications and consequences for that shit too.
Yeah, true, but that makes me want to talk about a different subject that I sent you. Yeah, but the dangers and the consequences of internet porn.
I agree. Yeah, it can be dangerous. Um, I think the whole entire no fap thing is a good thing. For that reason, because you can really transmog the pent up energy into something else and actually make it like better for you, like an extra pep in your step for workout, or feeling good at work, or the extra energy at work that you need to get you over the hump or get you over your assignment, basically. So I believe in the no fap. I actually support the no fap. I don't really practice it, but I support it. I support them. I understand where they're going
Yeah,
with it
because like
scientifically.
I haven't watched porn for I think more than 2 years now, and actually the reason that I stopped watching porn, not because it's addicted, but it became so perverted and also so gay and unrealistic that I was like,
Yeah.
I am not gonna watch this shit anymore, man, because
Well, yeah, because that's
it
typically one of those things. But you also have to say there are a lot of people that are into that stuff either way, and I understand where you're coming from. Because like typically when I say addiction to anything, typically the psychological definition is anything that can possibly affect your day-to-day routine in or your job in or your personal life in a negative way, impact your personal life or your job in a negative manner. It's simply the definition for addiction. So a good example of that is if you go to work and you're watching porn at work, or if you're in public and you're watching porn, or if you're
yeah.
because I know some motherfuckers. I literally know some motherfuckers that do this shit. I actually had a coworker at my one job that literally did this shit.
Oh,
Um.
really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We used to get in so much trouble. Oh well, yeah. You can't be watching stuff on the computers. Like, why don't you just block the shit? Like, instead
Yeah,
of
yeah,
blocking the
because
shit,
like
it would let this guy go.
yeah,
And the sad
because
part about
at
that,
some certain moment, yeah, HR is gonna get you, man.
yeah, like, and the sad part about that, this stuff is recorded, and they do know who's doing it, and they know who's logged into the computer, and they
Yes,
don't
yes.
fire the guy. I
Yeah,
was like, nah, if
also
that
at
was
also at my work, because when I use my computer, I have to type in, yeah, my name, the
Your
name of the
password.
floor that I work and my password. So
Hmm.
when HR sees that, yeah, I am screwed, man.
Hmm. And the sad part about that, he's been doing it for a while. He uses his computer, he uses his phone, he uses his laptop, he uses his iPad, and he just looks at porn all day. And it's like one of those things, like, really, dude, come on now, like, really. And it's like, that's when it starts being an addiction. When you can't put it down, or you can't go without it, or you can't do anything without it. Basically, it's an addiction. It's typically like why people say when they stop smoking, they typically have to relearn how to do their morning routine without a cigarette. And it's true. Because like
Yeah,
you're used to
yeah,
doing things with a cigarette and it becomes second nature to you. You do everything. So when you stop smoking, there's a riff or a a bump in your normal routine because you're not using a cigarette to actually second naturally get you through your morning routine. So anytime when you need that, and the sad part about there is such thing as sex addiction. I mean, I really don't back it. I believe there's a lot of people that use it so they can get around saying that, so they can say they're not cheaters. And there's a lot of people that do it, and I've met a lot of people who actually do that in my 14
yeah.
years.
But Tico, like, do you there is a difference between, like, let's say, yeah, just porn from the 70s or the 80s and internet porn from this
Yeah.
time? And like a good example of that, like back then, you just had porn,
Mm-hmm.
one man and one woman. But right now, you have so many subgenres and categories, like interracial,
Mm-hmm.
old and young combined with interracial. It became so perverted,
Yeah.
and like I was like, I'm gonna stop watching this shit because like it is not good for your brain, man.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Because the sad part about that is it over time it continues doing it, you stop really associating with a lot of people in public. You
Yes,
become you
yes,
become I can't even say you become an introvert. You basically become like non-social or not able to socialize with public or socialize with other people outside of like your people at work. Basically, you're basically just talking about work at that point. But you typically becomes a problem with you because you can't really conduct your day properly without seeing porn or wanting porn and stuff like that. And the sad part about that is it's almost like a drug, basically. It's almost like a gateway. You watch one thing, you lead to another thing. You watch another thing, you lead to another thing. And
yeah,
now you're watching
exactly, and
now,
that
now
and
you're
that is
watching like ball gag and step on my nuts and shit like that's like, wait, what?
yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
how did we get this
exactly,
far?
because like that is also the reason that I quit watching porn. Like in the beginning, you are getting aroused by, let's say, a one man and one woman,
Mm-hmm.
but then it's not enough anymore. Then you're gonna look for I don't know, double penetration, gangbangs, bukkake, and at some certain moment, that extreme stuff is also not enough anymore.
Yeah, now you're
When
now
when
you're
it
looking at
comes
like
to
you do getting
porn,
your
it
nuts
it
stepped
always
on or getting
goes,
kicked in the nuts. It's like, wait,
yeah.
what? Or rape porn or something like that. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And the sad part about that is, believe it or not, the people who the sex who majority consumes rape porn is women.
Yeah,
They consume majority of the rape porn. Majority of the rape porn belongs to women watchers. And it's that or incest porn. Majority women.
yeah, that's sick, man. I mean, that for me that goes too far, man.
Yeah, typically women watch. Typically, majority of women watch incest porn, and majority of women watch rape porn. So like it'll be like a woman getting raped. And the sad part about that, the reason why I don't watch porn because one of my psychological colleagues came to me one day and it totally fucked me up. He literally said this to me. He goes, Tico, do you watch porn? I go, yeah, sometimes, every now and again, yeah. And he goes, well, what kind of porn do you like? He goes, do you like woman on woman? Do you like guy woman? Do you like women guy guy? Do you like? I'm like, well, I like regular porn with people having sex and stuff like that. And like I was like, I can do woman on woman. That's fine with me, basically. But like every now and again, like the guy woman thing kind of sort of creeps me on. It's like, ooh, no, I don't want to watch that. Depending on what the camera angles are, and it's like if you're focused on a guy, I really don't want to be there. Um, so it's one of those things where he goes, well, yeah, he goes, in all technicality, once you think about it psychologically, anybody who watch male female porn and it's not like POV, if anybody that watch male female porn is technically gay to a certain extent.
Yeah, bisexual. Yeah, exactly. And that is what I want to say. I never enjoyed the fact one women that is getting a double penetration. Like
Yeah,
just the way how their balls are rubbing to. Yeah, it makes me sick, man. And I
yeah. It's
was
like he
like,
says,
yeah,
yeah, and it's
this is
like it
this is
just
this is
regular
not
porn.
100% straight.
Yeah,
It is
just regular porn.
bisexual.
Like this that part of just regular porn. You got to think about it. You're watching a dude drill a woman.
Yeah.
You're gay to a certain extent, according to that
Yes.
psychologist,
Yes.
because like luckily I said I prefer like women on women basically, but I'm typically the type of person if you ask me to do a threesome and we do a threesome, I'll do the threesome, then I'm breaking up with you.
Yeah. True.
That's simply how I am. Like, okay, we can do this threesome. Are you okay with it? Yeah, I'm okay with it. In the back of my mind, we're breaking up. But I don't say it out loud, but we're breaking up. And that's simply how I feel about it. If I got to do a threesome, we're breaking up after the threesome's over.
Yeah, but now you say that I could never get my dick hard together with another man. I couldn't do that.
Well, and that's just it is what it is. Like, because the sad part about that is I'm not finna run a train with anybody. Like, I'm not finna do that. If it ain't two women, then I'm not getting involved. And if it is two women, just know I'm probably dating one of the women and we're breaking up. It is what it is. Because typically I have standards, and how I carry myself is based on all my standards. So therefore, there's things that I'm not willing to participate in, or that I'm willing to participate in, then let you know that this is over. Because that's how high my
Yeah,
standards are. Like, I'll tell a woman in a heartbeat, it's over. We're breaking up. It was like the
yeah,
running joke on my channel is Tico Samsonite games on fleek, because I keep Samsonite luggage with the woman I'm dating's name on it. So when we break up, I literally slide it out the cupboard, tell her to gets to stepping.
yeah. True, but like I said, right now you have I'm gonna give you an example. Like with interracial porn, you have something like a white woman and a black man, or a black woman with a white man. When
Mm-hmm.
it comes to old and young, you have an old man with a young girl, or an older woman with a young boy. But right now, they are combining those things, like an older black man with a young white
Yeah,
girl, for example. And
yeah.
it became so perverted that I was
Well,
like,
convoluted. It's like, really,
I
dude?
gotta quit watching this shit, man. It is perverted, and it is, yeah, it became unhuman. Let me tell you that way.
Yeah, because I stopped watching it when my one colleague said it. And that was like a while ago. I was like, oh yeah, you got a point there. Ooh, no. So I stopped watching porn altogether after that. And it's one of those things where it's like, do I really want to be a part of this, or do I want to participate in this? And it's like, just because I'm out of it, that don't mean everybody else is out of it. But it's like, I guess they can still make money without me. So it's one of those things where like I typically don't really partake in it. And I really don't watch it anymore. After my colleague literally said that shit to me, it's like, dude, in a roundabout way, or and once you boil it down, you kind of sort of got a point there. Because I remember a girl said some shit like that to me a while ago. I remember there was a girl I was talking to. She goes to me, "I'm kind of gay." I go, "Okay, elaborate." She goes, I like how a woman's body looks. I like how a woman feels. I like a woman's breasts. I like all this stuff up until she kisses me. Then I don't like it anymore.
Yeah,
Like, so
but
what about her pussy? Yeah, don't put that on me either. I don't
yeah,
like it
you
anymore.
you you
So it's
you,
like,
you
so
said
and
something
so she
like
actually, so she actually literally said something like that. So I understood where she's coming from, and it's like, well, you got a point there, yeah. Like you like, so in tech, all, tech, all for all intents and purposes, she was literally saying that she was admitting that she's gay to a certain point, up until she starts kissing, or pussy lips come out basically. So any lips come out on this woman, she's out. Everything else, fine. Lips come out, no. So it's one of those things where you literally got to think of it in that same token. With my psychologist, my colleague said, literally on that topic, like he got a point there. He got a point there.
yeah, but you said something like when it comes to incest porn and rape porn, like women like that more. Like, do
Mm-hmm.
you know what like if you are really aware with female nature, you gotta understand that women have more sick and perverted fantasies
Oh
than
yeah, than
most
men do.
men.
Oh hell yeah. Well, men have more.
Like
Women
you
have more
don't
sick. Like the
actually,
sad
you
part
don't
about that.
want to know it.
Well, the sad part about that, women have more sick and perverted fantasies than the man who's actually raping them.
Yeah,
Like that's just thinking. This sick individual is raping you, and you in your mind have more sick, perverted things that you want done to you than this man is actually doing to you right now. And this is typically why I made the video that women perpetuate rape culture for this reason, because they're into this shit. And the sad part about that is I often wonder about it because like women, typically women put themselves in certain situations and they expect shit not to happen because we live in this great society. But like I always say, there's 15% of the population that does sick valve things to any living thing, let it be animal or human being. So you being a woman is not going to stop you being a woman and putting your hand out. It's not going to stop a man from doing what he wants to do to you. It's not going to stop him from wanting to stab you. It's not going to stop him from tying you up and throwing you in a trunk. It's not going to stop a man or a woman or whoever the person is from doing anything. That'd be like saying because you're a woman, you can go outside, you can go to the middle of the savannah, and a lion can't touch you because you're a woman. You know
Yeah.
how fast you'll be lunch.
Yeah, but I want to say something. Like a couple of years ago, I fucked a prostitute, and we talked about porn, you know, and I was asking her like, yeah, just be honest. What is your sexual fantasy? Just be honest. And you would probably think that she says something like, I want to get raped or I want to get fucked by a dog. And those two things are already going too far for me.
Well, the
Do
sad
you
part
know
about
what
that,
her
there's a lot of women that
fantasy?
are
No,
actually into dog
do you
porn
know
or
what her
animal porn.
fantasy was?
What was it?
You want to know?
Yeah.
She said that her fantasy was she wants to get gang banged by a group of old grandpas. Hey,
Oh,
what
nice.
the fuck, man?
Yeah, I know,
What
right?
the fuck, man? I was like, are you kidding me right now?
She was deadly serious.
Yeah, probably because like yeah, I didn't and I was like I better shouldn't ask this question, but actually these are the things actually you don't want to know it, man. You don't want to know it.
Mm-hmm.
And I am not talking shit now, Tico. She really said that to me, and I was like, maybe sometimes it's better if you just don't know it.
Yeah, true. Because the sad part about that, what a lot of men don't realize is, on average, the minimum most freaky thing a woman want to do for fantasy is to be dominated.
Yeah,
So it kind of sort of plays into the whole entire sex, uh, rape porn fantasy or force porn fantasy. Because I remember I was talking to a friend. She goes, "I want my man to come home, fake like he broke into the house, blindfold me, gag my mouth, and handcuff my hands behind my back and have his way with me." I go, "Did you tell him that?" "No, I'm scared to tell him that." I go, "He probably might be into that." "No, he's probably not into that." I go, "Well, you'll never know until you ask him."
yeah,
Like that's literally women's fantasies right there. Like that's pretty much a step down from rape porn. She wants her boyfriend to break into her house, put a blindfold over her, put a bag over her head, put her handcuff or tape her hands behind her back, and gag her mouth and have his way with her.
yeah. But if you really think about that, that is sick, right?
Well, and I mean, it's one thing. It's one thing. Yeah, it's kind of sick for the fact that now you're going into like legal shit. Because what if your neighbors see your boyfriend and they call the cops on his ass? One.
Yeah,
So now your boyfriend's going to jail for breaking and entering and shit like that. Now, like it's one of those things where like you really got to think about that. But the sad part about that, this is the type of shit that women want. And like it's basically and like I said, I'm not the most attractive person in the world, but my sheer physicality and the limits I'm willing to go to for violence, growing up in Central America, is what puts me in front of a lot of women that I end up dating, for all intents and purposes.
yeah,
Well, except for Mina, it just happened to be like one of those things where like we got stood up and it happened. Whereas like most women, it's like I was either shooting a gun or I was pistol whipping somebody, and now I got her number.
yeah,
So think about shit like that. Like literally, this is what women literally want. And the sad part about that, they'll say, "Well, Chico, you don't know what you're talking about." I know exactly what I'm talking about. Because at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, that gangster thug that you think ain't shit, that's an ain't shit nigga, he's probably banging your wife while you're away. And the sad
yeah,
part about that, the drug dealer who you buy weed from is probably banging your wife also. So it's one of those things where like people don't seem to get this or understand that about me. It's like, well, I understand how you get women. You're an incel. Like, okay, I'm an incel, but I'm still getting women. That changes what? And it's
yeah,
like they want to argue with you about this stuff, and it's like, especially in the black pill community, they'll do this stuff a lot more. They do this stuff a lot more than most other people, and it's like I just sit there and laugh. Like I basically just respond the way I do. And I was like, yeah. They go, she's a fat whale. Yeah, yeah. She's like, yeah, 120 pounds, so fat.
Yeah.
like, 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 and it's stuff like this. And I always respond to them like that. And it's like, dude, you're not going to win this argument. Like, you're really not. And the sad part about
Yeah.
that is like, a man in this day and age ain't going to sit here and lie about being in a relationship and having multiple children for no fucking reason whatsoever. When in fact, he doesn't want multiple children. Like it's one of those things where like people seem to forget this about men. Like no man ever wants to run down the aisle with a woman. That's a woman that wants to run down the aisle and forces the
Yeah.
man to run down with her.
Hey, can you hold on for 1 minute?
Okay.
I gotta piss, man. Hold on.
All right. My headphones fell off. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm back, man.
Yeah. It's
But
just
do
one
you
of
do
those things.
you but
Go ahead.
do you think that like do you know what the funny thing is? Like porn is free, but why is it free? Don't you think that porn is getting used as a weapon to brainwash humanity?
Yeah, it is definitely. And the sad part about that is done on purpose, and like it's not really free because the ads on their sites actually pay for those things. So, and like if you get a membership, you actually pay for it as well too. So you got the ads and the people that join for get the memberships to actually join for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those things where like you got to understand that whole entire concept and the business model behind it. It's basically like YouTube. They run ads, they get money. They run ads, they get money. Basically, it's pretty much the same thing when it comes to Pornhub. And if you're going to have a bunch of people frequenting those sites, you're gonna always want to put your ads on those sites because the sad part about that is not the sad part about that. What I've noticed about a lot of the porn sites is they don't just have stuff revolving around sex. They got wedding rings on there. They got fucking flowers on there. They got um they got like need a roofer on there and shit like that. And the sad part about the ads are so ridiculous, despite the fact what you're actually watching. It's like, oh, I do need a plumber. How about them apples? Write his number down. So it's one of those things where a lot of times you can actually find like a really, really good plumber or a really, really good, you know, flower shop on that porn site, basically, which is
Yeah.
actually pretty crazy. It's like, like you can find a roofer on that site too. It's like you ran out of roofers and now you want a real good roofer. Now you found a roofer while you were looking at, banging the handyman, basically. The lonely wife banging a handyman, and now you got a roofer on speed down now because you didn't see the ad for it, which is actually pretty funny. But yeah, they're basically trying to dumb because the sad part about it is what they're doing with porn is they're basically trying to dumb down society and make them more docile. And the sad part about that is, like I was saying about that woman, actually, no, I've actually have another friend who is actually into. She wants basically she likes to be handcuffed. She likes to be gagged. She likes to have a butt plug put in her ass. She likes nipple clamps and she likes a vibrator while having sex,
Oh, really?
while her hands are handcuffed behind her back.
Do you got a number for me?
I'll be happy to exchange
No,
with
I'm
you after
just
this is
kidding,
over. No,
man.
we cool. Let me stop. Like she's into all this stuff, and it's like, yeah, I know that about you. And it's like because when you've been doing this stuff something so long, you basically know somebody's personality and their mentality and their type basically
Yeah,
based
yeah.
on based on what you dealt with and people like that. And it's simply why people come to me. Well, Tico, you don't know me, nigga. You sound like the other nigga that was sitting on my laying on my couch the other day. It's
Yeah, but
like, what do you mean I don't know you? Like, I know all about you based on that response from you. I can tell you how you dress, how you act, how you walk, how you talk, based on that response alone. Or my favorite from the women, I do my own thing. No, you don't. Mark Jacobs lady.
yeah, true. But
Gucci bag lady.
when it comes to porn, like they make it actually more controversial
Oh yeah, they always do. You
than
gotta up the
actually
ante.
sex really is. Like you know the term like BBC, big black cock, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like not every black man has a big dick,
No,
you
no,
know.
that's yeah,
And
trust me.
like you also have something like BWC, a big white dick, like
Mm-hmm.
black women that are getting fucked by yeah, a white man with a big dick. You
Yeah, the
also
sad part
have
about that is like
a big
not
no
every
big
black man has a
big
big dick. And that's
Asian
like
dick, white women that are getting fucked by an Asian guy with a big dick. Like
yeah, or
it
like an
became
Arab guy with a
so
big dick, or an
perverted
Indian
and
guy with a big dick.
controversial
It's
that
like the list goes
it is
on.
not realistic anymore.
Yeah. And the sad part about that is this is one of those things where it's like what I've noticed is like, like especially when you see interracial couples on the couch and stuff like that, and they go, well, he doesn't do it for me anymore. His dick isn't that big. So I know there's a lot of black guys without a big dick, and I also know there's a lot of white guys who don't got a big dick. It's basically like height. Not everybody's going to be 6 foot and over. Only a small minority of the population is 6 foot and over. The average dick size is about what, like, depending on what country you go to, some is smaller, some is out, but the world average dick size is about like 6 inches, a little over 6 inches.
Yeah,
So it's
I
one of
don't
the,
know if you want to, and like I don't want to brag about myself, but my dick is 7 inches. I just call it a no big Asian dick, man, big Asian dick.
hey, do you big
I'm just kidding, man.
like
But
because
yeah,
I know I'm over the world average anyway, so I'm not too worried about that anyway.
yeah,
So it's one of
yeah.
those things where it's like, then what is the point? Like, what are we doing this for if this is the case? Like, if you
But
know this is the
do
world
you know
average, huh?
what I've always noticed about interracial porn? Like those black guys, maybe they have a big dick, but they don't get really hard for 100%.
Oh no, they don't. They don't because they can't because for you to have a 10-inch dick, you got to be able to find a woman that you can stick a 10-inch dick down the back of her throat or
Yeah,
longer,
but I mean,
basically.
like
And that's not
you
happening. And the
can
sad part about that is you're not going to be able to stick all that dick in her anyway.
yeah,
So it's
but
one
I
of those
mean,
things
like
where,
you can have a big dick, but like I think like for women, they want a really hard dick, no matter what's the size is. They
mhm.
want some hard dick, you know?
Well, some just like the girth though, and that's like one of those things where it's like they like the girth, and it's like they like how it feels inside them. So it's one of those things where it's like there's them women. Then there's some women that'll sit up here and tell me that I don't like a dick too big because that's just ridiculous, and especially if he doesn't know how to use it. And typically, a lot of men with big dicks typically don't know how to use their own dicks. Basically, they just think they just stick it in there and just keep stabbing it like they're in a
I mean,
shanking
like
fight,
you know,
a shank match in jail, basically.
like my dick gets so hard that actually it hurts me, man.
Yeah, and that's typically one of those things where your dick is actually hitting the limits of how big it can actually get because like I know a dude like we actually dealt with a dude who actually had that problem, and he didn't want he was afraid of getting hard because he would get so hard that literally it felt like his dick was like the blood vessels in his dick was like busting out of his dick, and the one time he actually did
Yeah,
get hard
yeah.
enough, he actually did get hard enough for blood to start leaking out of his dick, basically. Um,
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that's something I never want to hear. Luckily I'm getting paid for this because that's something I never want to hear again, basically. So basically what happened was he would get so hard and so ridiculously hard where like if he got too hard, blood would literally start. It almost looked like the Mary statue where blood was coming out of her eyes, basically. That Mother Mary statue. Like blood would literally start running down his dick. Like his skin would like tear apart and blood would come like will literally come running out of his dick basically. And it's like, and if it got bad enough, it will come running out of his urethra.
Yeah, but like, did you ever happen when you like you wake up in the middle of the night, you gotta take a piss and your dick is hard?
Yeah, that's everybody. All men.
Like
All men
like
get like that for all intents and
my
purposes.
dick is so hard, I have to jerk off. If I don't do that, I probably piss in my own face, man.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like you basically got to be able to. It's one of those things where you basically got to be able to handle that and like do what you need to do basically to get it all done. Because I know a lot of men that literally like my favorite is like I was dealing with a married couple, and apparently she's upset with her husband because she says when he wakes up in the morning he can literally pull vote out of bed for his age. Like that's not normal. Like obviously
No.
he's cheating on me. I go, no, he's probably having a nocturnal mission, or it's just morning wood, basically. Well, he
Yeah.
shouldn't be like that early in the morning. Well, you should probably do something about that, and you probably wouldn't have that problem. Because I remember the one time she said she literally like tried to climb over him, and it was so hard, it literally stabbed her through her pajamas and her underwear. I was like,
Yeah,
well, did you
true.
like
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
She
yeah.
goes, well, I was surprised and I liked it. I go, did you think to maybe slide the panties aside, like on some Beyonce shit, and just go to town? Well, no. Well, you should probably try it one or two times. I mean, you might like it. Well, I don't like morning sex. Well, hey, if it's hard in the morning, you might like it in the morning for all you know, basically. Well, the lights are on and all the light are coming in. It don't matter. It's you and him. Nobody else is looking at you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He married you. He didn't marry everybody. He didn't marry the. He ain't marry your next door neighbor, checking, peeping through your wall or something like that. He married you, so he's probably okay with how you look. Because there's a lot of women that don't like to turn on the light when they're having sex. They like the lights out because they're so into. And the sad part about that, there's a lot of women that are insecure in their body to the point where they literally turn off the lights while they're having sex because they don't want you to look at their body because they're so insecure. And that's the sad part about that is that's more women than there's more women than men who always have to have the lights turned out for this reason. The sad part about some of these women are the most attractive women in the world, but they think their body is so ugly or so whatever the hell or what they call it dysmorphia, something dysmorphia. They look in the mirror and they see something else totally different. They look at their body from their view, from them looking down at their body, and they see it as bad or ugly or fat or whatever the hell. And they typically want to turn off the lights and have sex. So the sad part about that, women have low self-esteem. Women have lower self-esteem than a man with a low self-esteem. The sad part about that is the only reason why a woman seems like she has high self-esteem is because society puts her on a pedestal. That's simply how it works. So she feels as though that she's this superwoman, but when you actually get to meet her, you find out very quickly she's either crazy or she's depressed and have a low self-esteem. That's
Yeah.
simply all women in society for all intents and purposes. All women are insecure. All a woman's either they're both very insecure or they're crazy. So it's like pick your poison. Hell, I met ones that are both insecure and crazy. So it's like, eh, and it's like you got to pick your poison when it comes to women if you're going to date. And it's one of those things. Is like you date what you like. And one thing I always say to men who get into relationships, I don't really because I never really suggest getting in relationships on my channel, but I do kind of sort of have to give that as a caveat when I actually see people in the office. Is typically look, never date somebody that has a lower sex drive than you. If you're a man, never ever 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 date a woman who has a lower sex drive than you. When you start talking to her, make sure her numbers are higher than your numbers. That way, when you roll over, you're not going to get denied unless she's on her period. It's that simple. Because the sad part about that, a lot of men date women and they have a low sex drive, and then it just drops even more in the relationship. So you basically want to date a woman who has a higher sex drive. That way, anytime you roll over, she's ready to go. And anytime she's ready to go, even if you're not ready to go, it's like, oh well, fuck it. She's ready to go. I might as well go one more round. So it's one of those things where it's like you always want to date somebody with a high sex drive. The only problem with dating a person with a high sex drive is now you actually got to actually kind of sort of meet them in the middle or live up to them, or she's probably going to go outside the relationship. That's typically the problem that you'll have with dating somebody that has a high sex drive. So never date a person that has a very high sex drive. I would typically say, let's just say A good example. Somebody told me in one of my last streams, I would like to have sex 3 times a week. I go, so date a woman that likes to have sex, I would say 5, 6 times a week. You'll be fine. Then one guy tried to stump me and say to me, well, what if I like having sex 6 or 7 days a week? I go, that's easy. Date a woman that likes to have sex multiple times in one day, every day. Problem solved. And
Yeah.
it's typically what it is. Like you basically want to date somebody with with just a bit higher sex drive than you, or just a bit higher or a little bit higher than you, basically. And you never want to date somebody who has a sex drive double yours or triple yours, basically. Because at that point, if it's triple yours, you're going to have a lot of problems, and you're probably not going to always be the only person that they're riding, unless they like got a lot of toys in their thing, and then it's pretty much you're set. If that's the case. However, but like it's one of those things where it's like you gotta pretty much make sure. And if you know she has toys, you're fine with it. It's okay. If she's sneaking toys in their relationship and she don't tell you she got toys, then she's probably sneaking out behind your back too. Could be how it works. Anytime a woman can sneak a toy in a relationship and she doesn't let her husband know, there's a high chance she's cheating on her husband.
Yeah, true. But what I've always noticed about women, like they are insecure when it comes to their looks and their body, but
Mm-hmm.
they are almost never insecure when it comes to their personality. But their personality, 9 out of 10 times, that is more a problem than their body of the way how they look.
Well, the sad part about a lot of those women is it's easy to destroy a woman like that. Because the sad part about that, you also got to take into consideration, despite the fact she has a very high opinion of herself, it's basically what I say about the gamer smasher pass. Or if like let's just say a good example, like 90 of us MGTOWs are sitting in a room, or red pillars are sitting in a room. You said the woman, you'll say no, she looks attractive. We'll just say Hammerhand says she looks attractive. We'll say True Sherm says she looks attractive. We'll say Chris Cantu says she looks attractive. We'll say everybody says she looks attractive up until I walk in the room. So 90 men done said she looks attractive and hot. The minute I
Yeah,
walk in a room and go, no, she's ugly, or no, she's normal, or she's a Colombian 3, all those compliments that y'all just gave that heifer go out the window, and now she's mad at me and focused on me for my one comment saying she's not attractive. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying?
true.
So now she done went from being on a pedestal to me just jackhammering the hell, like me literally like chopping down the pedestal and letting her crash down on her neck, basically, with
But
that
by
one
the way,
comment.
what one little thing really interesting that you mentioned True Sherm and Hammerhand and Chris Cantu in one sentence. No,
What? I was basically trying to name people off the top of my head. I was basically trying to
no,
get
no,
90
I
people,
get
but
your
I couldn't
point.
name 90
I
people,
know what
obviously. I
you
had to
mean.
speed it up. But it's like, I was just saying, basically, you take a bunch of red pillars and MGTOWers and put them all in one room, and they all told the woman she looked attractive. Then Tigo Trend walks in a room and destroys her whole entire ego and her whole entire self worth.
Yeah, and
Now,
that's
those
a
guys
good
who told
point
her she
that
was
you make.
attractive,
Like they always say, women like Angelina Jolie and Kim Kardashian, but I will reject those bitches, believe it or not.
yeah. And typically I do too because I have high standards. And it's simply like one of the many arguments I always get into people with in my live streams or in a Discord server. Like, because they go, you can't tell me when to hit that, Tigo. No, I wouldn't hit that.
Yeah, but
You can't tell me when
actually,
to,
what I
no, I
mean,
wouldn't hit that.
I am not gonna say that Angelina Jolie or Kim Kardashian are ugly, but they are just not my type of women. That is my
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. And the sad part about that, I got my type just like everybody else got their type. Unfortunately, my type is a little bit more stricter than most other people, and I realized this as a human being. Because I was telling somebody, somebody was arguing with me, I got standards, I got standards. You don't know what to talk about. I got standards. I go, yeah, your standards are so fucking low. You would stick if I blindfolded you, you would stick your dick in a fucking cow. Okay, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna need you to cut it out with your standards. He goes, well, I'll tell some women no. Yeah, some. I tell most women no. Matter of fact, I tell majority women no. That's the bigger difference between me and you. You're willing to hit almost anything. I'm not willing to smash anything unless it's okay, unless it checks out, unless it smells good, checks out good, and her mom looks good at their age. I'm not because the sad part about that, what a lot of people don't know about me is if I'm dating a woman, I want to know what your mom looks like.
yeah.
What your mom looks like at her age is going to determine if I want to date you from here on out. So if I see your mom and she looks like the crypt keeper at 30, 40, 50, well, obviously she's going to be older. If your mom looks like the crypt keeper at 40, 50, then I'm probably going to not want to date you anymore. And that's typically one of the many standards that I have. Like, if your mom looks like shit, you're going to look like shit. I don't want to be around shit, basically. And it's
Yeah,
one of those
true.
things
But
where
I think also I think hygiene for me is really important. Also with
well, yeah, all
women.
that stuff is important, yeah. But the sad part about that is once you get past that, you still need more standards so you can weed out all the fuck women, basically.
But I
Just
think
like
what
there,
what
just
what
like there's
what do
fuck
you what
boys,
do you what do you
just like
think
there's
about
fuck
this?
boys.
What one
This,
one
uh,
time no one time I had sex with a woman. Did you know what she said to me? She said something like, you can come everywhere, but not in my hair because I just washed it." And I was like, "What the fuck? So the rest of your body you didn't wash that? What the fuck, man?"
well, it's not that though. It's one of those things where like women like that typically like their hair more than they like anything else. Especially like the men. There are men like that too. Watch the hair. Watch the hair. You know, there are men like that too. Don't touch their hair. Basically, Elvis was one of them. Uh, but the dude that played Jesse from Full House was one of them. You know, there are a lot of men don't touch their hair basically. So it's one of those things where it's like if their hair's on fly. Hell, there's a lot of black men. If they get their hair cut, don't touch their hair.
Yeah.
Even if you're the significant other, don't touch their hair. And it's one of those things where it's like that's ingrained in the culture, and there's a lot of women like that too. So it's like I'm not shocked that she said that,
Yeah, I
but
was shocked,
there's a
to
high
be
chance I
really
wouldn't date
honest.
her anyway before the fact that she said that shit. And it's like one
Yeah,
of
but
those things where it's like,
anyway, yeah, it's already a couple. But I was like, "What the fuck, man? What the
yeah,
fuck, man?"
yeah. And typically, I tend to weed women out before I even get to the whole entire, sex thing, basically. And it's one of those things where it's like I'm a very strict person, so I know what I want and I know what I like. If you don't like it, that's just too damn bad. And if you have a problem with it, you call me. You can call me wherever you want to, but I'm not fin to get into a relationship with some fucked up person. Like I said before this, just like there's fuck boys, there's fuck women. There's a lot of fuck women running around. Why the fuck would I want to be saddled up with a fuck woman?
Yeah. Yeah, but like I am the type of guy like a woman can make my dick hard, but for me that is not enough because like if I don't like her personality and her character, I'm not gonna have sex with her. I mean like I am not gonna stick my dick in crazy. I am not gonna stick my dick in retarded
Yeah,
or arrogant or like most guys they don't give a fuck, but I do
yeah,
give
you'll
a
stick your
fuck.
dick in anything, and I always talk about that. Like, don't stick your dick in anything. And I agree with you 100%. A lot of guys do agree on that shit, and it pisses me off when I see them do that. Well, Tico, she looked good at the bar. No, did she look good the next day? Okay, then you should have stuck her dick in her. It is one of those things where people get mad at me. Like, well, I don't understand why you're acting also high. I'm not acting high and mighty because the sad part about that is, at the end of the day, just like women, you get yourself into the message that you get yourself into, no matter how much you like it or not. By choosing the person that you chose, even if you've seen all the red flags, you got yourself into the mess you got yourself into. The problem
Yeah,
is,
true. Because like,
did
like, like I rejected a couple of women, not because of their looks, just because of the fact that the things I knew about them, you
or their
know?
attitude? Like a good example of that is typically if your friends, if you dated a relative or you dated a friend of mine, you're automatically xed off my list of people to date.
Yeah.
If you date, even if you date a friend of mine, if you date a friend of mine, or if you date an associated of mine, you're automatically crossed off the list as a woman. If you are a parent of my children's friend, you're automatically crossed off the list. So it's one of those things where it's like you start really crossing off a lot of people, and you kind of figure all these single moms are right now listening to your stream, like, "Oh fuck you, Tico. What do you mean I'm crossed off the list?" Well, your children are friends with my children, therefore you're not dateable. I don't want to mess up my children's friendship with your. I don't want to mess up my children's friendship on some bullshit with you. Basically, that's simply how I feel about it. So it's one of those things. If my children are friends with your children, we can date. If you're friends with a friend, if you're friends with me, we can date. If we're friends of a friend, we can date. If you're friends with a family, or you dated a family member, or dated a friend or associate, we can date. So that right there eliminates a large majority of women, which makes it
Yeah, true.
easier for me
Because
to
like, yeah, I
date.
don't know about you, but if I must be honest, I only had sex with maybe I think 11 or 12 women in my whole
Mhm.
life. And yeah, maybe that is not really much, but if I didn't had standards, then maybe I could have fucked maybe 40, 50, 60 women. But I also think the more you stick your dick in, yeah, other people, the more damaged you become.
Yeah, definitely. Because eventually, just like women have a pair bonding problem, after a while, after a man hits his magic number, he has a pair bonding number. He has a pair bonding problem. So he can't pair bond no more after he hits his magic number. And that's simply what a lot of people don't seem to get or understand. Like, it sounds great in theory. Because, like, I always look at it like this: if I didn't have any standards, I would be having sex with 80 different women in one day, in one year.
Yeah.
I mean, if I didn't have any standards, I would literally be bagging 80 women in one year.
Yo, listen, man. If I didn't had standards, I probably fuck this whole world, man.
If I didn't have any standards, I'd be dating the fat chick.
Yeah.
I didn't have any standards, I'd be dating a single mother. And it's like one of those things where like you literally got to keep on thinking and stuff and thinking your well self through. Because like the sad part about that, like I said, if I tell you off the bat, if your friends, if your children are the same age as my children, and your children's friends or go to school with my children, I can't date you. You know how many women you just eliminated out of your freaking life and out of your peripherals?
Yeah.
Because there's a shit ton of single mothers. You just eliminated like probably what like 60% of the population, 70% of the population. You know what I'm saying? Now you're down to like 30 just on just single mothers who may have children your children's age and they go to school with your children or your children are friends with your children. Gone. Then you get to the women that they're friends with your friends. Gone. You get to the children. You get to the women that are like that dated your friends or family members. Gone. So now you're down to probably what like we'll just say half of them probably got babysat these people. So we'll say that counted with the baby thing. So we'll say now you're up to like 73% of women that you done kicked off the market basically or took off the damn table. Then you start running into like women who got ugly moms who age poorly, whose moms age poorly, gone. You got women who got fucked up friends who do stupid shit, gone. So now you're down to probably about like you'd probably done eliminated what anywhere between 85 to 90% of women on the table that was sitting in front of you. And it's like you keep on having the more standards you have, the more you start kicking women off the table.
Yeah, true. But I think a lot of women are lying about their number count, but also a lot of men. Like right now, I'm just being honest. I only had sex with 10, 11, or 12 women, and right now you maybe think, yeah, that is not much, but that is my actual number, you know.
But the
And
sad part about
I don't feel
I,
embarrassed about that.
I don't got no room to talk because I typically go lower than what my actual body count is. And like, because I don't want everybody in my business. So I typically go a lot lower than what my body count is. And it's simply how I roll because, like, mind your business. Now, if I'm dating you, I'll let you know. But if I'm not dating you, you just want to pry into my personal life, I'm not going to tell you, or I'll give you some lowball number, basically. And it's simply how I am. Like, I'm typically that mind your business nigga, basically. Basically, when it comes to me, like, if we're not friends and we not cool and we don't talk on a personal level, like a good example, like if you were to like send me a message in Discord, I would actually literally tell you what my body count literally is. But if you were to talk to me online, I'll lowball the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
And it's because I talk to you so much, it's like, oh, he's cool enough to tell the truth too, basically, or tell personal details too. And then there's other people. It's like, yeah, I can't trust you. I won't trust you as far as I can throw you, basically. So it's one of those
Yeah,
things.
but
There's it all depends on the people.
that is also what I've noticed about a lot of men. Like a lot of men, they feel embarrassed about the number, or like I am just being honest. I've been rejected by women a couple of times, and yeah, one time I had a date, she stood me up. But that
Mhm.
happens to a lot of men. But a
Oh,
lot
damn,
of men
women just
are
stood
too
up.
scared
Women
to
just stood
talk
up more
about
than
that.
men do. Women literally just stood up more than men do on dates. Let that just sink in.
Yeah,
So it's one of those things where it's like men. Well, I got stood up. Well, I've known a lot of women. I know a lot of men who actually stood up women on purpose because they had a better date basically, or they got a date with a chick that they liked more than that chick, so they stood them up, or they just got tired and they started playing Xbox and they forgot all about her. Like
yeah, and like I'm just telling you the truth because I am not embarrassed about it. And why? Because I know it was not my fault. And
yeah,
I also noticed that, and yeah, maybe that brings us to the next topic
because I
within the
already admitted to you
manosphere.
saying I
Like
stood up when I meant,
a lot of content creators are not 100% honest about their personal experiences. And a good example of that is like a couple of weeks ago, I watched a video, and that guy said something like, yeah, he talked about his experiences with women, and suddenly he said something like, yeah, I do not remember, she rejected me or I rejected her, I do not remember. And I was like, hey, you lying motherfucker, of course you remember. Because like, let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he really couldn't remember, and he did not and she did not rejected him, then he probably wouldn't even make that video in the first place.
Yeah, true story.
You know?
That part about that, a lot of men, the thing with men, men remember the shit like that for all intents and
Yeah,
purposes. A lot. Then you got the men on the one side of the coin that'll like literally remember that and stew on it, and then be trying to shoot up the place. You got those men. You got men that remember that, but so they can keep safe face, they'll simply say, "I can't remember that."
yeah,
Now, like, I would believe that man if that man was an alcoholic or was a drug addict. I would believe him in a heartbeat. Like, okay, yeah, you're an alcoholic. You probably blacked out. You probably can't remember. This that, and the other. Or you get high so much you probably can't remember. Cool. But if you're not in that level of if you're not in that drinking level of alcoholism or getting high, then it's like, come on now, dude. Let's keep it 100 now. Because I'll tell you in a heartbeat. Like I said, matter of fact, I said I was rejected by a woman when I actually met Mina twice.
okay,
So that's literally how I met Mina. If I didn't get stood up, I mean not rejected, I mean stood up on a date, I would never have met Mina. That's just facts. And that's one of those
yeah,
things where it's like divine intervention or whatever you want to call it, or wherever you want to call it. Basically, all the stars aligning to make this happen. Basically, however you want to talk about it, is basically one of those things where I always say, if I'd never would have got stood up, who's to say I would have never? Who's to say I would ever be in a relationship with that woman? It's basically the whole entire the concept that I use when it comes to coworkers. Your coworkers are your friends at work, but if you didn't meet those guys at work, would they still be your friends?
yeah, true. And you also made a video about that on your race relay. I
Yeah,
also commented on that video.
yeah,
Hey, Tico,
and it's true.
100% true, man.
Like that's true. Like if they weren't your friend, if they didn't have to talk to you at work or they weren't put in close quarters with you, would they be your friends outside work if you never met them at work? If the answer is no, then they're not worth your time, and you just going about your merry way and not even really associating with them. Because at one point you're probably going to say something that rubs that person the wrong way, and now you're going to be looking at the barrel of HR. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
true. Because like, just because of the fact that they are your coworkers, you just trying to make the best out of it.
Yeah. Like typically, I typically judge my coworkers based on would I actually be friendly with them outside work if we didn't meet at work. So typically, I'm very standoffish or I'm very like business like with certain coworkers that I don't really deem necessary to actually be friendly with, and I'm very standoffish or very very business like, and I only talk about work. Then there's coworkers that that are really really cool and like we hung out outside work, and I can actually see me like if I was to meet them outside work, we'd probably hang out type thing. And those ones I typically like are more friendly with. But typically, like if any other coworkers, if they don't fall into that category of friendly, I just treat them like basically coworkers. I don't treat them like friends. I don't treat them like they're less than. I basically just treat them like coworkers. Like I can't basically I treat them like a woman that's trying to get a promotion and take your job. Pence roll type shit. Basically, I basically treat those coworkers like the Pence roll.
Yeah, true, and that's the same with me. Like when I go to work, like I come there to do my job, and like even though my coworkers are purple pilled or blue pilled as fuck, like
Mhm.
I don't come there to be that red pill man to that knows everything. No, I come there to do my job, and whatever I do in my free time, whatever they do in their free time, at work we are co-workers, and together we have to do that job.
As a team, yeah, and you got to be a team player. So you never want to create dissension among the rates or you know a break in the chain basically to get your jobs done for all intents and purposes. Because then when people start disliking you, now you got problems at work, and now there's a problem at work. Now you're getting fired because everybody hates you now because you're talking that red pill knowledge. You can you
Yeah.
can teach, you can teach red pill knowledge without doing it blatantly and still get your point across without having to worry about ever being fired.
Yeah, and that is also the reason how my coworkers see me. Like I never said to one of my coworkers like, hey, you are married, you are a loser, you have children, you no.
Yeah, no, I never
Because
said that to my daughter
I
either.
would they see my lifestyle. I am single, I don't have children. I've been to this country, I've been to that country. I'm always happy. Like they see my like I don't have to explain them, they see it, you know?
Mhm. Yeah. And that's simply how it is. And like you'll get a lot of coworkers that are jealous because they're married and they can never travel to all these countries. Then
Yeah.
you got coworkers like me who are in a relationship and they're traveling to all the same countries you're traveling to. It's like Tico's doing it. Why can't y'all do it? Like, so it's one of those things where it's like now me and you are on the receiving end of some bullshit basically because we work together and we're traveling all over the place and people want to live vicariously through us. And like I've actually worked at places where my coworkers literally try to live vicariously through me and my children basically. So it's one of those things where like you got to worry about stuff like that. And you got to be over to cordon off a certain section of yourself so you won't be really talking about shit like this if it's not necessary. And typically I always say about women, like typically like I don't give dating advice unless you ask me that privately. Then I'll give you some dating advice that
Yeah.
best fits you. You're not going to like the dating advice, but I'm gonna tell you what you actually need when it comes to dating advice, and that's typically how it is. I'm not gonna tell you this unicorns and rainbow shit. I'm not gonna tell you that it's gonna be great. No, I'm not gonna tell you that. I'm gonna tell you based on what you told me, how I interpreted it. I'm gonna give you the best fitting things that fit your situation. I'm not gonna tell you that, well, if you just do this, this, and the other, and you buy these pills, and you buy these flowers, and you do this, and you make her some food, everything's gonna be great. No, because I know that's gonna be one of them things where it's gonna up her expectations of you.
Yeah,
So now you
true.
got to
And
live.
like
Now you got to keep on
same
upping
like
the
me,
ante
like
on what you go for.
when it comes to that red, like I would never bring it up unless they are actually asking me about it, you know?
Yeah, like I wouldn't even bring it up. I don't even bring it up at all. What I typically do is give them my best honest opinion or advice on their relationships and let them decide from there. I give them two options basically. You can continue this and this may happen, or you can discontinue with this and this could happen. That's basically what I tell them. I basically give them advice both ways. I play devil's advocate literally. Like if you do this, you continue this. This might get good. It may not get good. It might get worse. This might happen, or you can do this, and this might happen. This might happen, or this might happen, or this might happen. This might happen. This might happen. And I basically give them an option, and I let them decide. So I typically keep the red pills out of it. Well, the red pills are still there, but they don't know I'm actually being because there's some people I've noticed that are very blatant about the red pills. It's like yeah, after a while, people are going to start to catch on to you, and then there's going to be some problems. Whereas me, it's like I'm giving honest dating advice based on your situation. I'm not going to be that girlfriend that goes, "You should break up with him," or I'm not going to be that other person that goes, "Well, he seems like a nice guy. You should stay with him." Well, he's beating her ass, so obviously I got to give her some advice on, traversing getting her ass whooped. You know,
Yeah.
like so. It's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's like, well, what's your situation? I give you, I give you my opinion or advice based on what you said to me, tailored to your situation.
Yeah, true. And that also goes with producing content. Like
Mhm.
as long as you keep it real. And actually, I wanna ask your not to bash other guys, but from your opinion, like a lot of content creators and not all of them, not all of them, but the most of them, like I am man enough just to admit, like, okay, not every woman wants me. I've been rejected by women a couple of times. And when it comes to a lot of content creators, most of them they are claiming that they never been in trouble with women. I mean,
Or they never been in trouble with women, or they claim that they always get all the women, or they claim that they
yeah,
never been
I
rejected
think
by women.
that is not true. That's not
Yeah,
true,
no,
man.
trust me. Everybody's been rejected by a woman. Everybody's been
Yeah,
stood up by a
yeah.
woman. And that's the cold hard truth. And I typically don't really follow people who do that because they typically start doing a lot of double talk. And you notice that in a lot of things. Well, I've never been rejected by a woman, but there was this one woman. Like, wait, nigga, you said you never been rejected by a woman, but you said there's this one woman. Like, wait,
Yeah.
so they try to explain that away with something else totally different. It's like, are you trying to sell me some shit now? Like, best salesman ever? Much?
Yeah,
So it's one of those things.
exactly. And like another good example of that is like one time I was watching a video and that guy he was like, yeah, I don't want to be arrogant and yeah, I've never been in trouble with women, but I found MGTOW because I was looking for dating advice. So, okay, you never been in trouble with women, but you were
But
looking
you're
for
looking for
dating
dating
advice.
advice
And
now.
he says that in the same sentence. And I was like, I don't have to know you
Wait,
personally.
wait.
Right
Like
now, you are full of shit, man.
yeah, you are. Like you got you. That's one of those things where you hear that. If you were standing, you literally got to sit down and process that. You like I literally got to sit back down so I can process what the hell this dude just said. Like really, you came to MGTOW so you can learn dating advice. You do know MGTOW is not about dating. It's about men going their own way.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Like what? And it, like
Yeah.
there are guys literally out there, literally right now, that joined MGTOW because they couldn't get the women they want, or they were rejected by women so many times they decided to become MGTOW. And the sad part about it, there's a lot of them out there that literally do that and admit that, and under videos and under in comment sections and in like their own video half the time. It's like, oh no, unswallowed. Like I'll unsubscribe to somebody in a heartbeat that does that shit. Like real shit. Like if you're because I look at it like this. I'm a red pill content creator, and I make a video. I make videos for a lot of shit. All the
Yeah.
shit you may not always want to rap 100% with what I got to say, but it's something that you need to hear no matter what. Because there might be a time in your life where you're going to run into this problem. And you're going to be like, well, I'm glad Tico made that video. Now I know what I'm doing. Or there might be that time where you're like, well, I can't believe Tico did make that video and this and the other and this and the other. Then you got a friend over here that's suffering from it. You go, oh, fuck. I can use that Tico video to get my homie through this shit. And it's one of those things where like I don't just make videos for you. I make videos for people that you may know. I make videos for your children, your nephews, your nieces. Basically, how to be a good uncle, how to be a good aunt. I mean, how to be a good uncle, how to be a good, dad, how to be a good granddad. Basically shit like that for all intents and purposes. So I want you to be the best version of yourself, no matter what. And typically, I don't make videos to cater to people for the fact that it's not my job to cater to people or get people to want to always come back and watch me. I always got to give you the hard subjects that you don't want to talk about. So typically, I know this, like, not everybody's going to be happy with what I got to say. So I'm not going to try to please everybody on my channel for this reason, because I'm not going to please everybody for this reason. So why try? So I basically do everything. I do videos across the board for everybody from every walk of life, no matter where you are in your journey. Because I do know, because I typically say this in a video too, because I know there are some brothers that won't admit it out loud that they're in relationships. But here goes some advice for you. And it's the cold hard truth. I know this. I know of people in the manosphere who are legit in locked in relationships. And it's like, dude, you're in a whole ass relationship. You're having a baby, and you claim you're MGTOW.
Yeah.
Like, how's that work? How is that even a fucking thing? Like, so I generally, because I am a dick. So I'm one of them people. If you push it far enough and you fuck with me far enough, I will put you out there on Fun Street and I will put you on blast. Typically, I don't fuck with people if you're talking about everybody else. But the minute you start lying on me or fucking with me negatively or start fucking with me for no reason whatsoever, I'm going to respond to you eventually. It may not be today, it might not be tomorrow, it may
Yeah,
not
true.
be.
And like when you are watching a MGTOW or Red Pill, like I always listen what that person has to say. I mean, like, not every MGTOW video is a good video.
Oh yeah, no,
Not every red pill video is
it's a
like
good
I
video.
mean,
Yeah,
like, there is a difference between, yeah, actually red pill knowledge and just some common sense, because right
yeah.
now everything is red pill right now.
Well, the sad part about that, not everything is red pill. There's a lot of stuff that's more so common sense than red pill. And the sad part about that, sometimes you got
But
to
I
have a
mean,
lot of.
they make it under the name red pill. That
Oh
is my
yeah, yeah,
point.
they do. It's like it's common sense. Like you should know that. Like that's like basically taking book smarts, and giving away, getting rid of your street smarts for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
Common sense is always important because like typically common sense is what, like, not paying attention to their common sense or not paying attention to red flags is usually what get a lot of men in trouble a lot of times. Because like because I've been in the field for psychology so long, I can read people. Like I was saying this in Money AD stream the one time. I can literally look at a couple sitting in front of me and tell you how long they're going to be together. I can tell you who's going to actually initiate the divorce or breakup, and I can literally tell you how long they're going to be together. Because I remember I said this to a client that I had one. I said this to multiple clients where I said I literally got done talking to the couple as a couple, and there was something about the other person in a relationship that was hiding something, or just seemed like very dark, or some of the words that she was saying, or some of the ways that she was looking during some of the conversation, where had a certain look, or she had a certain facial expression, or she was not really interested in it, and she's on her cell phone, this, that, and the other. So like a lot of the times, I'll typically tell, like, session over, and I'll tell one of the people who's actually going to be on the receiving end of some shit, basically, I need to talk to you. Stay behind, basically. And
Yeah.
the other couple will look at me like, well, what's going on? I go, there's something that he needs to work on, that, it's not something that he or she need to work on, that's not important to you, basically. And it's like something that they need to work on personally, that they didn't quite address, and I need to drag it out of them for all intents and purposes. Oh, okay, and they go off on their merry way. Now I'm basically telling them what's actually going to happen in a relationship, how long it's going to last, and how bad it's going to be when it actually goes down. And it's one of those things where, like, a lot of the men are able to actually get a jump start and actually get the divorce rolling early, to the point where, like, they beat the woman to the divorce, or they got everything that they need on the woman, so they can actually have a better case against the woman when she takes them to court. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's almost like insider trading, but it's not insider trading because it's not stock. So it's one of those things where I can actually read on somebody their intent for the relationship and why they're actually in the relationship for. So it's typically one of those things that you have to worry about when it comes down to it.
Yeah, true. And like a couple of days ago, you did a podcast. Yeah, the reason why men call themselves MGTOW. Like for me personally, like MGTOW is my future and not a escape.
Yeah. And the sad part about that is many different men are in MGTOW for various different reasons. And this is basically that problem. This is basically the conundrum that I brought up with a lot of men in the manosphere who really don't need to be here or shouldn't be here for their own personal reasons. Because there's a lot of men here for their own personal reasons. I will say that in a heartbeat. However, nobody's willing to actually call it out. So therefore, business as usual. We'll just keep it moving. And that's simply how I am. Like, if you start getting real blatant with it or still getting very disrespectful with it, then I will call you out. And that's typically when you start saying I'm a monk, and you're not a monk, you're engaging in non-monk behaviors, but you're still trying to say you're a monk. I'll typically call that shit out in a heartbeat. But if you're like a regular MGTOW person, and it's like you're doing all this extracurricular activities that don't really jive with the whole entire thing, and it's one of those things where it's like, I'm gonna let you slide. I'm gonna let you slide and let you hang yourself up until, like, you start crossing paths with me and you start fucking with me negatively. Then I'm gonna put you on blast. Then, as long as you keep your junk over there and you don't bring my name into your mouth, I'll leave you alone. The minute you start bringing my name into your mouth, I'm gonna put you on blast, and that's typically how it works. So I don't have any personal vendetta against anybody. It's all about me at this point in time because you're attacking me. So there's no personal vendetta against you. I have no ill will against you. I'm gonna just basically always tell the truth. And the sad part about that, a lot of people have a problem with lying on me, knowing damn well I always tell the truth. Like, you're going to lie on the person who tells the truth the most and gets enjoyment out of telling the truth the most. You're going to lie on the person that can literally destroy you with the click of a mouse. You're going to lie on that person, like, who tells the truth all the damn time. Like, that's like trying to bring a fucking that's like trying to bring a knife to a fucking M1 Abrams tank fight, basically. Like, why would you do that? And the sad part about that, people don't realize that stuff. And then when I put out the videos, people like back off, like, okay, yeah, well, we're not gonna fuck with Tico no more, because obviously Tico know more about me than I thought Tico knows about me. And that's simply how this shit works. And the sad part about that, obviously Tico was actually planning this shit for some time before this actually rolled around. And it's simply how it works. Like, I got a strategy in my head, and I know how to take you down, and I can use one or two strategies. I can destroy you, or I can stagger you. The choice is yours.
Yeah, but to be real, I think to be really honest, I think the word MGTOW monk is bullshit, and I'm gonna explain to you why. Like when it comes to the women, like I haven't had sex for more than a year. I haven't dated more than a year. I haven't watched porn for almost 2 years. I do not have a sex doll, so I walked away from women. But like when it comes to that aspect, you can call me a monk. But
Yeah.
I like to drink a beer once in a while. I smoke cigarettes. So I see that as two blue pill aspects, two distractions. Like
Well, not
I don't
necessarily
think
because,
that like I don't have the monk mindset. I mean like
well, no, not necessarily
being
because,
a monk is more than just don't have sex. Like you
well,
gotta be
no,
have
because,
discipline. You gotta be
well, yeah, you do
mature
have to
or
have
good in
discipline, but
shape.
But the sad part about that, though, you also got to take into consideration this is MGTOW. This is men going their own way. So what you're actually missing out on that is because I talked about this with you before behind the scenes. Like the question is, are you drinking it because somebody else wants you to drink it? Or are you drinking it because you actually enjoy it?
Yeah, I enjoy it.
There you go. If basically it's basically like a hobby. Like a good example of that is if you dated a woman and you started drinking a fruity drink and you always drank a fruity drink since after you dated that woman, then you're not doing it for yourself. You're doing it for the memory of that woman. Like a good
Yeah.
example of that is I drink scotch. I like Johnny Walker Blue. I like Johnny Walker King James King George. I mean, so I'm
Okay.
going to drink what I like. If I like it, why do I have to give up on it? As long as I'm not overindulging in it, as long as I'm not going crazy with it, it's perfectly fine. As long as you do it in moderation. And it's one of those things. So you got to take that into consideration because typically, like you're thinking of it from like a religious standpoint, or you're thinking it from like a that standpoint. The sad part about that, you can be a monk and abstain from women and still be a monk as long as you engage in things that you want to do to better yourself. Like as long as you ain't like down in bottles of scotch or down in bottles of vodka daily, you're fine. The minute you start like drinking like cases and cases of beer, and you literally have to pick up 4 or 5 cases a day, that's a problem. And I do know a lot of people in the manosphere who actually literally have that problem. And it's like one of those, it's the difference between drinking a cup, a glass of whiskey every day, or or drinking like 4 cases of beer every day. You see what I'm saying? Like you're not literally putting away. You're basically enjoying your life. You're basically. It'd be like good example of that is the best way to think about it is you go to a restaurant. You normally get the chicken. Let's say you normally get the chicken. You normally stay mediocre that day. You normally go with the mid range stuff. Let's just say you're having a good day. You feel good about yourself. You feel really good about yourself. So you decide I'm gonna treat myself. I'm gonna get myself this steak, this shrimp, and that lobster dinner. Surf and turf, whatever you want to call it, whatever they call it at the restaurant. So now you're treating yourself to the finer things. That doesn't make you not a monk because you want to indulge yourself in the finer things. Who's to say you don't deserve that? Who's to say while you were dating this woman, you couldn't really enjoy that type of stuff because financially you were dating this woman and she drained you financially to the point where like you couldn't buy that motorcycle you wanted, you couldn't buy that scotch that you always wanted, and obviously you're not going to be buying Johnny Walker Blue if you're in a relationship with a woman because she's going to want her purse or her shoes over your Johnny Walker. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where like you got to take consideration too. What are you into? What do you like? Just don't overindulge in what you're into and what you like. So you still are a monk as long as you're not overdoing it. And we talked about this multiple times, and I understand where you're coming from because typically I come from a Vedic tradition, and I agree with you 100%. But at the end of the day, this is a different aspect of being a monk. This is a different aspect. You're basically foregoing women. You're not foregoing the whole entire like world. You're not foregoing what you like to do to you what you like to do for yourself basically because at the end of the day when you get break up with a woman it's all about how can you treat yourself, how can you make yourself the better version of yourself, how can you feel good about yourself. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
true.
it,
But based on the things that I am saying, do you consider me as a monk? Yes or no?
how long have you not had sex?
More than a year.
um you still got some time to go. All the rest of the stuff, yeah. But as long as you keep going for a while, typically I would say like you're normally I would say a person being a monk would like normally be about a minimum of like 5 years. I would say they
Okay.
start becoming monk. I would say you start entering in the beginning stages of being monk when you start hitting 2 3 years basically. 4 you're in a transition period. 5 you're actually a monk because I said this multiple times in my live stream. If I didn't take my black ass to Tijuana, I would be a monk. I
Yeah,
would be a MGTOW monk right now.
I totally get your point, but actually, what I think it's pretty easy to call yourself a monk when it comes to like I haven't had
Well,
sex
no,
with women for a couple of years, but I think even though you haven't had sex for a couple of years, if you are spending your time like the whole fucking day by playing video games and eating potato chips without developing yourself, I think then you are not a monk. Yeah,
yeah,
from my
but
opinion.
well, the sad part about that though is not all monks actually eat potato chips all day. Some of them actually go work out.
No, but
Some of them go to the
I'm just
gym.
giving you an example. I
I know what you
think
mean. I know what you mean.
being a monk, it is not only
Yeah, that's what I say.
not having sex. It
Yeah,
is
I know.
more
It's
than
about
that.
improving yourself. Yeah, it's about improving yourself as well. Yes, but the irony to it is though, you also got to because like I said, we got to look at monk differently. Because I come from a tradition where like if you're a monk, you basically are a monk, or you're a eunuch basically, or it's one of those things where it's like we got to look at monk from this worldly aspect. Basically, you're foregoing women to better yourself. If you're now, I will say this: if you're foregoing women to better yourself, and you're not bettering yourself, and you're just living in squalor, or you're not making any changes, you're not a monk in my eyes. Basically, I will say that in a heartbeat.
No, no,
However,
no.
if you're foregoing women and you're working on yourself and you're doing everything for yourself, like let's just say you couldn't buy that truck that you wanted when you were in a relationship because she didn't want you to have that truck because it was a stupid idea. Now, if you buy that truck for yourself when you're not in a relationship, you're a monk because you went your own way. You're doing what you need to do to better yourself, to make yourself feel better about yourself. Now, if you get out of that relationship and you never buy that truck, are you buying it because she told you it was stupid? Or you're not buying it because she told you it was stupid? Or you're not buying it because you can't afford it at this point in time? That's typically how it works. And the sad
Yeah,
part about that, and it's like if you're able to afford it and you really want it, I mean, because I look at it like this: buy all of what you buy everything you need and some of what you want. Never overindulge in what you want. Buy everything you need and purchase everything, all the goods that you actually need, and then purchase some of your wants after the fact. And not all your wants, some of your wants. Like a good example of that is if I was single, if I never made it to Tijuana and I never went and I never got put in the trunk and this whole entire thing happened to me, I would literally be a MGTOW monk right now. And what I mean by that is I would be buying myself my lovely scotch that I like drinking, and I would drink like probably a glass every other day or every once a week, basically. Oh, and I would buy the cigars that I really really want, and I would smoke those cigars basically once a week, once a month, twice a month, basically. So it's one of those things where it's like I'm still bettering myself, and I would still hit the gym. Hell, if I was a monk, I'd probably hit the gym even more than what I do now for all intents and purposes. Hell, like because I've been known to hit the gym 7 times a week. I would probably hit the gym twice a day, 3 times a day. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things on what's making you better. How can you make yourself better? I like reading, so I'm going to go read. I like playing video games sometimes, so I'm going to go play video games because video games sometimes relax me. Sometimes I need to go to the shooting range, fire off a couple rounds to make myself feel better. Hell, sometimes I got to travel to Great Britain and travel down to M4 or to M3 at a high rate of speed to feel better about myself. It is what it is. So it's one of those things where it's like, what makes you feel good and what makes you feel good and what makes you feel better. As long as it's not a vice or you're not overindulging in it, you're a monk or you're on your way to being a monk for all intents and purposes. If you're overindulging yourself in alcohol, then you probably should knock it off and you should probably start making changes to better yourself as a human being because at that point in time, you're not really a monk. You're just very destructive.
yeah, but
So
you also talk a lot about the Spanish manosphere, and you said a couple of times like, yeah, when it comes to the Spanish manosphere, like you are either a red pilled or a MGTOW monk.
yeah, that's simply how it works. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like the Spanish Manosphere had to earn out a couple things basically because a lot of people were trying to be go crazy with it. But typically, and the sad part about that, something that people don't know about the Spanish Manosphere too is unlike the English Manosphere, the red pill and the MGTOW actually get along.
Okay.
It's very uniformal down the middle. So like we all can always cross paths with each other and work with each other and never have to worry about bashing each other over the head on some bullshit basically because we work so closely with each other. We pretty much know what that person would say and wouldn't say. So if some troll was to come to our channel and say, well, uh, uh, um, MGTOW Morpheus said this about you, Tico, or what's his name? Infamous, something infamous is what it loosely translates to. Said something about you over here, MGTOW Morpheus. What you gonna do about it? We work with those people so much that we know what they'll say about us and to us all the damn time because we're it's basically like a brotherhood for all intents and purposes, and we basically keep each other checks and balances. Typically, how it works is the MGTOWs basically keep the MGTOWs in line, and they sometimes keep the red pillars in line. And the same thing goes for them. The MGTOWs rely on the red pillars to keep them in line and call them out on their bullshit whenever they do bullshit wrong, basically. So typically, it's a back and forth between keeping the checks and balances between both parties for all intents and purposes. But the sad part about that is one big party under an umbrella basically, and we're all family still. We don't like we don't even fight with each other over stupid shit. Like if we have a disagreement, we might not talk to each other for about a day or two, but we typically always end up back in a stream together and apologize to each other for being dicks to each other. It's simply how it works. So it's one of those things where that's where I really like the Spanish for this reason.
Yeah, but I'm also like there are a lot of guys within the manosphere. They claim like I walked away from women, but I just pump and dump. And to be honest, I have a problem with that statement.
Yeah, I do too. Because the sad part about
Because
that is
then you
because
did
like
not walk away from women.
yeah, because like I look at it the same way I look at the whole entire troll behavior. Um, because I look at it like this: when it comes to the plantation, if you're still engaging trolls, you never left the plantation. You're still on the
Yeah,
plantation, whether you
exactly.
like it or
Yes.
not. The same thing goes with women. Well, I just pump and dump, Tico. Well, you're still on the plantation
Yeah.
because you haven't quite mastered how to control your urges. Now, the sad part about that, I've actually mastered how to control my urges. Like, I'll be fine with not having sex for the rest of my fucking life. But unfortunately, I'm in a relationship, and that will probably not pan out too well. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, yeah,
it's one of the, like
yeah.
this is what I say. This is what I typically say about like if I never went to Tijuana, I would be a monk right now because I'm literally okay with not having sex with anybody for the rest of my life. I'm literally okay with raising my two daughters. I would literally be okay with just raising my two daughters to be upstanding citizens of this society for all intents and purposes and being happy for the rest of my life single. However, like I said, I went to Tijuana. Now I got more kids added to me now, and now I'm actually in a freaking relationship. So it's one of those things where like you gotta weigh the pros and cons. You gotta weigh the balance though. And the sad part about that, despite the fact I'm in a relationship, I'm more savage in a relationship than I am on TV on online for all intents and purposes. Like, and she pretty much knows me. And she knows my because I always say this because like people always say, well, Tico, well, how do we know you're not this? Well, because she literally calls me a dick and she says I'm a monster basically, and my children will call me a monster sometimes. And it's simply not that's not the fact because I'm dangerous and and I hit them. No, it's the fact that I'm typically one of them people who are emotionally unavailable. Is the best way I could put it. I'm very emotionally unavailable when it comes to relationships and shit like that, and I typically have to learn how to turn on emotions so I can actually understand where my children are coming from sometimes because I'm typically a dick and I'm typically a tiger parent and I really don't want to hear your complaints. All I want to hear is basically it's what I say in my videos. I don't really give a damn what your complaints are. All I want to hear is you got this and you're going to do this. And it's pretty much my whole entire demeanor when it comes to my children. So I treat people in the manosphere the same way as I treat my children. I don't want to hear your fucking excuses. I want to hear you got this and you're going to improve yourself. That's all I want to hear. I don't want to hear that the sun was in your eye. I don't want to hear that, you were in a car accident. I don't want to hear none of this other stuff. All I want to hear is you got this. You're going to improve upon yourself. And that's typically how I treat my children. And that's typically how I treat people in my family and friends, basically. So I hold them all to a high standards. So it's one of those things where it's like, you always got to be on your toes with me because you never know what you're going to get with me. You might get a nice Tico. You might get an asshole Tico. You might get a tyrant Tico. So it's one of those things where, like, depending on how you're treading with me, you'll be fine. If you start poking a bear, then you can't be shocked when a bear swipes you and take off half your body.
Yeah, true. And if that bear is suddenly waking up, he just put out his claw and yeah, you will lose your face.
Yeah, and it's one of those things with me. It's like I'm the nicest person you'll ever meet, or I could be your worst nightmare. Like,
Yeah.
so it's like one of those things where it's like that's my two extremes. I could be the nicest person you ever meet, or I could be the coolest person you ever meet, or I could be your worst nightmare. It's one of those things where it's like, how it's ever, it's, and I've always played it like, look, it's ever how you, anybody that approaches me, it's ever however you want to play this. Basically, it's your hand. I put the ball in your court. I could be the coolest person you ever meet and the coolest person you ever hang with, or I could be your worst nightmare. Like you pick. I'm not going to pick for you. I'll let you pick for yourself. So
Yeah,
it's one of
true.
those
And
things where it's like,
you also gotta realize, like, at the end of the day, like, create your like you and me, we are cool, Tico. But I'm just giving you an example. Like,
mhm.
let's say tomorrow I get beef with the whole fucking manosphere. Like, even though we are cool, I cannot expect from you like, hey, yo, Tico, you got my back.
Yeah, and the sad part about that is what a lot of people don't know about me is I'm a very neutral person in the manosphere. So I'm not going to take sides unless shit hits the fan. if I think somebody's being blatant, like over, like disrespectful and just lying and like just going running out the side of their mouth, then I'll take a side basically. But typically, I tend to keep to myself. It doesn't matter. Like a good example of that is when the whole entire MGTOW dictionary and Hammerhand thing was going on. I
Yeah,
stayed out of it. We had rules for my live stream. He broke the rules for my live stream. Therefore, this is why this happened. And basically, I had
yeah,
rules. And the sad part about that, I didn't make up the rules. I had my 6 year old come up with these rules. These rules were merely respect everybody on the panel. Don't talk about somebody if they're not here to defend themselves. And there's a third rule basically before we had to make a fourth rule because he went far as to actually talk shit on Hammerhand's children. So my son had to come up with a fourth rule, which was don't talk about other people's children. Like, why is there a 6 year old can follow this, but a grown ass man can't follow this? And it's simply what it is. As long as you respect the rules and my boundaries on my live streams, I don't give a damn what you got to do. I don't care what you got to say about it. It's like we can have as much fun. You don't have to always disrespect somebody, always bash somebody, basically, because that's not my cup of tea. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to teach men and to unify the manosphere as a whole. I'm not here to start petty squabbles for no fucking reason. And the sad part about that, I stayed neutral with that whole entire thing up until he lied on me and drug my name into the mix. And then those videos were made. And the sad part about that, they go, well, Tico, why'd you make that many videos? I paid my son to make those videos because he's 6 and he's petty like that. And he got no problem making videos like that. And that's typically how it works. So those videos are actually made by my son. Therefore, if you feel salty, you might want to take it up with my 6 year old, soon to be 7. So it's one of those things
yeah.
where any
True.
videos like that are made.
When you go back to my live stream, like I talked a lot of shit about other people, but I am doing that on my own channel. Like
Yeah.
when I'm on your channel, like I will never use your channel or your live stream to shit on
Talk
other
shit.
people. And why?
Yeah. And
Because
that's
Tico, like that is not fair against you. Because
now like it's basically like
you
you're in my
trust me.
house.
Like
Yeah.
Tico,
Like I trust
you
you.
trust me.
Yeah.
You let me into your house, so I would never use you to get back at somebody else because I got
And
my
that's
own channel, you know?
and the sad part about that is that's the problem that I have with a lot of content creators when I come into contact with them. You're using my house to disrespect other people's house.
Yeah, yeah,
Don't do that on my channel. You're being very disrespectful, my pimpin'. Like, don't ever do that shit on my channel. Like, keep your beef on your channel. Keep your beef to yourself, basically. Because that's typically how I run my channel. Like, I don't give a fuck what your beef is. Don't drag me into your beef. Don't be sitting up here. Because it's simply what I say in a lot of my videos when I say, well, if you do this, that, and the other, do this. And then I'll mainly say, look, don't be sitting up here. I'm going to stop you now because don't be out here talking about, well, Tico Trent said this, that, and the other, and I should do this. No, fuck you. I said, do it at your own free will or do it on your own channel, basically. I ain't say do it on my channel because typically I like to keep myself out of other people's business. I don't really care
yeah,
about being in other people's business, nor do I feel like being in a trolling match, nor do I feel like being in some hot mess that is you in a troll or some hot mess that is you and another person in the manosphere. I don't care about that shit. That's not what I care. That's not what I'm here for. I'm from the Spanish manosphere. I run my channel like I'm still in the Spanish manosphere. So you're going to respect everybody and suck it up, whether you like it or not. So respect my rules and I'll respect you. You disrespect my rules, I'll disrespect you. It's that simple. People don't seem to get this concept because they live in a first world country and they believe that they should have everything handed to them and everybody should be on their side because they feel special. No, that's not how this
yeah,
works. I'm from the Spanish manosphere. I will bitch smack you if you disrespect my channel. It's that simple. Like I've been on many channels where you're not allowed to swear. So I go on that channel and I typically don't swear on that channel. I go on many channels where like you're not allowed to use the N word or I'm not allowed to say other things, and I go on those channels and I do that. And it's one of those things where it's like people got to start having the respect for other people to do stuff like this because it's like they don't have any. It's like, well, I'm cool because I can do this. No, you also got to still be respectful to that channel. There's simply a lot of people. There's a reason why I have many different shows and live streams on my channel for various different things where I invite certain people on those panels and I
yeah.
don't invite certain people on the panels because certain live streams are for certain things. And so you need to be very tactful for certain live streams.
Yeah, but
You need to be very
that is
respectful for certain live
that
streams.
is what I think it's cool about you, Tico, because like you're always doing that open panels and what you call a Friday night blaze. Like you give
Mm-hmm.
everybody a chance to speak, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then like if somebody's running off at the mouth too long, I'll merely stop them and say, "Hang on, Billy the Goat, what you got to say?" or I'll stop. Like, okay, okay, you're fine. Just Black Pill Radio, what you got to say? And it's basically I'll start stopping people when they start running on a little too long, so we can get everybody in the panel to participate in this topic, so we won't actually run on to another topic and this person never got the answer. Because I would like to hear everybody's opinion on a topic. And like very few
Yeah,
times it's like, no, go ahead.
yeah, but that is how I see that camaraderie. Like right now you are on my channel. I've been on your channel a couple of
Mhm.
times, and like I am like, we give each other our time, so also respect each other's time.
Yeah, because like I have this thing about me. Look, I don't give a damn if y'all hate each other and you're on a panel together. Respect each other while you're on this fucking panel.
Yeah, on
It's
your
that simple.
panel.
Like I've had people on the panel. Like I had people on the panel that was literally at the levels of Crips and Bloods levels of like beefing on my panels. So it's one of those things. Was like I don't give a damn what y'all got going on. Y'all gonna respect my panel. And like those two people were respectful enough to respect my panel and not go at each other's throats. So if they can do it, you should be able to do it. Hell, I've had like literal cartel members, like little cartel members at my house who hated each other's guts that actually played cordial so we can actually get through this. Like,
Yeah,
you're from this cartel, you're from this cartel. I'm gonna need y'all to keep that at the door. Y'all can shoot each other when y'all get out my gates or get out my door, but don't be shooting each other in my house or disrespect each other in my
yeah,
house. You respect my rules in my house, basically. I don't give a damn
yeah,
if your dad is the king killer of this person. I don't care if your dad is the mayor of this person. Like if you called him the mayor of Killsville, basically, it don't matter. Respect my house. I don't
yeah,
care. I don't care who your father is. I don't care if he's the president, the pope, the bishop, the head of Silanoa. I don't care who he is. Respect my house, and
yeah.
I'll respect you. That's simply how
Hey,
it
can
feels. So
can
like,
can you hold on for 1 minute?
go ahead.
I gotta piss again, man.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm back, man.
Yeah, and so
But
it's like
actually, my
basic.
yeah, my thing is like, I'm also the type of guy like if I know you and we are cool, then yeah, like I can take more shit from you than if I didn't know you.
Yeah, and it's basically all I really want. I want everybody to respect my channel, and that's it. Like, if I tell you no bashing somebody on my channel, you can't go off and run off and then try to lie on me and say, well, he did this and that and the other. No, nigga, you're lying now. You're lying on a person, the only person in the manosphere that probably tells the truth 100% of the time, and then on top of that, gets enjoyment out of telling the truth 100% of the time. You can't do that. That's not how this works. And the sad part about that is a lot of people have tried to overstep their boundaries doing that with me, and they found out very quickly, like, dude, I will put you all the way on blast. There's stuff that I know about you that you don't even think I know about you.
Yeah,
So it's like I'm a very respectful person. As long as you respect me, I'll respect you. The minute you start disrespecting me, I'll disrespect you. So it's one of those
yeah,
things where it's like if you're doing something that is disrespecting my my SOPs on my channel, I can't have you around, and I will scream at you and I will kick you off the stream. It's that simple. So it's one of those things where it's like you can't sit up here and tell me how to run my channel or try to do shit on my channel that you would do on your channel or you wouldn't do on your channel. Because I notice there's a lot of people that'll come on my channel just to talk shit, then go back to their channel and act like they ain't got shit going on their channel. Like, Now you want to make me come over there and literally drag you all over your fucking channel for doing stupid shit on my channel now.
Yeah,
And it's simply how
exactly,
it
man.
works.
That is what I call, yeah, bitch behavior.
That is bitch. That's like very bitch behavior. And the sad part about that, I have no problem with calling you out on that one. You because the sad part about that, a lot of people, well, I understand why Tico's attacking me. Then people remember back to the one stream, they go, I understand why that nigga's attacking you. You deserve that shit, you dumb fuck. And that's pretty much how it really is. It's like you can't act shocked that I'm attacking you because it's not out of nowhere. It's very much warranted. I don't attack somebody for no reason. There's always a line of reasoning about why I'm attacking somebody or why I'm going on somebody. It's that simple. So you can't sit up here and say, "Well, I understand why Tico's doing this. I'm an innocent party." No, you're not an innocent party. Don't try to play that game with me because I will destroy you.
Yeah,
And it's
true. And
like,
I want to touch upon that. And like, this is also actually my advice to every other content creator. Like, do not be scared of other content creators, and also do not be scared of your own audience.
yeah, don't. Because the sad part about that, I found that there's a lot of content creators that avoid me because they think I'm sadistic.
Okay?
There's a lot of content creators that avoid me for in a heartbeat because they think I'm a very sadistic person. And
You are sadistic, but I like
well,
it.
yeah, and the sad part about that, I'm a controlled sadistic though. I'm a very refined and controlled sadistic. And the sad part about that is it's not so often where I can actually not have to be sadistic on somebody else's channel and be like very level headed. And it's like it's actually pretty fun to do that. And the sad part about that is like I'm just as human as you are. I put my pant leg on pant leg at a time. I'm not going to treat somebody better than another person because they put their pant leg on one pant leg at a time. So if a person has more subs than me, they get treated the same.
Yeah, too, but I'm also like, like right now you are on my channel, so I just like I don't have to, like, even if you would destroy me on my own channel and on my own live stream, then I'm still cool with it. I mean, like,
Yeah,
I invite you, so you are welcome. I mean,
yeah,
like 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 right now you are on my channel, so say whatever you want.
yeah. And the sad part about that, not all channels are like that, where you can say whatever you want, and like you merely got to follow the rules. And it's like just because I'm Tico Trent and I'm very savage and I'm a sadistic bastard, that don't mean I can run on somebody else's channel and do the same thing I would normally do on my channel if they're trying to actually get their channel to be of a certain image. I typically follow the image of their channel. And if they tell me I can't swear, I won't swear. Or if they tell me I can swear, but I can only use these words, I'll use these words. If they tell me I can't use the N word, I won't use the N word. And it's pretty much how I've always been. Like I respect other people's channels. And the sad part about that, I only respect people who are willing to respect my channel in the same token. So if you're not willing, if you're going to be disrespectful for my channel, like I'll work with anybody. I'll literally work with anybody. I ain't got a problem working with a woman on my channel. I ain't got a problem with doing a podcast with anybody on my channel for that matter. Like, because I'm a very open, honest
Yeah,
person.
to be
If
to
you
be
can
real,
argue a point,
I like I even got a fucking white supremacist that subscribed to my channel,
oh yeah, I
and
got a couple of those too.
I am definitely not
I
proud
got a
of
few
that,
of those.
but
I got a few
I
of
am
those on
not
my
proud
channel
of
that's
that.
up to
But
me.
it
Like
is
I
what
don't.
it is, man.
My favorite comment, I shit you not, it was funny, and YouTube eventually caught it and like blocked it, and I can't get it out of jail. Was this one white guy? I shit you not. He goes, I don't like niggers, but you nigger, I like you. I'm going to sub to you.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Like thanks, like thanks, like So it's one of those things. I'm accepting of anybody and everybody, and it's like I don't have no problem with anybody. If you want to sub to me, you can sub to me. If you want to
Yeah,
bitch about
yeah,
me, you can bitch about
I
me. It's
get
like
your point. That would be the same like a KKK member that says hello to you or something.
like a good example. I always talk about the time when I actually went to go see David Duke. Now, if anybody knows anything about David Duke used to be the Grand Wizard of the KKK. Actually went to a book signing of his and a meet and greet with his. And the sad part about that is, believe it or not, I actually paid extra money for the VIP so I can actually pick his brain for about an hour or two, basically. So not only did I buy his book and get him to sign it, I got to pick his brain for an hour or two, basically. So, and people like think automatically off the bat, like, Tika, you did what? Yeah, I did. And the sad part about that, I like to understand people. I like to understand where people are coming from. I like to understand their motives. And with me, it's like, I don't care if you're racist. I like to know you're racist for the right reasons. If you're going to be racist,
Yeah,
like what I mean by that is, if you're racist, I don't want to hear you're racist because your family raised you as racist. I like to hear that, like if you have some type of conviction and you really believe in it, and you back it 100%, and it sounds like it's coming straight from you, and it's not coming from somebody who taught you this shit, I back you 100% on what your convictions is. You can be like, Tico, I hate niggers because this, that, and the other, and they did this, and in my neighborhood they do all this, and they act stupid over here, and they do all this shit. So I hate niggers. I was like, that's all you? Stamp of approval. May not agree, stamp of approval. Or you could say like I'm a Satanist and I like to worship cows and pigs and all this other stuff and virgins and all this stuff. And as long as you actually believe in it and you could get me to follow, you could get me to like believe in what your vision or your views on it, you're good in my book. The minute you start lying and saying, well, I'm this because my father and this, that, and the other, and you never really stepped outside the bubble to figure it out yourself, then I'm always like, shrug you off to the side. But if you literally believe in this and it's literally your conviction in this, I ain't got no problem with like saying, okay, you're cool in my book. Like I may not agree, but you're cool in my book. Like, and it's basically how I've always been. Like, it don't matter what you did. The question is the motives behind why you did it. If it's because you decided that you wanted to do it yourself personally, and you have convictions and you believe that this about this group of people, I'm perfectly fine with it. Do your thing. But if you're like doing it because peer pressure, then I'm probably gonna bitch back you.
Yeah, true, man, and that is also a problem with a lot of people. Like always judge on your own experiences and
Yeah.
not from somebody else. And that is also to be yeah, I don't want to talk shit about the manosphere, but I'm just gonna do it anyway.
Hey, go ahead. It's your
Like
channel.
I
I'm
like
just a passenger.
I almost never like no, but I almost never post a video. But if I post a video once in a while, or I'm doing a live stream, that is also based on my own personal experiences.
Yeah.
Like I think making a response video or a roasting video about some feminist or this or that, yeah, for me, I don't see the message into that. For me, it is just yeah, some feeding at a negative way.
Yeah. And the thing I don't like, I don't have a problem with a response video if it's very educational and it's full of information and you're doing it properly. Like if you're just doing it, you're bringing up the same talking points, then typically I tend to not watch those response videos. But if you're doing it and you're elaborating on those topics and you're starting to bust out those topics robustly and like so those topics literally have some meat in it, I'll listen to that one. But if you're sitting there talking about, well, this is not why we do this, we're just men going our own way, and you move right along, like, nigga, what? You could elaborate on that much better. Like it's like it's one thing to deny something and be like, no, we're this. Like, okay, elaborate, please. And I typically follow content creators that can do that. Like, I don't like content creators that'll be sitting up like, well, this and the other, and that's false. But we're gonna continue. Like, no, that's not how you do it. Like, if you're gonna do it right and do it properly. Because I've done response videos on my channel on people who've like the rest of the manosphere has literally done videos on, and they've been flagged, they've been struck down, they've been all this stuff. And the difference between my video and your video is I'm coming from my honest opinion. I'm not coming from my manosphere opinion. I'm coming from my honest psychological opinion. Like I've done videos on Pokemon. Not have yet to get a strike. Matter of fact, I've gotten more likes on that video than dislikes. I've done a video on Sweet Anita on my other channel. Nobody disliked it. Everybody approved of my message. I wasn't attacking Sweet Anita. I was basically telling her what she could do with herself and all the people on her stream could do to actually better herself so they can get themselves out of that situation. I wasn't attacking her. I wasn't calling her stupid. I wasn't calling her out of her name. I wasn't saying she was a stupid female. I was saying all that stuff. I was basically saying from my point of view as a dad and my point of view as a father and a psychologist and how it actually looks to the cops. This is how this looks to the cops. Therefore, they're not going to take it serious. And that's literally how I actually approach a lot of response videos. I don't reproach them like, oh, she's stupid, she's twerking, she's stupid. No, I actually bring my own personal experience. Like if it's a woman, I bring it from my own personal experience as a father and a brother and a son and a grandson and a nephew. So I'm going to bring it from those perspectives. So like I don't bring in my like women this women that. No, I'm going to come from my perspective on the whole entire thing. Then I'm also going to bring a psychological perspective on it also as well. So this is typically why I can get away with doing the response videos I do, and other people always get strikes and flags on their videos.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I want to say two things about it. Like, first of all, like, if you make a response video or a roasting video once in a while, there's nothing wrong with that. But
Yeah.
there are certain type of MGTOW and Red Pill channels. They are
Who?
only about
Yeah.
roasting and response, and I am not cool with that. And the second thing is like, it doesn't matter about what kind of subject you talk about, as long as you speak about your own experiences. Like, there is a difference between like facts and your opinion,
Or
you
your
know?
emotions. Your
Yeah,
facts, your opinions, and your emotions. Basically, there's a difference because like a lot of people come with their emotions, and a lot of people come with their opinions, but they don't come with their no facts. Like I said in that Sweden Knitted video, I said it multiple times. Like if this is the way you basically took it, and basically the way you described it to the police officers, how they're going to interpret it is it's not a big deal. You obviously have no skin in the game on this one, so why take this seriously? And the sad part about that is true. Like a good example of that, if you were to go to your supervisor or go to people and say in a jokey manner that, there's a guy outside with a gun that's about to shoot up the place, they'll probably laugh at you. But if you go in seriously and say there's a guy outside with a gun that's going to shoot up the place, everybody will start ducking and hiding, basically. You see what I'm saying? You can't
yeah,
joke, you can't like downplay something that's very serious in your life and expect everybody to take it seriously. That's not how this works. Like if the person sees you as not taking this as seriously, they're in turn not gonna want to take it as serious as you want them to take it as and personally. Because the sad part about that is you can't downplay you having a because the sad part about the way she was talking about her stalker was, oh, he was knocking on the door so long, I started feeling bad because I was worried about his knuckles starting to bleed. He's a stalker.
yeah,
You have no sympathy for a stalker. Like, no, you can't do that. Like, it's that type of stuff when it comes to like people when they start bringing emotions into it. Like, no, fuck those emotions. You're in danger. Fuck his knuckles. Your life is on the line. Like, think about this. And the sad part about that is like they downplay all this, every single interaction with their stalkers to the point where like they make it, well, it's not that serious, or they joke about it, or they laugh about it and shit like that, like it's a joke and shit like that. And it's like if you're doing that and you probably went to the police officers to report it, they're not going to take it as serious as you want them to take it for the fact that you're making it out to be a joke, or you're making it out to be something simple, or making it out to be like, it's a prank or something like that. It's like you can't do that. You got to be serious about your situations for people to take it serious for you. Like,
yeah, 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 true. Like, and like, you also gotta understand, like, even though people maybe do not know you and cannot read your mind, just because the way how you saying things, like people are always smarter than you maybe think. And
yeah,
the things that you are saying, like, maybe you forget that, but people always remember that. And I'm just giving you an example. Like, right now, I can say to you, hey Tico, yesterday I won about $1,000 with a slot machine.
okay,
And maybe then you would say to me, yeah, yeah, Garuda, yeah, nice for you, man. But I am telling you a lie. About 10 or 20 or 30 years, I probably already forgot that. And
mm-hmm.
about 10 or 20 or 30 years, we meet each other again, and you ask me, hey, yo, Garuda, remember when you told me about that $1,000 that you won at a slot machine? What did you did with that $1,000? And I would say to you, yo, Tico, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, I cannot remember. Why cannot remember? Why? Because it wasn't true, you
yeah,
know? And like, even though it maybe take 10 or 20 or 30 years, then you realize, yo, Garuda, you have lied to me, you know?
yeah,
And right, I am giving you, yeah, just a stupid example.
yeah,
Always remember what you say to people, because other people will remember that more than you.
yeah, definitely. Because the sad part about that, I always say, like, look, I might be a criminal, but I'm an honest criminal. Like, I
Yeah,
might do some unsavory things. I might do some things that you don't agree with on a legal level, but at the end of the day, I get the job done, and I'm very
yeah.
honest about it. And it's pretty much all it really is. It's one of those things. So it's like I'm not always going to say I'm an upstanding citizen of the law when in fact I'm not always an upstanding citizen of the law. There are times when will bend the law to basically get what I want or what I need. Basically, it is what it is. But I'll never be dishonest about it. Like I'll never do it like I'll never frame somebody for doing it. I would literally go about the many ways to pull strings so I could cut through all the bureaucracy to get to what I want. Basically, I'm not going to lie on somebody. I'm not going to bend the rules. I'm not going to plant evidence. I'm not going to frame somebody. But I will get the truth, and no matter how I get it, it's going to happen. Basically, and it's one of those things where it's like people don't seem to understand it. I mean, they go, "Well, Tico's this." Well, yeah, duh. I told you that in the beginning, you dumb fuck. Like, did you not see this? Did you not hear this when I said this in the beginning? Like, because I've always said I'm not the most. I'm not the most savory character. I'm not always going to be the most, you know, law-abiding citizen for all intents and purposes. There are times where I'm going to, take some back channels to get whatever I want. Basically, it is what it is, and that's typically one of the things that people don't seem to understand about me or get about me. And it's like then when stuff starts unfolding in a manner where it's like, oh, now I see what Tika was talking about.
Yeah.
Like he said, even though he did something, we thought he did something wrong. It actually was right. It ended up being right, and we may not have liked him for it, but he was right. And it's like I would never lie to you about me being a criminal. Like if I'm going to do some criminal shit, you're going to find out about it in my stream. And then when it all unfolds later on down the line, you're really going to find out about it down the line, basically. So it's one of those things where it's like I've had beef with a lot of people, and I've had to pull criminal records. I've had to pull sealed criminal records. I've had to pull like I would literally go that far. I would pull sealed criminal records. I would pull criminal records from when you was 5. I would pull a criminal record from you stealing candy in another country for all I care. Like to get my point across. So it's one of those things where it's like if you're going to try to badmouth me, just know I have avenues in which I can do to get this stuff, and you're not going to like it for all intents and purposes. Because if I don't like you, and there's a reason why I don't like you, I'm going to find out about you, and then I'm going to make a video about it. So it's one of those things. It's like people don't seem to understand it or get that. Then they go, "Well, yeah, Tika was right. Like, I'm sorry about that, Tika. I'm sorry if I doubted you and all this stuff. But at the time, I didn't know what was going on. Like, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I might be a dick. I might do stuff illegally, but I'm never going to lie about what I do. Like, I literally talk casually about murder in my streams. Like, so do you think I really? What do you think I really think about criminals in my streams for all intents and purposes? If I talk casually about committing a crime in my stream, like I talk casually about committing crime in my stream, like people talk about like drinking lemonade on a Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Like so, like literally, literally what it is. Like that's really how I make it sound. Like, okay, Tico, you done made that. You done got very dark, but you don't brush it off like you just didn't say what you just said. Like, yeah, that's dead. Moving right along, and it's basically how I am. Like I literally do it like I'm drinking, like we're all drinking lemonade on a Sunday afternoon in the sunlight with our hats on, basically. Like that's literally how I feel about crime. So it's one of those things. And as long as I'm honest about it and I stay on up and up about it and I'm not trying to frame nobody, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Yeah, true. And like what I said, always be careful with what you're saying because like I think you only can get exposed if you already
Yeah,
exposed yourself.
yourself. Yeah, if you're gonna lie, just at least keep your story straight. This is typically why I don't lie because I don't feel like having to come up with a story to reinforce that story. This is typically why I also don't cheat either, because now I got to come up with a lie to where the hell I was, and now I don't got to tell her this lie. Now I got to remember that lie, and if I forget, now I got to come up with another lie after I remember to reinforce that lie to make it sound even better, and then I got to come up with another lie down the road to reinforce that lie. It's like that's just too many fucking lies. Like I don't feel like cheating after a while. After a while thinking about it, like you know what, nigga, that's not even worth it. Like it's just not worth it. Like because I'm more willing to break up with a woman than have sex after I break up with the woman than I am to actually cheat on a woman, basically. Because I'm not finna cheat on a woman because I like to actually know that that relationship's over and I'm moving right along. That way you can't paint me in a bad light and say I cheated on you when in fact I've never actually once cheated on a woman. I basically broke up with you and we moved right along. That's really how it
Yeah, like
works.
yeah, and like yeah, you know what it is, Tico? Like everything that I do, I have a reason for it, and I
Mm-hmm.
also can explain you why. Like when I like I consider myself as a yeah, what should I say? A alternative and also a polarizing figure within the MGTOW community,
Mm-hmm.
if you agree with me or not. And like
Mm-hmm.
a good example of that is like that live stream what I did with MGTOW Exposed.
Yeah.
And like I have been 100% honest to the whole mainstream. Like I
Hmm.
reached out to him. I
Hmm.
explained to you guys why I reached out to him. And I would never talk shit about my brothers, and I would never turn my back on this community. But I think like I can go to his channel like fuck you this or fuck you that, but that only make it more worse than it
Yeah,
already is. Like
true.
I think just having a good conversation also with somebody that is not the same like you,
Hmm.
that is how we solve problems and make this a better world. And
Yeah,
whatever
definitely.
you think about me, I really care about this community. And like also when it comes to my video about sex dolls, yeah, I am saying you to this like a brother, and like me myself, I drink about 10 or 12 beers every week. If you would say to me like, Garuda, yeah, quit drinking beer, like even though I do not like it, you say it to me, so I assume that you actually care about me.
Yeah,
And for me, that is that brotherhood. And to be honest, that is what I actually miss for about 80% when it comes to, yeah, the MGTOW community on the internet, if I
yeah,
must be honest.
yeah. Because the sad part about that on the Spanish side, there's a brotherhood. There's a camaraderie. There's a brotherhood. There's accountability. Everybody pretty much, you know, is very respectful, very tactful, and follows the rules of different people's channel. Like nobody's like this is the funny thing I've always found funny about the English speaking master is like when you come to the English speaking master, it's some of the most ridiculous, most disarray, most alley cart slash disrespectful people under the sun. Like people will stop talking to you because you had somebody else on your show
Yeah,
that they don't like. Well, I can't talk to you because I'm unsubbing from you because you had this person on your show. Like seriously, nigga, seriously, you're unsubbing to me because I had somebody on my panel. Really? And the sad part about that, it always ends up being the people who complain the most about other people that you come to find out are less MGTOW than the person that you had on your channel. Like, and simply what I talk about, like, look, that's why I made that one "Why are you MGTOW" video. Because the sad part
yeah,
about that, I had to go about it in an tactful way to call out people because I couldn't just be your regular Tico trend and like just start bashing people left and right with names and putting names out there and stuff like that. So I had to be tactful. So I basically went around it in a psychological manner, like, why are you MGTOW? If you're MGTOW because you want MGTOW groupies, you're in it for the wrong reason. If you're a MGTOW because you want MGTOW money, you're in it for the wrong reason. If you're MGTOW because you couldn't find a date or nobody wanted to date you, you're in it for the wrong reasons. If you're MGTOW because you couldn't get the girl you wanted, you're in it for the wrong reasons. You see what I'm saying? If you're MGTOW because you wanted to be over to holler and rub shoulders with the MGTOW, with the red pill lady content creators, you're in it for the wrong reasons because we typically don't trust them anyway. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's one of those things where it's like, why are you really here?
yeah,
If you're not
true. But
here for
like
the
like I always say like that, like there is a difference between, let's say, the MGTOW community on the internet
mm,
and individual men in real life.
life, yeah,
Do you agree with me on or not?
because at the end of the day, I agree with you 100% because like what's that one famous saying? A person is smart, but people are dumb. And that's simply why I agree with that whole entire statement. There's a difference between the online community and people individually. Because the sad part about that is, I'm happy that I got the subs that I got. There may not be very many, but I'm happy that I got the subs that I got because they don't go over there and try to jump on somebody on another channel. It's like, dude, no, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to make y'all a gang and make y'all some weapons to go attack other people. I'm here for y'all to hear a message. That's it. Like
Yeah,
I don't need the Tico Train gang force subs basically. Like I basically want you to learn a lesson and basically go on and like go watch other content creators. I don't care who you listen to. The question is, did you get the message while you were listening? That's all I care about. So it's one of
yeah,
those things where it's like I'm happy I got the base that I got for my subs for the fact that it may not be many, but I can rely on them not going off and doing stupid shit for all intents and purposes, like going over there and like bashing a woman or cussing some woman out. Because I swear to God, if I ever seen one of my subs on another channel going in on somebody for no reason, all because somebody else says, well, this person's a fake and this person's that and this person's that, and we have no proof, or doing it because she's a woman, you're making us look bad at that point. You're really, and the sad part about that, I'm not even MGTOW, I'm red pill. You're making it
Yeah.
look bad. And the sad part about that, anytime I put MGTOW in any of my videos, is basically it's for videos that basically are positive or that paints MGTOW in a positive light. I never put MGTOW on videos that are very negative and very dark and very that have a dark tone, unless it's like unless the pace of the video is meant for that. But typically, if anytime I got MGTOW on the title, it's for MGTOW and it's for the PR of MGTOW for all intents and purposes, and it's to make MGTOW paint MGTOW in a better light is what I mean. Because you got a lot of people in the MGTOW manosphere that'll say some crazy off the wall stuff, and it's like, dude, no, no, that's not what we're here for. Well, I don't care what they think. Well, that's the problem, and this is why they think this stuff. And you need to stop asking me why do they always think that we hate women when in fact you're saying this stuff, very stuff, for the question that you're asking me. You're saying that you should disrespect women, slap women, run women over and stuff like that. Like, no, that's not what this is here for. Like, you can't say that, then turn around and ask me, why do they think we hate women, Tico? Nigga, because of you. Like, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
exactly what I'm gonna tell you.
exactly. Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
that's exactly what I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna pull any punches. I'm like, that's exactly what I'm gonna tell you. Like, your fault. Hello. And it's like that type of stuff. And it's like people get mad. I mean, you're not understanding the message. Well, no, you're not understanding the message. That's not what we're here for. We're not here to hate women. We're here to improve ourselves. Hating
Yeah, and then
improving
what you
ourselves
say
has
that,
nothing to
that
do
that
with
is
hating
also
women.
what I hear from other people when people say me like, yeah, you don't understand, and then I say like, I do understand. I just think you are full of shit, but I do
Yeah,
definitely
I think. Well,
understand you, man.
I'll either say you're full of shit or you're full of rage still. So you need to sort that out and figure that out for yourself. It's simply what I typically tell some of those people. And the sad part about that is, you're full of rage. It's okay. You haven't got through red pill rage yet. Take time to actually go through red pill rage and that's pretty much what it is. It's like you got a lot of people going through red pill rage, and they don't understand how they look on the internet, and that's basically how they're going to paint themselves. Because the sad part about that, what I've noticed with a lot of people in the manosphere is when a woman makes a video about MGTOW, you'll have it. It's basically what I said about the ugly woman. The one guy that says she's ugly, and all the guys that told her she was beautiful. Same concept with women and people that hate people, basically. So typically, what happens is when a person makes a video about MGTOW, you'll get a bunch of people in the comment section that'll merely say this, that, and the other, and try to educate that person.
Yes.
The sad part about that is all those positive interactions get washed out by the one or two idiots that go over there and say the most stupidest, off the wall, racist, sexist, retarded shit in the whole entire world.
Yeah, true. Yeah, yeah,
Like all that stuff,
exactly,
all that
man.
positive. Like if I was over there trying to explain it to a person, and you have, let's say, Oki MGTOW over there trying to explain it to a person positively. Do you got Hammerhand over there trying to explain it to a person positive? Do you got, Gruda Ghost over there trying to explain it to a positively? Then I got, I'm not saying Baron Yam actually does this, but I'm going to use Baron Yam as an example. We'll just say I got Baron Yam coming over there, calling the person out their name, calling them fat, calling them ugly, calling them stupid, calling them gay, calling them all this stuff. And now all of a sudden, every single thing that we said positive gets wiped away. It's basically like what we say about butt. Like when the minute they say something, they agree with you, but the minute they say but, everything they said before but goes away. The same thing goes for if you go over there berating people and belittling people and calling them out their names and saying racist stuff or borderline racist or prejudiced stuff to people. All that positive stuff that me, Garuda Goes, Hammerhand, whoever, all the other men that actually said, all that Oki and all the other people that said some positive stuff, automatically goes out the window, and we ain't shit. What we got to say wasn't shit. Now the next video is going to be focused on your fucking comment because you're a fucking idiot now.
Yeah, you are totally right, man. And like when it like when an anti-MGTOW or somebody else makes, yeah, a video about MGTOW at a negative way, like they are making a couple of points, but if you go to their comment section and you write some, yeah, bullshit comments, then
Yeah,
yeah, you are proving their points, you
point.
know?
Yeah, and the sad part about that is they're not looking for naysayers. They're looking for people like you to confirm what they have to say about MGTOW. That's typically how this stuff works. They're looking for somebody that actually is angry, and if they say, well, they're all angry, they hate women, they hate this person, they hate this type of, they hate this and they hate that, then they always bash and come as a gang. If two people go over there acting just as such as they said in the video, you just confirm what they said in the video. There's no
Yeah.
ifs, ands, buts about it. There's no other way you can write. There's no other way you can get around this or, explain this shit away besides the fact that you're being a moron by doing it, by undoing all the good work that we did. It's basically like what I say about people from different religions. If one religion talks shit on you, put out a hand to actually clear up the stuff, clear up what they got to say, to clarify so they can understand your religion better. It don't matter what religion you are, always extend an olive branch so they can understand your religion. I know MGTOW is not a religion, it's a philosophy, but I'm basically using the same concept. Let's just say a good example. One person's a Christian, the other person's a Muslim. You got this Christian bashing Muslims, basically. You as a Muslim, it's your job and your duty to extend the olive branch to teach.
Yeah.
That's all you're supposed to do is teach. Your job is just to teach. So that person won't be ignorant about where your practices and what you believe. There's always going to be them radical people in every single religion because I love how people always want to paint their religion as the best religion, but we got Christian fundamentalists like shooting up Planned Parenthood or blowing up Planned Parenthood. But okay, you're great. Let me tell you, yeah, you're just as great. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, no, you're not. And then you got people like from other churches burning down black churches still to this day, and you want to say that Christianity is great. You're in church talking about praise the Lord. Now you're burning down the black church. Back in church talking about praise the Lord. Like, right. It's like one of those things where you have to teach. You can't just be sitting up here taking in the message, claiming to be the message when you're not actually practicing the message yourself. It's that simple. So you got to be the person that's willing to get down and teach. You may not like it. It may hurt your feelings what they said about you, but you got to suck it up and teach. You can't be in their comment section calling them out their name, calling them nappy, calling them hoes, calling them bitches. You can't do that. Like, because you're going to paint us all in a bad light. Like, you're going to paint
Yeah.
us all in a bad light. Like, this is wrong. Just because you don't care, that don't mean everybody else doesn't care. Because obviously everybody else cares because they're trying to teach people what it's really about and what we're all about. That's all it really is. We just want people to know what we're all about. We don't want people thinking that we're this irate monster terrorist organization, basically. And if you go over there acting a fool, they're going to believe that. And you're going to only confirm what they believe. It
Yeah,
is what it
true. And
is.
like that goes for everybody. And like when people talk shit about something that you are stands for, the best thing to do is, yeah, prove them
Wrong.
that they are wrong. And
Yeah, prove them wrong or teach them.
that is also actually the dangerous thing about, yeah, putting yourself to a label. I mean, like, you are not responsible for the actions of other people that use the same label as you.
Yeah, you're not. But the sad part about that is it's still going to be seen in a negative light, no matter if you like it or not. Like I said,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you got a bunch of Christians that say that Christians are great and they're peaceful. Then you got fundamentalists blowing up and burning down Planned Parenthood in or other churches, in or black churches, in or all these other things that that makes no sense. Like like there's bad people in every single group. There's always going to be bad people in every single group. There's not a group alive that's walking the face of this earth that has a positive that has all positive people in their group. There's just not. There's always going to be those negative actors or the bad actors in every single group. Philosophy group, religion, everything. There's always going to be the bad apples of those groups. And it's true. Like your group is not good. Just because you think you're good and your next door neighbor's good and two other people's good, that don't mean the man down the street is good or the man across town is good. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where it's like not everything is 100% great. You're always going to have those detractors or those negative people or those animals, like I said, that like doing sick valve things to other people because they believe that they're in the right.
Yeah, true, but the fucked up thing is let's say you have a group of people that is 100% and only 5% fucks it up. Unfortunately, that 5% will have more, yeah, negative
Yeah,
impact than that
they would have a more of an
95% that are
impact.
doing it right. And
Yeah,
that is the fucked up thing. Like,
and
even
it's
though it is the minority, that doesn't mean they don't have influence, you know?
yeah, and the sad part about that, when it comes down to it, what a lot of people fail to realize, because we talk about this in a manner for all the time, people respond on emotion. So if you go in there angry, talking shit, That's the one thing that they're going to absorb from that whole entire thing. Fuck all the other shit that they said. Fuck all the kind words that everybody else said. Fuck all the stuff that everybody else was talking about to actually paint it in a different light. You just literally destroyed a bunch of work that a lot of other men put in to try to get this person to see it in a positive light. All because you went over there being angry. And the sad part about that is, especially if it's a woman, she's going to react to that negative behavior more than she's going to react to the positive behavior because she's a woman. She reacts with emotions. She responds to emotions properly. So if you're being that negative person, you're doing nothing more than confirming everything she has to say about you. And that's sad.
Yeah, true, but that is also with just people in general, and that is something human. Let's say you have 20 really good experiences with a certain type of person.
Mm-hmm.
If you have one negative experiences, then suddenly you already forget all those 20 good experiences.
Mm-hmm.
You get my point, and
Yeah.
that is the sad thing. Like people always remember more the negative things than the good things.
Oh, definitely, always. That's pretty much psychological. That's a psychological thing. They always remember the negative feelings before they remember the positive feelings. And the sad part about that, the negative feelings that you impose on somebody will always outweigh the good for all intents and purposes. And that's typically how it works because people might have been focusing on the good stuff, but now that you laid all this negative energy out, now that negative energy is heavy and it's weighing on that person. So now they're going to respond as such.
Yeah, true. And like you said, like a lot of things that we do, or almost everything that we do, is also, yeah, based on our feelings, like happiness, sadness,
Mm-hmm.
angriness,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, feeling, yeah, all those emotional aspects.
True.
It yeah, it depends on how we feel at that moment.
Mm-hmm. And the sad part about that, you people gotta take the time to cool down and then go in and actually type some stuff. Because people go in and they turn into keyboard. They literally turn into keyboard warriors at that point in time. It's like, well, I can't believe you're doing it. Like, okay, you could have did that differently. Then they want to go to me. Well, no, Tika, you don't understand. It upset me. Okay, so you being upset, turning around and upsetting that person just negated all the good stuff that went in that comment section. We got a point there, but I don't want to take it down. I want her to understand that she upset me. Okay, she made the video to poke fun so you could be upset, so she could get this response from you. Well, I don't care. Well, you should care for the fact that you just got manipulated into doing something so she can have some more ammo to make another fucking video about you, you dummy. And that's simply how I feel about a lot of the people. Like, dude, you're a dummy. You just walk right into that. That door, that was like a wide open trap that says, please don't step on me. I will kill you trap, basically. And you just literally walk right into that trap. Like, why? It's like, it gets neon lights. Why?
Yeah, but yeah, some people need to learn it, yeah, the hard way.
True. I'm okay with that and I understand that quite well. But it's like, sometimes you got to dial it back a notch. Sometimes you can't always be like just going in on people 100% all the time. Like, sometimes you got to dial it back a notch. Sometimes you got to be level headed and be more reasonable. Hell, like I'm always like off the charts on my channel, but when I get somebody else's channel, I do my best to be respectful and level headed all the damn time. I was like, I don't got to go to other people's channel and just be savage all the damn time. It's like, no, that's not their channel. That's not their milieu. That's not their setup, and that's not how they run their channel. So I can't do that. I got to be respectful. The same thing goes for other people's comment sections. Treat it as such.
Yeah,
Just because you
true, but
disagree, that don't mean you got to disagree irately. You could disagree logically. You don't have to be like angrily. You don't got to angrily disagree. Just bring your points and put them in the comment section. You ain't got to call names. You ain't gonna do all that extra stuff. Just be straight and to the point with all that extra stuff, basically.
yeah, true, but like I said, like people, like when something bad happens, they always forget about, yeah, the good things. And for example, Tico, like right now we are cool with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow you can talk shit about me or stab me in the back, or tomorrow I can talk shit about you or stab you in the back. But at least we can say that, like right now, this is our fifth live stream. At
Mm-hmm.
least we can say that, yeah, we did five fucking live streams. Like we
Yeah.
also had like yeah, but we also had good times, and that is
Yeah.
the problem with people. When something bad happens, all the good things are forgotten.
Yeah, because the sad part about that is like, I'm the type of person, despite the fact if you're talking trash on me, because we've been talking so long, I'm more likely to discord you a message saying, you know what, Gruda, I'm flying to Netherlands. We're going to talk about this stuff because I need to know what the hell you're mad about me and figure this shit out. We're going to sort this shit out and we're going to talk about this like men. And that's the type of person I am. Like, I would literally fly to you so we can figure out what the fuck's going on, why you're mad at me, and we can sort this shit out. If we want to continue to be mad at each other, then hey, so be it. But as long as I actually brought forth the steps to take the high road to actually sort it out and figure out what the hell's going on, basically, I'm fine with that. Like, if you want to continue to be mad after that, that's fine. If you want to be friends after that, oh, see, yes, I heard from this person, that, and the other. Like, why didn't you just tell me? I'd have made a video about that motherfucker tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but yeah, right now, Tico, you say something like, yeah, if that happened, then you fly to the Netherlands. But yeah, like if I had a problem with you, then I would also would tell you why.
mhm,
And that, yeah, coming back to, yeah, just people in general, people never explain why. Like right now, I can say to you like, Tico, you are this and that, but
mhm.
why?
Yeah, but why?
Is that because you have done something wrong to me, or because I heard that from other people? And
Mhm.
that is the mistake that a lot of people make. Did you experience that, or just did you hear that from other people?
People, yeah. Like, I have no ill will for anybody. I have no ill will for anybody. Even if you talk trash on me, I have no ill will for anybody. It's like I'm pretty much moving on. I really don't care what you have to say about me. It's like, you're not gonna because I'll never let a person rent space in my head long enough to actually be angry at somebody. It's like when it's, oh, you're angry, okay, that's fine. I'll be over here making videos about something else totally different. I really don't care what you got going on over here. And that's simply how I am. It's like that's always how I've always been. It's like one of those things where it's like, I'm going to defend myself, then I'm gonna move right along. It's that simple. And I
Yeah.
typically don't get caught up in long term petty squabbles for no reason because it's pointless. And it negates the message that I'm actually trying to spread here. If you want to be angry and fight with everybody, that's you. I don't want to be angry and fight with everybody all the time because I ain't got time to be fighting. Well, I do have the time, but I just don't feel like it because I have a message to preach. I have a message to put out there to other men, basically. So why am I going to spend time angry with you, going back and forth with you, and missing every opportunity to pass the message out?
Yeah, like we all have some certain moments in our lives that we are angry, but like being angry, it is not a solution, and it doesn't make it any better. But just because of the fact that you are angry, then yeah, at least it is a signal that yeah, you care about it.
Yeah, because typically I get a lot of people in my comment section will say that. Well, I'm just here because I don't care, but I'm just here because I don't like what you said in your video. Well, obviously, according to your tone, you actually do care enough to actually want to comment in my video. Because typically, people who don't care won't comment. Well,
Yeah.
I just had to say my piece. Well, obviously, you care. Thanks. And this one is it's like, come on now, guy. And it's like I look at it like this: if you came to my channel just to thumbs down what I got to say, thank you very much. First off, because you're participating in our algorithm, and two, you basically, despite the fact that you claim you didn't care, you cared enough to actually want to thumbs down my video. So obviously you were having. Obviously, I got to you emotionally for you to want to do it. So that means you actually care. And that's what I always say about it. If I say something and it mostly hurts your feelings, I'm not going to say sorry about it. That's something that you need to work on in yourself to correct. Obviously, I said something that you need to work on, or obviously there's something that you need to reflect on yourself to better and make yourself a better person. It's simply how I feel. I'm not going to apologize for anything I say if it hurts your feelings. Well, you hurt my feelings when you said black people. Nigga, I'm black too. Shut up. And that's basically what I'll tell you. Like, I'm going to be as, if you want to play stupid prizes on my channel, you're going to win. If you're going to play stupid games on my channel, you're going to win stupid prizes on my channel. It's pretty much how I operate. Like, I'm not going to be cordial with you because I respond to everybody the same way all the time across the board.
Yeah, but when it comes to videos, like if I am clicking on a video, it is because of the thumbnail of the title that I'm interested to, you know?
Yeah.
And like it doesn't really matter if somebody gives you a thumbs up or a thumb down or a hate comment or whatever, like he clicked on your video for you that is one another view, you know?
Yeah, that's another view, and if they made a comment under there, that's pretty much participating to your algorithm, and it's pushing you in an algorithm. It's pretty much how it is. And if they thumbs downed you, again, you might be mad about it, but they pretty much participate in your algorithm. Pretty much how I feel. So it's one of those things where like my channel's set up to troll trolls for that reason. Like you can come over to my channel if you want to, make a comment, thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm perfectly fine with it either way. Thank you for participating to my algorithm. Because you hear me say that every now and again when I do a spot check on like when I see if I got a thumbs down yet. Because like I typically tell people, obviously I didn't do something right until I get a thumbs down. then I
Yeah.
know I hit the right chords when I get a thumbs down for all the purposes. Because I'm an asshole like that. It's like, well, obviously I'm doing something wrong, so I didn't get that. So typically how I run my channel is if I don't have one thumbs down, or YouTube hasn't sent me an email saying that I violated some type of community guideline. If I don't get none of that, that means I'm doing something wrong on my channel, and that means that video is going to get the lowest amount of views. Now, if I do it right and I get one thumbs down, and I get like a community guideline strike or community guideline warning on my channel, that lets me know I did something wrong, right? And that video is going to be pushed in the algorithm. So typically, all my most popular videos are due to either thumbs down or YouTube sending me a community guideline warning, basically.
Yeah,
So
like
yeah,
a good example of that is I don't know if you saw my video. Yeah, no sex dolls for me. I don't know if you saw that video, but this
that
was
video blew
actually
up.
did you saw that video?
Yeah, it blew up. I was looking at it yesterday, like, what the fuck? All those damn views under that video? Wow.
Yeah, and the funny thing is I got more comments and also more thumbs down than ever, but like for me this is not my best video, but yeah, controversial enough, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah, also maybe because I used a video of MGTOW Expose as an intro, as an
Hmm.
outro. I used a clip of yeah, my live stream with Chris Cantu, where I literally say, yeah, fuck you to all those MGTOWs that are having sex dolls. And yeah, this was my most controversial video until now. But yeah, this is me, man. And I don't want to piss on people. I don't want to talk shit about people. I do not want to hurt people's feelings. But yeah, this is me, man. Like I also would said something like this in real life. Like I keep it real, you know, and I don't
Hmm.
see myself as an official content creator because I post a video once in a while. But if I post a video once in a while, yeah, this is me, man. And yeah, that is actually what my channel is all about.
Hmm. Yeah, because that video blew up. I was like, wow, all those damn views. I know Groot over here living on cloud nine with all those damn views on that video. I was
Yeah.
cracking up. I was like, yeah, he's definitely on cloud nine after that video. Like he pulling in some serious numbers over there. Number to subscriber. He done doubled and tripled his damn near tripled his subscriber count on that video. Like it just was the funniest thing in the world. Like yeah, these people are mad for no reason.
Yeah, not tripled. Yeah, because of that, even though all the thumbs down for that video, I got about 18 or 19 subs more. So
Nice.
yeah, for one fucking video, that's not bad, you know. And yeah, do you know
Yeah.
what it is, Tico? I am really doing this for fun. Yeah, do not I am not an American. I am not from the United States.
Hmm.
As far as I know, I am the only content creator from the Netherlands. Yeah, the only content creator from the Netherlands that has shown his face, that has
Oh well,
done
yeah, that's in his face. Yeah.
collaborations, that is
There's
producing
another
English
content creator from the
content.
Netherlands.
What you say?
There's another content creator from the Netherlands. I know that for sure, but he hasn't showed his face. But I'm trying to remember
Yeah,
what his name is.
the Solitary
The
Wolf.
Solitude. Yeah, Solitary Wolf. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, he doesn't produce content anymore, but he has another channel called the Einzelganger. You know that channel?
I think he also does the Dao Gene channel, where he talks about Taoism.
Yeah, Taoism. And like, yeah, right now he is, yeah, a channel called the Einzelganger.
Yeah,
Believe it or not, but that guy right now has about 489,000 subs.
I believe it.
For a guy from the Netherlands that doesn't speak the best English like me, that is not bad, man.
Yeah,
Damn, bro. Now I have to give him my respect. I think like I am in Western Holland, let's say, yeah, Amsterdam, Harlem. I think he is somewhere from the southwest, close to the German border. So yeah, he is definitely not where I'm from. But as a fellow Dutchman, whoever the fuck he is, yeah, I must give him my respect, man.
true. Very true. I agree 100% on that one because like it's just like people just don't seem to understand the concept behind a lot of this stuff, and they want to get all selfish and want to just talk about themselves or always want to promote themselves, and they're just selfish about it. And it's like, well, you can't be mad at the backlash or outcome to what you're doing for the fact that if this is what it's the approach that you're taking, you can't be mad when people either get tired of it or people start like lashing back at you for all intents and purposes. So it's like one of those things where it's like when you make a video, you got to fully think it through. Because I don't really refer to myself as a content creator as much as I refer to myself as an educator, basically. I do make content on a regular basis, but I refer to myself as more as an educator or, you know, approaching it from a father standpoint for all intents and purposes, or approaching it from a psychological standpoint is usually what I do too. So it's like one of those things where it's like I just want you to get the message, no matter how I got to preach it, no matter how I got to present it to you. I just want you to get the message. That's it. That's all. Nothing special. Um, that's really all it really is. Because like I shouldn't have to use flashy techno, CGI stuff so I can get you to watch a video. Like if you don't want to watch the video, you don't want to watch the video. I'm not mad at you in the least bit. It's typically how it works. Like I shouldn't have to do CGI to give you a message. But if that's how I got to give a message, then I guess that's that market, and I'm not going to be participating in that market for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, true. And like when you're making a video, it is about the message and not about, yeah, the special effects. But
Yeah,
yeah, I also want to ask you, Tico, like, yeah, you don't show your face in every video, and also not me. But yeah, we have show our
her face. Yeah.
faces. Like I know how you look, you know how I look, but I
Hmm.
get that comment a lot. Like, do you think it is? Do you think it's a smart idea to show your face?
It depends on what you got going on in your life. If you're very stable and comfortable and making that decision, and you ain't worried about any fallout or backlash, do it. Do it big. If you're worried about fallout and backlash, then don't do it. Because like people don't think I show my face, but like I only show my face whenever I have time to actually sit down in front of the camera to actually do a video. And typically,
Yeah,
what I do with that is if I can't show my face and I make a video, I typically do an intro with my face in the video. That way, you pretty much know what I look like. So it's one of those things where it's like I'm not hiding anything. I just don't have the time to actually sit in front of a camera and do a video. So it's one of those things where it's like I'm doing it on the fly, or I'm doing a voiceover over video games, or over another video that I did a while ago, and it happens to be as long as the video that I'm doing now, and I'm basically doing a voiceover of it, and it's like got some special effects in it where like it speeds up my actions in the video and it slows it down every now and again in the video. So it's one of those things where I'm going to show them who I am no matter what, somehow, some way. Let it be an intro or let it be the actual video. Like I may not be in front of a camera, but you're pretty much going to get a just for who I am as a human being. So it's one of those things where it's like, well, yeah, but as far as like showing your face, if it'll affect your pay, don't do it. If it won't affect your pay, then do it. If it'll affect your socioeconomic, socio or economic or emotional status, if it affects it, don't do it. If it won't affect it and it'll make you feel better, do it. Because typically I have the freedom to actually do this and not have to worry about like some employers saying, well, Tico, you can't do this. That's because I'm lucky. And now I'm actually not working for any employers. I'm actually working for myself. So therefore, like when somebody calls up my employer, what are they going to do? Call me and say, I think you should fire Tico Trend. Like, I am Tico Trend. Thank you very much. Click. So I have that freedom to do that. Like, because I remember the one time a lady was so mad at me. She literally called my grandmother on the phone, on her work phone, just to tell her that I should be fired. My grandma simply click.
Okay.
It's like you bring that to the wrong person. Like I don't care. Like so it's one of those things where it's like, well, yeah, like so I had the freedom to do that. So why worry? But like there's a lot of brothers that don't have the freedom to do that. There's a lot of brothers who are making content one day and lost their job the next day. There are a lot of brothers who are literally like, on thin ice because they're trying to hide their identity, and a couple of their coworkers recognize their voices. So now they're trying to take them to HR and they're trying to explain that's not me. That person sounds like me, but that's not me. And they've gotten away with it a couple of times, but it's only a matter of time before they stop believing that that's not them for all intents and purposes. So there's a lot of brothers I got to worry about. Then there's a lot of brothers that get lucky, and their supervisors say, "Well, how about you delete that channel and delete those videos, and you keep your job." Not too many brothers actually get that option. A lot of brothers just get brought into the office and let go. So it's like it's all about what you can and cannot do in the freedoms. But the sad part about that, if you're going to do it, just know there's repercussions and consequences, peripheral repercussions and consequences for your actions. It's basically like a Twitch thought. If everybody knows you're a Twitch thought, you can't be shocked if you get fired from your job tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where you got to be very mindful of the implications on what can happen to you as a content creator and you as an employee in your personal life. So you got to watch that.
Yeah, I want to say a couple of things about that, and I am trying to do my best to keep it as short as possible. But it's like it doesn't really matter if you show your face in every video or maybe one time a couple of seconds. Everybody can make a screenshot out of it. So
Yeah,
you have officially have shown your face. Okay,
yeah.
but
What they say, the internet never forgets.
yeah, exactly. And like when you said it depends on your situation, like my coworkers don't know that I have a channel, and I never use the word MGTOW because of the negative
Connotations, yeah.
impact. But that's a different thing. But they know my lifestyle. They know how I think about women in general. Also my female coworkers. They know how I think about marriage. Also my female coworkers. My female coworkers. My mother. So like they know my like I am actually living this lifestyle. So let's say they found out about my channel, then this is me. Let's say I lose my job. I don't think that's gonna happen, but like for me the worst thing that can happen to me is that I end up working at the grocery store or McDonald's. I mean, the worst thing that could happen to me is that I cannot make enough money to save.
True.
That is actually the worst thing that can maybe happen to me. So I show my fucking face, but
There's a lot of people in other situations where they can't do that, and it's typically where
yeah,
I
yeah,
say,
I
I,
totally
I
understand that.
yeah, and it's like what I say to those people is like because I get a lot of people that like will do something then have regret about it later, and I simply go to them, look, if you're not willing to say this in front of your mother or your grandmother,
Yeah, yeah,
don't do it on my channel
yeah,
because
exactly.
there's a
Yes,
high
yes,
chance I'm not going to delete it. Especially if I don't, if especially if I think you need to learn a lesson for all intents and purposes, and I've been thinking you've been getting away and skating for all intents and purposes. So if you're going to do something on my channel, there better be a very good reason for me to go back and edit the whole damn live stream all over again. Because if
yeah,
there's not, then I'm going to leave it up there. But if there is, then I'll go delete it. And it's simply how it works. So like I get a lot of people on my channel that go, well, Tika, can you take out this because I can't believe I just said that. Well, I can. You just said it, and it's on there. Well, can you take it out because you know, I don't want people knowing that I think this way.
yeah,
Now in this video, now after all this time, in this video, you don't want everybody believing you think this way. After you done made like 99 videos before this thinking this way, on my live stream, and all of a sudden you don't want people to think you think this way. And it's one of those things that kind of agitate me. It's like, okay, yeah, we'll think about it. But if like a good example, like I had a person on my live stream the one time where I literally had to edit out the fact that he actually showed his face. So I literally had to edit out the fact that he showed his face in real time.
Okay.
Um, so like it got to the point because like the how it works is when it comes to StreamYards, there's a a anywhere between about like 10-second to about like 30-second delay between what's going on YouTube and what's going on StreamYards. So
Okay.
that delay right there alone is able to like I'm able to mitigate that with the delay. And the sad part about that is if I'm in the if I'm in this the YouTube thing within seconds of that happening, if I can edit that out, by the time it actually goes to YouTube, that face is gone. So it's one of those things where I've actually done that on the fly for various people in the Manosphere when they actually turned on the camera and showed their face. And I've gotten better at like having a better trigger finger where I'll click on somebody and knock them out of the stream, hit remove. So it's one of those things where it's like a blip basically. So it's one of those things where it's like if I think it was long enough for somebody to identify the person, I'll basically have YouTube. I would like the YouTube Creator Studio open just so I can edit it out for all intents and purposes. So I'm always looking for that, and there's always that security system in there that will literally like block somebody out altogether, which is an extra layer.
Yeah, true. And like I would never bash other guys for not showing their face because like in the beginning I was like I am not gonna show my face until I maybe get to 100 subs. But yeah, never say never. At some certain moment I had 100 subs and then I showed my face. But
Mm-hmm.
like like I know how you look and you know how I look. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, maybe then there is yeah a little bit more trust, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, because I've actually showed my face for the last what 2 years. Well, I'll say the last 1.5 years of my English speaking English speaking Manosphere life. And it wasn't until like recently where I stopped showing my face, and it wasn't because like it was like for there was like two reasons why I stopped showing my face. One was because I was starting to run out of time, and I ran out of time, and I basically couldn't really make the videos that I want to make. On top of that, what's up 20 piece? And what happened with that is typically what happened is like because I beginning when I first started this channel, it was meant to be raw, real, and uncut. So what was happening was because my life was starting to get hectic and chaotic. One, I didn't have the time to actually sit down and make these videos. And two, when I actually sat down and made the videos, you would literally see me editing something out of the video. Like you'll see me reaching to the left or reaching to the right of the video, basically to hand back a baby. So basically, what happened was I actually had to hold a baby during the video. Then I had to edit that baby out of the video. And the sad part
Yeah.
about that is I couldn't stay true to my raw, real, and uncutness if I'm editing babies out of my video or editing children out of my shot for all intents and purposes, because now I'm editing and I'm not staying true to myself. So that's one of the many reasons why I stopped making videos in videos of my face basically. Then I started making videos with just my voice, and I would do video games, or I would do like an older video with me and it basically saying something else totally different. And it was like it was like a really really good editing job because it was like almost like a scary movie where like the specter basically walks up on you slowly, then it runs up on you fast type thing, then it slows back down again. So typically I made my videos like that on purpose. So like it looks kind of funny and it looks kind of cool and it's kind of sort of catchy. So I started doing that. But then like later on, it's like I started getting more time, but like even still, like I couldn't go back to the raw run and uncut thing for that reason. So that was one of the that was one of that was one of the part one to why I stopped making videos like that. The second reason why I stopped making videos like that is because apparently I was starting to get a bunch of unsettling text messages from people who watch my videos. Um,
Okay.
it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but it was like one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, not anymore. Basically, what happened, I talked about this multiple times in my live streams, is I basically had like a couple people that were fans of me, and they were women. They actually wrote me a long diatribe email saying that one said that she gets off on me being angry in my videos, and it turns her on to the point where she literally masturbates while she's watching my videos. Bit disturbing, but cool. One said that she literally has screenshots of my face in a shrine in one of her rooms. Bit scary, bit sadistic. I'll run with it. However, the thing that was the most, none of that stuff really bothered me. The chick with the shrine to me didn't bother me. The chick that said she masturbated didn't bother me. The one chick that did bother me was a college student. I shit you not, it was a college student. Now she's underage, and this is what bothered me about this. And this was really this is what the part that bothered me. She literally told me, I shit you not, that she always watches my videos, and she literally takes and she takes off her pants, she pulls her pants down, she puts both of her legs up on a table, and she literally plays with her pussy while she's watching my videos. Now you would think, oh, she's a girl, she's a woman, like that should be cool. She's an underage girl. She was like, at the time when she sent me that message, she was about 17. No, no, little girl, no. I literally wanted to pick up a newspaper and go, bad girl. Like,
Yeah.
like legit, like no, no. So I literally stopped making videos with my face in it for this reason, because it's like she's getting turned on by me being angry and my facial expressions, and she's literally playing with herself while she's doing it. Like, wait, what? No, you're like the same age as my children. No, bad woman, bad little
Uh,
girl. Where are your parents? Like,
this shit, yo,
like
this
legit,
shit
like
is going way too far,
yeah, like
man.
this one way
This
too
is
fucking far.
going too
I was like,
far, my
I
friend.
was fine with the chick. I was fine with the girl that got the shrine with my face on it. You know, they got the candles with a shrine with my face on it, and I literally got that picture. I literally got that picture from the in my email. I was like, yep, that's disturbing. I might need to save that just in case shit happens, just in case I got to I get kidnapped by this woman. And then the other one was like the woman just saying like she literally masturbates to me. That was perfectly normal. Then this 17-year-old girl literally said she puts both her legs, she pulls down her pants, puts both her legs up on her computer desk, and she arches her back. She slouches down, and she literally plays with herself while she's watching me getting angry on video. And I'm like, you know what? That's enough for me. She don't went too far. She done went way too damn far. So I stopped making videos. That's another reason why I stopped making those videos too. So I was like, yeah, no, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm done. Like, I'm sorry. I just
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, but what you say, like I said before, it doesn't really matter if you show your face in every video that you have or a couple of seconds.
A lot of us masturbate to think those
Like
videos. It is what it is.
everybody can make a screenshot out of it,
Yeah,
and like
it is what it is.
everybody can use your image for, yeah, whatever
Oh
they
yeah,
want.
like yeah, and it's like I'm fine with that, but like when it starts being like a 17-year-old girl, then I have a problem with that. Now I'm morally bothered by that. You know what I mean? So because like I said, I have children her age. Well, mine are a little bit younger than her, but they're about that age and they're about to be going out to college. So I don't want to be thinking that my daughters are watching another YouTuber, you know, beating off to this YouTuber. Basically, it's like no, ew, no, that's somebody's daughter. Like yeah,
Yeah.
so I don't want that. I don't want that moral. I don't want that moral problem. Basically, if you know what I mean, for this reason. And it's like no, don't do that. Like, little girl, I'm gonna need you to behave yourself and act like you got some sense, little girl. We can't have this. Like, legit, we cannot have this. Like, so it's one of those things, and I always laugh about it. And it's like,
Yeah, true, man. But yeah, yeah, I get your point. But yeah, maybe another topic.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
that's just
And
wrong. Like, little
like
girl,
this is,
no, like.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to be my daughter. Don't do that. Don't tell me that. Don't send me no email like that.
But
I literally had to like put that email. Like I wanted to put it in the trash, but I didn't want to be like implicated in something. So I made a folder. I call it the FBI folder. So like if I disappear, just in case shit happens to me, folder. So I got that chick that got the shrine to me in that folder. I got the woman that masturbates me in that folder, and I got that little girl from college who was masturbating me in the folder. So everybody's in that folder. So like that's the folder. Like FBI, please look at this. and figure out where I am if somebody kidnapped me. This is probably one of the three people if I end up missing, basically. So
Yeah.
like look through these three people. Then I got another folder of people that said like nice stuff to me, and I got a folder with requests in it basically. So it's like I got folders for different things. I got folders for people who threaten my life. I just leave them in there. Like, okay, that's nice. Thank you for loving me that much to want to, take the time to want to figure out, let me know how you want to murder me. Thank you very much. So like, it's one of those things where I just keep it moving. Basically, it's like, well, I get them all basically. Like I've gotten people that told me that they want to drag me. They want to tie me up like an old slave and drag my body from miles down the road until my body, till all the skin and all the tissue rips off of me and my body parts go flying all over the road. Like, cool. I'm glad you got a great imagination. Like, so it's like I've gotten all types of people in my emails, and it's like the funniest thing in the world. And I always look at it and go, obviously, I'm touching the right buttons. If this people feel this strongly about me, I'm touching the right buttons, basically.
Yeah, and yeah, without hate, there will never be love, you know. So
True, very true. And the sad part about that, some of those people who hate me the most or sub to me and watch my channel religiously. Like, think about that. Like, people who hate you the most that wish you death upon you, that want to drag your body from miles down the road until like it, till all the skin and tissue comes off and all your body parts go flying all over the place. Literally watch my videos religiously. Like that like blows my mind. Like you hate me that much, but you still want to watch my videos. Like why?
yeah,
Or my favorite is the white supremacist guy that says I hate niggers, but nigger, you're okay with me, and I'm subbing to you. Like,
yeah,
wait,
true. And
what? Like,
like I said,
what?
like I said, I also have, as far as I know, one white supremacist on my channel, and like, do you know what it is, Tico? Like your subscribers, they know you, but you don't know them. Like your
Yeah,
subscribers, who are those people?
yeah. Like, I don't know who they are from a can of paint. Hell, I don't know if you're a little girl. I don't know if you're that one girl who I blocked, who sent me that message, who I blocked. Because that's the only person I have blocked on YouTube right now is that girl. I could probably unblock her because she should be about 18 right about now, but or she might be like 18, 19 right about now. But I typically just leave her blocked because that's a chapter in my life where it's like, yeah, no, I don't ever want to have to go through that again. Like, it's one thing if it's a grown ass woman, I'm fine with that. But if for it to be a teenage girl, no, I got a problem with that. Like, I have a serious problem with that. Like, I just can't
Yeah,
because I have teenage daughters. So I automatically start thinking that little girl could be my little girl, and my little girls are about to go to college very soon here. Like, what? It's one of those things
yeah.
like, what? Like, that's going to be my daughters. What? No, like, I don't want no girl doing that to me, nor do I want my daughters doing that to another grown ass man. Like, no. Like, yeah, so it's like one of those things where it's like I literally blocked her, and that's the only channel that I have blocked on my whole entire It's the only channel I have blocked on my whole entire YouTube. So it's funny.
Yeah, true. And like you also gotta realize, like, as a content creator, it doesn't really matter what type of content you produce. Like, there are people that are subscribed to your channel that really admiring you, that really look up to you. But yeah,
There
like
are
I said,
people.
who
There are
are
people that
those
hate your
people?
guts. There are people that hate your guts. There are people
Also
that'll come
that,
and
yeah.
comment. There are people that'll come and comment every single. They'll literally look at your name, search for the video that you uploaded, just so they can say hateful things under your thing. And the sad part about that is making content isn't for everybody. You're not always going to get like the blessings and the good graces and all the pleases and all the graciousness of all the people. You're going to get some angry people. You're going to get some mean people. And if it's not for you and you can't handle the negative with the good, making content will never be for you for all intents and purposes. It sucks to say it, but it is what it is. Like it's really not for you if you can't handle all this stuff for all intents and purposes. Like you got to be able to take the good with the bad. You got to be able to take the negative comment. You got to be able to take. Matter of fact, there was a content creator. I'm not going to say his name, because I think he wanted me to keep it quiet. I think he might have told other people, and I'm gonna keep it quiet just for his own personal thing. There was a content creator that literally stopped making content because there was a gay guy that was hitting on him something fierce. So he completely stopped making content after that incident. Like he just closed down his channel, restarted his channel all over again, and never made content again. All because he
Okay.
was getting hit on by a gay guy. He's like literally being pursued by a gay guy in his comment section, like very hard. Like this gay guy was like very aggressive. Like, you know,
Yeah. Yeah, that's fucked up, man.
yeah. So like
Yeah.
he stopped making content altogether.
Yeah, like I said, like there are like the people that are subscribed to your channel. Maybe there are people that like if you would meet them in real life, you would hang out with them. But maybe some of your subscribers, you don't want anything to do with them, you know?
Yeah, like that college girl. Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
Like I don't care how old she is right now. I want nothing to do with that. Like I literally had college students really tell me that the things they would do to me as I was ever come past their college or ever come visit their college or stuff like that. And the sad part about that is I actually have nieces who go to school in Pittsburgh. One goes to CMU, the other one goes to Pitt University. And the sad part about that is I literally experienced this in real life with my one niece because she lives with an Asian girl. She's like one of them crazy rich Asian girls, and they refer to my niece as crazy rich Latina because her family gets a lot of money. So I went to go visit my niece because I dropped off a refrigerator for her, a dorm room refrigerator for her dorm room, and that is probably the most uncomfortable I've ever felt around a young woman. Because the sad part about that, not only is she as young as my niece, she's as young as my niece, and so she's not legal. And she was very aggressive or very, how can I put it nicely? She was very, not domineering, she was very aggressive and very flirty and very flirtatious. So, like, she was about 17, like 16 going on 17 ish, basically. And she was a roommate with my niece, who was like 17. So, they lived on campus. So, I dropped off the refrigerator at night after work after I picked it up from Walmart earlier in that day. And I basically held on to it in my car until I went to the dorm room to drop it off. So, what happened was I get to the dorm room. I call my niece and let her know I'm coming and this, that, and the other, the normal stuff. So I park my car and I'm taking. It's like you ever see those one refrigerators that like the small ones with the double decker ones and they weigh about like I'll say probably like 55 pounds maximum,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
55 60 pounds maximum. Like they got the freezer and they got the freezer section like the separate like the two doors freezer section and bottom section basically.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I tell my niece goes, do you need a lolly or do you need anything? I go, no, I got it. It's light. So her roommate, little Asian girl, cute, comes out with her to like come see what's going on. So so I'm like taking out the refrigerator, the dorm size refrigerator. It's probably like I would say it's up to my waist, basically that refrigerator, probably like up to my waist. So I'm grabbing it out there and I'm carrying it in the to her dorm, and her little roommate was like, "Oh, he's so strong," and this, that, and the other. Meanwhile, I'm only like 55 pounds, mind you. She talking about how strong I am, or so you know. Uh, and she goes to my niece. I heard her say it, and she goes to my niece, "Your uncle's cute." So I'm literally like speeding up my walk to walk fast to this dorm room so I could drop this shit off and take it out the box and run away at this point because I already know where the shit is starting to go. So as I'm like taking it out the box very quickly, trying to get out of that fucking dorm room, and my niece is sitting there, and her roommate is like just literally like there, just throwing herself all over me. Like, can you please let me do this work here so I can, so my niece's so we can know if my niece's refrigerator works here, so she can actually have a working refrigerator. She goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." So like she's sitting there, like like that. She got her hands, she got her like her palms on her cheeks and she's laying on her stomach just looking at me like that dreamy look basically, like the little girl dreamy look basically. So it's like, oh god, this is annoying as hell, right? So like I'm trying to like take the thing out of the box and like she's walking over and following me and stuff like that, seeing what I'm doing, and she's like grabbing my arms and saying I'm so strong. I'm like, if you don't stop it, little girl, Stop. Like, it's like, and my niece is starting to get very mad with her because like she's literally hitting on me. And like I said, the females in my family are very overprotective of the males in the family. Even the young ones are very overprotective of the males in the family. So my niece got so mad with her roommate, she told her, "Can you please leave my uncle alone? Leave my Tio alone and let him do this so he can finish this, so he can make sure my stuff works. Let him alone." So she literally like yelled at her roommate. She goes, "You ain't gotta yell like that." So her roommate sister, and did she say something to me? She goes to me, "You're so handsome." I'm sitting there like this bitch got glasses on. Apparently she needed a prescriptions check. That's what I'm sitting there thinking to myself. That apparently this bitch needs a prescriptions check because I am not that handsome. I'm about a seven at best. Like it's like I am not handsome. Like it's like so I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, what? No, like no, stop
Yeah.
it. Knock it off. And the sad part
And you,
about that,
you you know what it is, Tico? Like sometimes you don't realize how good and great you are, yeah, unless other people tell you.
yeah, like, and it's like the question is, why am I good and great? Is it because you have this little schoolgirl crush on me, or is it because I carry something that you think is heavy, and or is it because you see me fire a gun and look gangster? Like, why are you really that drawn to me? And it's typically one of the many problems that I have with a lot of the women who actually one minute aren't attracted to me and the next minute are attracted to me. You know what I mean? That typically ends
Yeah.
up being one of my problems. Either I'm carrying something that looks heavy, or I'm doing something and it looks like very manly and very aggressive, and now all of a sudden you're attracted to me now, or I'm doing something that you didn't really think was necessary, or actually saved your life basically from getting walking in front of a bus or something like that. It's like I don't need that. Like I'm barely trying to do my task and get the hell up out of here, and it's like it made me so uncomfortable to the point that I actually literally stopped visiting my niece at her dorm for this reason. So now, anytime I meet my niece, "Can you come by the dorm so you can fix this? Is your roommate there?" "Well, yeah." "Well, no, I'm not coming by the dorm. I'll see you for lunch, honey." And that's literally what I tell my niece. She goes, "Well, I really need it fixed." "Well, I'm not coming by there with that little heifer there." Like, no, you are not getting me in trouble on some bullshit here. Like, no. So typically when I go by and I check on the stuff, her roommate's either at class or away, and I'll basically do all the work that I need to do, and I'm in there literally looking like you ever see that show where they like the robbers are always timing themselves basically so they can make it out of there in time. I'm literally looking at my watch, doing the shit, looking at my watch so I can make it out of there in a timely manner, basically. So it's literally like I'm looking at my watch, sweating and shit, like I'm trying to break into a safe and shit like that, trying to get out of there before the cops show up, basically. And it's basically how I treat it. Like I'm trying to like break in and show up before the cops basically get there. And it's like I try to rush my work so I can actually get out of there before her roommate gets there because I don't want to have to deal with her roommate because I don't want to feel uncomfortable. And the sad part about that is like every now and again her roommate would ask like, "So when is your uncle coming back over?" Like, yeah, no, little girl, stop. Please just stop. Stop.
Yeah. Yeah, but do you know what it is, Chico? Like
It's like,
the way how you tell this story, the way how I see it, like I never experienced that, but I see that as like some certain moment in your life that you actually want to forget, but you cannot forget it because it had some certain impact on your life.
oh yeah, definitely. Like even me, like I get traumatized by certain things, but I get traumatized by things like that. Like, no, just no, little girl, go away. Like you're old enough to be my daughter's age. You're my daughter's age. Knock it off and act like you got some sense. And like it just blows my mind that how sexualized these little girls are. Like did you grow up in a bubble or something, little girl? Or did you like did your parents just let you do whatever you want or something? Because like I'm not understanding why you're attracted to me. Like it's like, dude, like I'll actually admit to you in a heartbeat. Like I'm a seven. I might have some extraordinary charisma, but I'm a seven. Like legit. Even when I'm not turning on the charm, I'm a seven. Like so, it's like why? And are your prescriptions or your glasses okay? So it's and that's simply how I feel about it. It's like I don't want to be put in a situation where I have to defend myself in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I get your point. It's like, just stay away from the battlefield.
Yeah. And the sad part about it, I can't because I have nieces there and I basically am the closest person to them. So whenever they need something, instead of their parents sending it to them, they send it to me. Then I take it over there. And so now I got to deal with these people. And it's like, oh God. Like, and the sad part about that, I think next year, my niece won't have her as a roommate anymore because she's apparently tired of her like always bringing up my name or bringing up her uncle all the time, basically. So my niece is even over her, basically. So it's like I'm happy that that's happening. So hopefully the next one ain't as ridiculous, basically. So
Yeah.
it's like, what? No, go away, little girl. It's like, so it's like, dude, knock it off. Like, I get very agitated about it, and I was like, I don't got no problem defending myself physically. Like if I'm being attacked or shot at, basically. What I do have a problem is if I'm put in an uncomfortable situation where I got to deal with somebody else's child who's being very overbearing on me, basically. Like, no, get away from me. Like, I just can't. Like, I just can't deal with other people's children. Like, oh, that's so cute. That's not cute. That's wrong. Quit trying to make that a cute thing. Like, no, that's wrong. And people always do that shit with me. It's like, oh, they're so cute. She's flirting with you. Okay, see, knock it off first off and take your damn child back. I'm not participating in this bullshit no more. Like, literally, that's literally what I say to people.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
true,
yeah, see,
but
no, that,
do you know what it is, Siko? Like, right now you are talking about some certain situation. Like, it was not your choice, it was
yeah,
somebody else's choice, you know?
yeah,
And like, when you are in that situation, can you deal with it and how
yeah,
you deal with it? But it was not your own choice, you know?
yeah. Stop. It was not by my own design. And the sad part about that, I always hear people in the manosphere always talk about banging college studies, and I remember that most of those college studies are actually underage. Like, why would you want to bang college studies? Because the sad part about that, when the kids go to school at college, they're anywhere between 16 and 17 years old. Like, think about that. Majority of the
Yeah,
kids who go to college are between 16 and 17 years old. So it's one of those things. If they're going for an associate's degree, they're in and out very quickly before they even hit 18, or maybe they'll hit 18. And it's one of those things where it's like, that's just young. That's just wrong. Like, that's basically how I think about it. It's like, I mean, granted, I know there are women who go to school a little bit longer that are a bit older, but typically when I think of a college student, I think of 16, 17, or 10 years old because I have children that are going to be hitting college very soon here. So it's one of those things where it's like, whenever somebody says college studies, I think automatically my daughters. It's like, yeah, I'd have to rip you apart I would have to rip you apart like an animal, basically, if you were to touch my daughters, basically in college. So it's basically one of those things where it's like, people don't really think about what they say when they say this stuff, and they think, well, because they're in college, obviously they're old enough to be banged. When in fact, majority of those students aren't really old enough to be sleeping with anybody, and that's pretty much statutory rape at that point, or statutory basically at that point, not rape, but statutory. And it's like you got to think about this shit. So now you're basically turning to the very thing we talk about with these female students in Florida, these female teachers in Florida now. So it's like, what? It's like, so I don't know. It's kind of weird to me, and it kind of sort of weirds me out when I hear people say that because, like, the first thing I think of is my nieces and my daughters that are going to be. My nieces are already in college, but my daughters that are going to college after this year is over for all intents and purposes. So it's like it
yeah.
just
The
sounds
way
wrong
how
in my
you,
head
yeah,
anymore.
yeah, I get your point, but the way how you are saying this, yeah, I am glad that I do not have daughters, man.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, and the sad part about that, even if I didn't have daughters, I still have nieces. So
Yeah,
now, because like I talk about this in my videos, like you may not have daughters, but you probably have nieces who look up to you, respect you,
yeah,
or
yeah,
always
yeah,
ask for
yeah,
your help and guidance. So it's one of those things where it's like you may not experience with your daughters, but you will experience with your nieces or your female cousins, or
yeah,
your aunt, or uh, uh, a sister, who's still trying to grow up, who's growing up, and you might because a lot of us got younger sisters, and a lot of us have younger sisters that are young enough to still be in high school, college. Believe it or not, like there's a lot of people in the manosphere who got sisters that are in college, or there's a lot of people in the manosphere who got nieces or aunts that are in college, basically. Because I actually know a person in the manosphere that they're because their grandma had their mom so early that like they're literally older than their aunt who's actually in college. Like think about that. You have an aunt, she's your aunt, but you're older than her, and you have to look out for her, but she's still your superior when it comes to the ranking in a family, and she's younger than you. Like think about that. Like
yeah. Crazy
that's
shit, man.
yeah, don't you think about that? That's crazy. Like think about that. That's just crazy. Like So it's one of those things where it's like if your grandma had your mom at a young age and she continued to have children, so by the time you kind of figure, by the time you came along, before you came along, you probably had a couple more uncles and aunts, but by the time you came along, years after you, now you have an aunt that's younger than you.
Yeah.
Now you got to set a good influence for your aunt, but at the same time, you got to respect her because she's your aunt. like mind blowing. Like, it's like
Yeah,
so,
for me myself, that is pretty, yeah, unthinkable. But
yeah, like
it happens, you know.
yeah, and it happens because like a lot of women have children young, and they continuously have children throughout the relationship, and then like one of their children have children, so now they got grandchildren, and now they're still having children while this happening, and it's like it happens. Life
Yeah.
happens, especially for all the couples that get married very young. Like hell, like my granddad and grandma, I think they got married when they were like freaking like what 17?
Yeah,
Like they were like
that
17
is
when they
too
got
young.
married.
But do you know what it is, Tico? Like
Uh-huh.
most people that are getting married are not ready for it.
Yeah.
Most people that are getting children are not ready. Most
Hmm.
people that are starting a relationship with each other are not ready for it.
Yeah, and it is what it is. But the sad part about that is like I understand what you're saying, 20 piece, but at the end of the day, it's basically like driving a car on the road. You're not just responsible for your car, but you're responsible for all the idiots around you that might wreck into you. So typically, what it comes down to is like they might not be innocent, but you still got to keep yourself out of trouble from getting into trouble with that not so innocent little girl, basically. So it's one of those things where you always got to protect yourself no matter what. Just like on a road, like you might be the safest driver in the world, but that idiot that's doing like donuts and drifting around you might not be the safest driver in the world. So now you got to actually drive for that idiot too. So it's like I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, you still got to protect yourself. So it's like one of those things. Yeah. So it's kind of weird, but it's like one of those things where it's like you always got to be thinking for other people around you and yourself. Because at the end of the day, you got to, like I always say, you got to be able to step outside yourself and look at the situation from an outsider and say, does this look okay or does this not look okay? That's basically what I always say about that. Like you got to be able to step outside yourself and look at yourself from a 360 view and look at it from a spectator's point of view. If the situation
Yeah,
doesn't
too,
look
man.
safe or savory,
Like you know what it is, Tico? Like you can make a choice to make a certain decision, and when you look at other people, like if you are one of them, then you were thinking like I would make that decision, but maybe that person is not uh at yeah, how should I say that in English? Maybe that person is not capable of making that same decision as you. And you cannot look down on people because they don't have the same possibilities as you.
true. And the sad part about that, like also to elaborate on what you said, basically when it comes to decision makings, you may not have the tools or be capable of making that same decision as that person too, or they may not have the same capabilities to make the decision that you thought you would have made, or
Yeah,
the situation might have called for that decision to be made versus the decision that you wanted them to make. So it all depends on the person and the situation and what they have going on for them to make the decisions that they make. Don't get me wrong, people are going to make poor decisions, but not all the decisions that you're going to make is always going to fit that person's situation because different people, different things. Like good example is let's just say that little girl. Let's just say if Win was there, she might not have the same interactions as Win. She might be more hostile towards Win. Therefore, my situation, my decision making may not be the same as Win's decision making for that reason. She might look at Win a different way than she looks at me for all intents and
yeah,
purposes. It's typically how that works. So it's one of those things where like you got to play it by ear and do it properly so you can understand how to actually play that. Because like I said, because you also have like you may not think you're doing anything wrong because everybody thinks they're not doing anything wrong and everybody always thinks they're doing good. But at the same time, while you're thinking you're not doing nothing good, you got to be able to second guess yourself and step outside yourself and think of it like, okay, how does this look to other people? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, true, but like according to other people, you are never doing it right.
Yeah, but the sad part about that is if you can mitigate the how it looks to the point where like you don't got to worry about like legal problems or a backlash or a negative outcome, good, you made the right decision. However, if you're sitting there thinking that you did right, but everybody else sees it as you did wrong, you probably didn't take the necessary steps to get yourself out of that. Don't get me wrong, there are some men that get themselves into messes for the most innocent reasons, but like typically they're smart enough to actually look at how it makes them look for all intents and purposes before it transpires that far. Like a good example of that, I remember when I think 20 Piece did something in somebody's stream about he did something, but then he thought about it. Then he said something. It kind of agitated him, but he thought about how it actually make him look to other people. I can't remember what the exact topic was because I came in the middle of it, but I know he was talking about it, and he thought about how it made him look to the people around him. And that's typically the decision. That's typically the decision he made to actually get himself out of that mess. So it's one of those things where it's like, even if he'd have made the decision, it's like, okay, if I make the decision, question is how it looks to all the other people around me. If it looks negative to all the people around me, then I probably want to play this a different way. If it looks positive to other people around me, then I might want to play it this way. It's simply how it works. So it's one of those things where it's like, there's a lot of people that can't do that. And they think that, oh, because I'm doing this, everything's right, or it's going to be all right. When in fact, there's always going to be that person whose perception is off and they're going to paint it into the negative light. So you basically want to be able to cover your bases when it comes to that for that reason, so people can't say negatively that you 100% did this wrong based on their perception. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, good points, man. And like, do you know what is, Chico? Like, it doesn't really matter what kind of person you are, or what kind of race, or religion, or nationality, or skin color, or whatever, because, like, at the end of the day, we all got our own way of thinking. I mean, like, it doesn't really matter if you want to be an individual or not. At the end of the day, you are an individual,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And, like, we like I always talk about, like the matrix within the matrix, a video game within a video game, a simulation within a simulation. Like, if you are really red pilled, you gotta realize everything that you see around you is fake. The only thing that is real is you.
Yeah. The only thing you got to worry about in this real that you got to keep safe is you. Everything else, sometimes, most times, don't matter unless somebody's fallen to their death, and you might want to reach out your hand to help them, depending on the person. Like sometimes, even if the person deserves it, every now and again there might be that moral compass in your mind that goes, okay, this is a bit extreme. This person doesn't deserve this type of death, and typically you'll reach out your hand to help that person. But it's like one of those things where like you always got to do checks and balances with yourself, and you got to be okay with yourself to make the decisions that you make to let something happen or prevent something from happening. In other words, um, not too many people are willing to do that. Not too many people are willing to look within themselves to actually make the right decisions or make the decisions that they need to mitigate them not getting into shit. Basically, um, it is what it is. Not everybody has that capability. Not everybody has that those patience to do so. I understand that about people, but like eventually, as a man, you got to actually develop that and understand that it's not just about you. It's about other people's perception of you too. So you may not care about what people think of you, but at the end of the day, the thing is though, if you want to move forward in life or if you want to progress through the levels, sometimes you got to learn some level of tact so you can progress on to another level. I mean, you may not like it, it may suck, but it's a skill that you're going to have to learn. And it's going to be a skill that you're going to have in your tool belt and at a later date in time when you actually approach that again for all intents and purposes. It's basically like, think of it like your immune system. Like your immune system's weak to this illness. Now you got this illness. Now your body fights it off, beats it. Now it stores it in a database on how to defeat this illness or this problem the next time. So next time when this problem comes along, you're able to overcome it a lot faster and or prevent it from like, taking you out completely for all intents and purposes. Typically that's the same thing you should do as a man when it comes to your society. Because we forget that Despite the fact that we think what we think is morally right or what we think is morally wrong doesn't always end up being what's morally right or morally wrong to a woman because women think on feelings. So a woman's perception will always be different from a man's perception, no matter how you like it, no matter if she was there and she witnessed it 100%. Her perception of the situation is always going to be different from your perception of the situation. And that's the sucky part. And the sad part about that, we live in a society where perception rules everything. So you got to learn how to step outside yourself and see it from her point of view, even if you don't want to see it, even if you think she's stupid, even if you think she's all this other craziness. You got to be able to step outside yourself and see it from her point of view, so you can prevent yourself from getting into some shit with that person. It's simply what I say. But I mean, it's not always going to be 100%, but it's always going to be enough to get you out of the mess that you're in. For all intents and purposes, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, true. And life is like a video game, and you are the only real player. And y- every time that you go up a higher level, yeah, everything is getting more complicated. But at the
Hmm.
same time, you
You're
are
gaining
getting
skills and
more
abilities.
resources, more intelligence, more power. And actually, it is an unending video game. Yeah, a spiritual journey within yourself.
Hmm. True. Because I'll tell you in a heartbeat, I'm going to get old. And there's going to become a time when I'm not going to be as fast anymore. I'm not going to be as strong anymore. Or I might be strong, but I might not be as fast anymore. I may not have that quick two step anymore. I may not have that, you know, I may not be fast. I may not be as dominant on in the I may not be able to, be as quick or be able to take shots or be able to, take pains or falls as much as I used to. The thing about it as a man, you basically have to think about it from a smart standpoint and figure out how you can actually still look like you're still fast and look like you still can actually handle this stuff without having to actually physically put up with it. And the sad part about that, the more logically and the more smart you get, the more intelligent you actually are. Yeah, and it's like the more smart you are, the more intelligent you are, the more the more you think about something, the better and sharper you become. So now your mind is working with your body to make you seem like you're at your peak form. Like before, you just use your body and you block stuff, or you fell off stuff, or you rolled off stuff, and you were fine. Now that you're getting older, stuff doesn't really flex or bend or you know do things like it used to. Like jumping off something, your knees might hurt a little bit. So it's one of those things where you got to be smart about it, and you can still maintain your superiority when it comes to things. And to
Yeah.
answer that person's thing about the whole entire thing is you can actually control your desires. Because I was talking about this earlier in the stream with the whole entire thing. If I didn't go to Tijuana, I would be a MGTOW monk right now. And what I mean by that is like I was able to actually forego sex, no matter what was going on, based on my standards and based on my needs at that point in time in my life. So it don't matter how drunk I get. I'm not one of them guys. I'm not one of them people that blame it on alcohol. I know what I'm doing and I know what I'm capable of, and I know when to cut myself off. So therefore, I'm not finna go home with somebody that's ugly, basically. Because I typically know my surroundings and I always keep track of my surroundings, and I keep track of my drinks just so nobody won't roofie my black ass. But it's typically what it is. It's like it's not hard to actually control things. It's basically nothing more than an impulse. So basically, what it comes down to is your impulse to want to do something. It's basically like a child. If you tell them not to touch something, because you told them not to touch something, they're going to get up and touch it. You see what I'm saying? So basically, as a man, everything is an impulse to you. Like a good example of that is a good example to explain that away is you go out all the time. Uh, you see women with fat asses. Do you always smack the women with fat asses because they got fat asses and they look sweet? Do you always do that? No, because society will thump you very hardly. You see what I'm saying? So you have enough discipline not to do it. It's just the fact that you can't always let your desires actually overtake you. Because I could literally go outside and literally start smacking women in the asses left and right, and I'm probably going to get in trouble for that shit. The sad part about that is you don't even need to have to be older to do it. You could basically all you really have to do is have enough discipline to do it. Like a good example, I know kids who are 17 who take martial arts who have a shit ton of discipline who won't go out and get into stupid shit because they have a shit ton of discipline and they can control they have enough discipline to actually control what they got going on. So what it comes down to is structure. Do you have enough structure to mitigate to actually impose your discipline on somebody else for all intents and purposes? So yeah, to a certain extent, there are a lot of men who lack impulse control and they fall for this stuff. There's a lot of men who are younger who can actually do it. So it's one of those things where it's like, what are you willing to what are you willing to do and what are you willing to not do? Because it'd be no different than like, stealing from the store. Just because you see something you like, you can't afford it. Do you just pick it up and put it in your pocket anyway? No. So if you have the impulse control to control that, then why don't you have the impulse control to control yourself from overindulging? You see what I'm saying? So it's one of
Yeah.
those things. So, like a good example, we were talking about, me and Gruda was talking about drinking earlier today in a stream. The sad part about that, it's not about what you're drinking. It's about, are you able to control what you're drinking and not overindulge in what you're drinking? Like, I'll tell you in a heartbeat, I drink probably I'll probably drink like 5 drinks a week altogether. 5 drinks in a week. And typically I only do it on one day where I'll have people over and I'll be drinking. But typically I have this rule of thumb with, if I'm out at dinner and I'm going to drink, my children cannot sit at the same table as me. They have to sit at their own table. So I'm very respectful to my children. So typically I won't drink in front of my children, or I won't drink in front of my nieces or nephews, because I have enough respect for my nieces and nephews just in case shit happens and all the adults are too drunk that one of them won't end up in a situation where it could have been prevented had we had not been drunk. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, true.
typically,
Yeah, show, yeah, giving a good example to them, you know?
yeah. So I set a good example for my nephews and nieces for that reason. So if everybody else is drinking, I'm not drinking. It's basically like the designated driver. 9 times out of 10, the designated driver is not going to be drinking that many drinks or not drinking any drinks at all. So the designated driver. So you got to have somebody with good discipline or impulse control. Because the sad part about that, all designated drivers aren't old. I've met some designated drivers that are like 21, 22, 17, 18, and they don't get into trouble. So it's one of those things where it's like, there's always somebody your age that actually has enough discipline not to overindulge in the stuff that you're doing. And there's always that person that's not willing to, you know, fuck up their lives based on, driving home drunk, all for all intents and purposes, or driving home high. So it all comes down to discipline and, how much is going to cost you too. Because typically a lot of people go, well, if I drive drunk, I could lose my license and I drive for a living. Now there goes my way of life. And there's some people that would go, well, I have a special needs child, or I don't have one, but like I know a woman. Matter of fact, I dealt with a woman who didn't like. I dealt with a woman that didn't fully think this through. She got pulled over in a DUI check. She got pulled over in a DUI, and she had a special van for children that need wheelchairs, basically, and her child with special needs. So this woman literally drove drunk. Not only she drive drunk, she hit a police cruiser and drove through the police station wall.
No.
I shit you not. I shit you not. Literally took out a police cruiser and a police station wall, and damn near killed some police sitting at their desk. Okay, cool. So she's sitting here, and now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, that she's getting blood work done for illegal alcohol. Now she's starting to regret her choices. This is typically what happens with women. They don't regret their choices until after the fact. They don't really fully weigh stuff or think about stuff until after the damage is done. So basically, what she had going on was she had divorced her husband, got full custody of her child. Her child is a special needs child. So now she got to take her children back and forth to court to their appointments. And now she's facing losing her license if she was driving drunk and possibly going to jail for, government property damage and taking out a police cruiser and injuring a police officer. So it's like one of those things where it's like she didn't fully think this through up until now. She got to do this legal alcohol, and now she's starting to cry, and now the weight in the world. You can see the weight of the world on her chest and in her eyes. She literally started bawling. Oh, oh, I can't believe I did this. I'm so sorry. Can we not do this? I got a child that I need to. And she's literally crying and bawling her eyes out to this. And it's like, I don't feel bad for her because I'm a party merely collecting the blood. I'm a party not attached to the police officers in the police department who's collecting his blood for legal purposes. So my job is to collect his blood, put it in a natural, put it in an envelope that it needs to be in, seal it up, make sure it's written down properly, and write on the proper chain of custody, basically, on the thing. That's all my job is. I don't care about this woman. I don't care what she got going on. That's my job. Now the police officer goes, I shit you not. The one male police officer was simping for this woman. Oh, maybe it won't be that bad, and this, that, and the other, and this, that, and the other. The female police officer, on the other hand, was savage as fuck. Well, maybe you should have thought about that before you got in the car and had a couple drinks. I shit you not. She literally destroyed the. But come on, be this. Because the sad part about it, what people fail to realize about women in this society is women as judges are harder on women in a society when they have to face a woman. Women are harder on women than men are on women because women will actually give a woman a slap on her wrist, whereas another woman judge would actually literally damn near try to throw the book at a woman and decapitate a woman. And this is typically one of those things that people always overlook when it comes to judges and women for all intents and purposes. Just because they have group think, that don't mean they won't take a bitch out. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things that
Yeah.
we forget about. Like this woman was literally like OP savage. Like I don't know if this woman like stole her man, like kissed her boyfriend, ran over her cat, kicked her dog, hit her police cruiser. I don't know what this woman did to this woman for this woman to be the savage with this woman. But I understood where she was coming from, and it was like I'm glad that she actually said something, except for her simping as her partner, basically. So it's one of those things where it's like she literally told her, "Well, you should have thought about that before you got in the car and went out and drank." Like, woman was destroyed. Like this woman literally collapsed to the floor and just like damn near passed out and had like hyperventilated and everything. And it's like, I'm gonna lose my son and I got custody. Like it's like, okay, lady, you should have thought about this before you got in the car.
Yeah, true, but like what you know what it is, Tico? Like when people are doing things, like always think about the consequences. Like if you are like you can do something because you want it, but
What is the outcome and
is
what
it
is the
also
fallout and
a
the
good
consequences to it?
idea
Yeah.
to do it?
Is it a good idea? Is it proper? Do you think you can probably do this without, some casualties or, quite possibly implement yourself as a criminal, basically? Like, you got to think of all this stuff. And the sad part about that is a lot of women, majority of women, don't really think about this stuff until it's too late. A lot of men think about this stuff before it happens. But then we also got a lot of men who are entitled, who grew up spoiled, who got everything they wanted and got their way. So when they run into something like this, they're merely like trying to berate the police and like try to hit the police and tell them that they're doing their job wrong and I'm gonna have your badge and this, that, and the other and all this extra shit. And it's like, this is not how the real world works, dude. There's repercussions for your actions.
Yeah, true, and that is what it comes to people in general. Like they never think about the consequences. Like if I am doing something, I always think about if this is not gonna work out, what is the worst case scenario that can ever happen to me? I mean, like if you are prepared for the worst, then it only can get better, you know?
Yeah. Um. Yeah, and that's really much all you really have to worry for. Like, what is the repercussions and consequences? What are they? What are we the fallout to your decision you make? And the sad part about that is it is what it is. Like you have to actually be able to make these proper decisions. It's like you may not want to, but you may have to protect yourself from stupidity. Is what it really is. And the sad part about that, it may not be your to your liking. It may not be what you want, but it is what you need at that point in time in your life to make it so that you're not getting yourself into trouble. You're not getting implicated in some type of ridiculous crime or some type of anything that can affect you negatively. So it's one of those things where like you literally have to continuously spot check this shit so you won't get yourself into a mess. And that's all I ever ask for with men when it comes to men. Like you got to be able to better yourself. It's like you may not care, but there's somebody around you who probably don't care just as much as you and probably wants to take you down. So now you have to think for that person that wants you dead or gone or out of the way for all intents and purposes. And this is typically where a lot of men forget about this stuff. That just because you're MGTOW, just because you're red pill, that don't mean that that person don't want your demise brought upon you for all intents and purposes. And we forget about this and we get kind of cocky and we forget that there's other people that want our downfalls. There's other people that want to laugh at our downfalls and want to see us down and want to kick us while we're down. And you got to remember that shit when you go into everything that you do, especially when you're red
Yeah,
pill
true. And
raging.
like what I said, for me, MGTOW is a choice and not an escape.
Yeah, it's a choice. It's a choice. And the sad part about that, it could be a temporary choice for you. It could be a permanent choice for you. The choice is yours. Now, I may not be MGTOW, but I come from the Spanish Manosphere, and us red pills and MGTOWs are very, very close together. We have a tight knit group of people for all intents and purposes, and we're always there for each other. We're always there to lean on each other and do everything. What's up, MGTOW from Indonesia? We always do stuff for each other. We always got each other's back, no matter what's going on, because it's that community unity for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those things that you have to worry about and have to wonder about and have to keep in mind when you do things. It's like, how is this making me look? Okay, I may not care how this is making me look. Okay, we'll just say, fine. You don't care how it makes you look because you're a badass. Question is now, how is it making other men in the manosphere around you look? Because now you're painting those people in a negative light. Now you're painting those people with a broad brush because now that you act this way, now they think everybody else like that. Everybody else that follows this philosophy acts the same way you act. This is how we
Yeah,
get this broad brush generalization on, well, he's like that, so obviously they're all like this. And it is what it is. Like there's gonna be a lot of people that, well, I don't care what they think about me. Well, what do you think? How do you feel about how they feel about your other brothers? Or how do you think they feel about other people in the manosphere? Just because you don't care about it, that don't mean they don't have a positive look at. Let's just say a good example of that is, let's just say a good example, Yam. Let's just say Yam decided tomorrow that he wants to shoot up a place. Hopefully he doesn't, because I'll have to break his neck. Because I've seen his name in here. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't, because I'll have to break his neck. But let's just say because Yam hangs with me, now because Yam hangs with me and he did this crime, now they're going to look at me and other people that whose live streams he frequented and look at us in that same negative light. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
because Yam decided that he wanted to shoot up the place, now everybody else around him, everybody he's close to, everybody he did live streams with, everybody whose live stream he was actually in the comment section is all going to be painted in a negative light with him. And this is what I'm trying to actually prevent.
yeah. And like whatever you say in your content, like there's always somebody around in this world that can benefit from it. And like whatever you say, you never know who you can inspire.
Mm-hmm. Like I love when I inspire somebody. And it's like I might not believe him at the time, but I feel good after eventually thinking about it and after fully reading their comment. Like I actually feel good about it. Like I thank you, I really appreciate that. Like I thank you for being a subscriber and thank you for being a listener. Like I really appreciate these stories.
Yeah,
It's like because like I typically don't take compliments too. I don't take compliments too well. I don't. I really don't. I suck at it, and I'm working on it, and I can admit that. But it's one of those things where it's like when somebody says something to me, I have like this. First, when I read it, I have this doubt. Like if you say something positive to me, I have this doubt in my mind. Like, what do you want? What do you really want? You want something, obviously, and that's simply how I approach a lot of my stuff. Then when I actually start reading it and start understanding where you're coming from, then it's like, okay, maybe he doesn't want anything. Maybe he's very sincere about this, and maybe I should return a response like thank you very much or something like that. And that's simply how I think. Like I always think that somebody's wants something from me or they want stuff like that. So it's one of those things where it's like I have to learn how to take compliments or have to take positive criticism. I can take negative criticism all day, but I can't take positive criticism all day. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I got to work on that. And I will admit I got to work on it. Like I said earlier in the stream, I have a problem with being emotionally unavailable in every single aspect of my relationships. Like I'm always emotionally unavailable. And it's one of those things where I got to work on as a human being and I can admit that. So like it's as long as you realize that you have problems and you're willing to work towards them and you understand what they are and you're willing to actually put forth effort to fix them, you're doing good and you're always improving yourself. I may not be able to change it overnight, but eventually I plan on getting to the point where like I'm more emotionally unavailable to people, various people, not all people, but various people. And I plan on getting to the point where like I can actually accept compliments or positive, constructive criticism. Um, so it's one of those things where like yeah,
Yeah, but you said something about positive criticism, like positive criticism that doesn't motivate you to become a better version of yourself. And
well,
like
what I mean by
I
that
always
is
say I don't want to be better than you. I don't want to be better than somebody else. No, I want to be better than that person that I was yesterday.
yesterday. Yep, you daggone right. Yep. And that's a perfect analogy of doing that. Like you want to be better than what you were yesterday, or you want to be better than what you were an hour ago, or better than what you were 15 minutes ago. So it's one of those things where it's like you have to be able to progress throughout life no matter what. At whatever speed you decide to progress throughout life, you got to be willing to actually progress at that speed and stick to it and be very stick to it for all intents and purposes. So I don't know. It's kind of weird to me for me to not want to improve myself or want to improve upon myself. So I find it really strange.
Yeah, but like you are never done with yeah, exploring yourself. Yeah,
You're never done learning.
yeah.
Learning never stops. No matter how smart you think you are, there's always going to be something that you could learn or you should learn for all intents and purposes for this reason. Because I know a lot of people that'll think like, well, I'm this, so I don't need this. Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Now the question is, are you doing that because you really don't need it, or are you doing it because you don't want to do it, or you don't want to face the fact that you have a problem with that area? So typically, people gotta sort out what they're willing to do and what they're not willing to do. I don't know.
Yeah, true. And like, yeah, always do the things that you want and not because other people want it. Because, like, according to other people, you are never doing it right. And if you are doing something, there are always people, like, even though they don't say that to you, like, actually, they want to do the things that you are doing, but they are not capable of it. But they
Yeah.
will never say that to you.
Oh no, because nobody wants to admit that they're weak, and nobody ever wants to admit that they're wrong or weak, or you know, because that will require you to actually face yourself. And nobody ever really wants to face themselves. Nobody ever really wants to look at themselves, because that will require you to do some actual work and digging deep to actually improve yourself. And that's sad, but it's so true. But it's like, well, did you learn anything at least? Like, no. Well, what was the point of that? Like I always say, nothing venture, nothing gain. If you're not willing to learn something from the mistake you made, then nothing venture, nothing gain. Um, or if you're like, because I always say, any experience that you have, there's always something that you can learn from that experience. Even if you won, even if you lost, even if it's bad, even if it's good, there's always something in that experience that you can learn from it. Like a good example, I always talk about getting older. I'm going to get slow eventually, slower. Like typically, even if you want to fight, there's probably something in that fight that you could have did better, so you didn't have to take that many hits, or you didn't have to take that many punches, or you didn't have to almost tweak your back or pull your back out, or maybe you could have threw a different kick, or maybe you could have threw a different punch, or maybe you could have did this differently, or maybe you could have used a counter attack instead of like attacking. It's all those things where it's like you can always be better. You can always tighten up your form and be better for all intents and purposes. And there's nobody out there that can honestly say that they're perfect and they're not in peak shape and they don't need no more practice. Even Bruce Lee was always working out and practicing and making himself better. So if he was making himself better, you got to be able to do it and make yourself better.
Yeah, true, man. Like it is always good to think about like yeah, what would have happened if I did do this or
Hmm.
did that? But you cannot go back in time, and you also gotta realize like it could have been happened any other way,
True.
that is not easy.
Very true. Because the sad part about that is like nobody ever wants to improve, and like I said, everybody likes honesty and tell us about them, and and it's sad and it's true. Like everybody loves when the honesty somebody else is being dunked on honestly, But then when the honesty starts being about them, then they have a problem with it. Like, now you're just being mean. No, I'm being honest. Like, now you don't want honesty no more. It was fine when you were laughing at Garuda when I was picking on Garuda. It was fine when you were laughing at 20 piece when I was picking on 20 piece. Now that I'm picking on you, now it's a problem. Now you see what I'm saying? So it's like that's people. That's basically how people work, and that's how people are, and it's basically how we're raised as a society. It's like that's what we do. We don't ever want to improve ourselves, or if we do want to improve ourselves, we want to procrastinate on actually improving ourselves because we really don't want to have to deal with ourselves. We want to actually make ourselves look like we're stronger and better than what we really are. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're weak and weak will.
Yeah, true, man. And like I always say, when you take the red, like for me, when you officially take the red pill, you are popping that bigger bubble, what we call the matrix, right?
True.
But in like inside that matrix, you have smaller bubbles within bubbles,
True.
and also try to pop your own bubble. And a good example of that is like I always felt like yeah, some sort of a gangster. I'm not a gangster, but I felt like that way
Hmm.
until I was walking around in Compton. You know, I trust you, man. If you are from the Netherlands and you are walking in Compton, you don't feel gangster anymore. You know,
Right.
no,
Right.
no,
I
you
know. I
know,
believe you.
and another example, yeah, one time when I was on holiday, I got beat up and mocked, and like at that moment, I really felt like a tough guy. Hey, believe me, man, if you got beat up and you are lying on the ground with a lot of pain and yeah, without money, you don't feel like a tough guy anymore, man.
True.
And like right now, I can laugh about it because I learned from it, but uh, those are some certain moments in my life that I popped my own bubble, you know, and always be honest with yourself. Like, I am this, but I am not that. And if you think that you are that, at some certain moment in your life, you are falling down, man. So pop
True.
your own bubble.
Definitely. You always got to pop your bubble. Hell, I do spot checks on myself all the time. Like even in my live streams, I think I'm going. I even do a spot check if I think I went too damn far in a live stream. And sometimes I do a spot check if I think I'm being mean or if I think I'm doing something that was unnecessary. I'll do a spot check on myself. I always do spot checks on myself. Hell, I do spot checks on myself in real time. Like even in
Yeah,
live streams, I'll do a spot check on myself. So it's like because if you don't do a spot check on yourself, you'll literally let yourself go unchecked. And if you're going to go unchecked and there's nobody in your live stream to check you, then you're going to be a tyrant or you're going to be a dictator, basically. And the sad part about that is what I've noticed in my live streams. Anytime when I go unchecked, it's usually for a good reason because usually there's somebody in my live stream that is abusing the platform that they're on to get it to push a certain narrative that doesn't fit the narrative of what my channel is built on. So typically, I tend to be a
yeah,
tyrant or I'll be a tyrant or a very mean person to a person who's either abusing the rules and or is pushing a narrative that doesn't fit with my platform for all intents and purposes. Or if you're just going to abuse people on my platform when I told you don't bring up people's names, like why, why? And it's simply all it really is. It's like, other than that, you can pretty much do anything you want to on my channel within reason, like within moral reason, basically. So it's one of those things where it's like, as long as you respect the rules and you're not trying to, always bash somebody or keep on, like, you can bash somebody one time on my channel, but if you keep on bringing it up over and over and over and over again, now I have a problem with you. Now you're trying to bring a problem to my channel that my channel doesn't need or doesn't want. Like I ain't got a problem with the person. I ain't got a problem with dealing with the person. If I had a personal problem with the person, I'll deal with them in a heartbeat. But the same part of if I have no problem with that person, what you're not going to do is bring your problems to my doorstep. That goes for a woman. That goes for a man. That goes for my children. Don't bring it to my doorstep.
yeah, true. And like I always say, like, it, like if you wanna shit, yeah, then shit in your own house and
Yeah,
yeah, not in somebody else's house.
true. And to answer yourself question about the how would the community react if Gruda decided to start slaying thoughts, peace leave, PUA style? I think they wouldn't even blink at Gruda go. They'd be like, yeah, well, I can see that. It's Garuda Ghost. I can see that. He'd basically be like another Freaky Jersey Tales. I seen that coming type thing. It's like one of those things where it's like now he'll tells about smashing women and like making stories about it on all the block women in his phone and shit like that. So I can see Garuda Ghost pulling that off. To be honest with you, me, it's not my style. It's not my cup of tea, but I can still see Garuda Ghost pulling it off.
Yeah, but do you know what it is, Tico? I really feel this camaraderie, this brotherhood. But like, yeah, don't get me wrong, Tico. You are not my friend, and don't get
Hmm.
me wrong. I mean, I
I
am
know.
cool with you. I am cool with you, but we are not friends. I really like to become friends with you, to meet
Hmm.
each other in real person.
I was about to
Then I
say.
can say to
I was
you,
about
hey,
to say.
Hey Tico, you are my friend.
Uh-huh.
But at
I was
the
about to
end,
say, well, I'm
but
gonna need
at
you to
the
say
end,
it to my
oh,
face when I come to the Netherlands next week.
yeah, oh,
I'm
okay,
just joking.
okay.
I'm just joking. I'm not coming next week. I'm
Welcome,
just joking.
welcome to the ghost house, Tico.
I know I'm messing with you. It was a
No, no,
joke.
cool,
I
Tico.
was just gonna make a joke
But
like, I'm gonna need you to say that. I'm gonna say I'm gonna need you to say we're not friends when I come to the Netherlands next week.
yeah, but Tico, you get my point, right?
I know what you mean, though. I was just joking.
And I really wanna meet you in person. Just shake each other hands, look
Drink
each
some
other
beer
into our eyes,
and get
and
into
have a
trouble.
good conversation like we have now. But if
Mhm.
I turn my computer off right now and you turn your computer off, then yeah, you are nobody for me and I am nobody for you. And
True.
I think
True.
everybody within the manosphere gotta understand that.
Yeah. And the sad part about that, there are a lot of brothers who actually met each other, who actually forged good friendships. And the sad part about that is like, I've only been to, I've only been to, I haven't been to a lot of the countries, and I typically only go and I get in and get out like a surgical procedure for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those things where it's like I'm in and out, so I don't spend a lot of time in the country, or I want to spend a lot of time in another country next door to it because my family decided that they wanted to have a business meeting. So therefore, now I'm over there in a business meeting, and it's simply one of the many problems I usually have when I'm traveling abroad. So it's one of those things where I try my best to spend time with brothers abroad, no matter what. Um, because I actually have a cell phone that works in every single country in the world. So you can call me on my cell phone anywhere in the world. Hell, if hell was a continent, you can call me in hell. But I'm just saying though. But yeah, it's like one of those things where like you can literally get a hold of me. Tika, what are you doing in hell? I am looking to dance in a pizza hell right now, and I'm standing in line. What is the problem? Like, we got a problem up here on Earth with such and such and such and such. Hang on, I'm getting on a line now. I'll be up there in a second. Like, okay, like so it's one of those things where it's like my phone, I can literally be reached anywhere in the world. So I basically made that joke to let you know how far my phone goes in any country, basically. But I don't got Taliban phone service, so I'm not gonna be making phone calls from the cave or anything like that. They got the best one. But typically, you can call me anywhere in the world for all intents and purposes. Um, but
Yeah,
it is what it is. Like, so I'm one of the people. My number works anywhere, and I can actually make phone calls to anybody in the world. So like, yeah, if I ever say something in a video and you happen to catch a glimpse of it and happen to be in your neck of the woods, feel free. Hell, I even got my Discord works in another country. I'll even see your Discord message saying, "Guess who's in your part of town?" Yeah, and I'll basically let you know. So it's like, it's like
yeah,
it's, it's totally up to you. Like, and it's like I'm the coolest person in the world. I'm not the most evilest person in the world, and I'm not going to say I'm a godly person, but I'm typically an even kill person. So I'm not as dangerous as everybody. Well, I am as dangerous as everybody makes me to be, but I'm only as dangerous as you're willing to push me for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those things. I'm a very even kill person, and I'm all about having fun and chilling and living life.
yeah. But hey, Tico, I can talk with you for hours and hours, but for me it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning now. But yeah, one little small any traveling plans, Tico? Yeah, besides that COVID-19 bullshit.
Well, I pretty much have free reign to travel anywhere because I've been traveling a lot, but I do plan on like going to Europe very soon here. So I do plan on actually being in the Netherlands in the next 5 6 months. So yeah, I plan on going to Montana because somebody wants to go to Montana to go for a camping experience. So I simply got to take my family to go camping in Montana. So after I'm done with that, I plan on going to the Netherlands within the next what 5 6 months. To be honest with you, I don't know when exactly, but I plan on going because I just plan on going to experience the life there in the Netherlands and stuff like that. So you'll be the first person to know
If
before everybody
yeah,
else.
if that is true, a cool Tico. But yeah, but are you really sure? Can you leave your own country from the United States
Oh
because
yeah,
of
I
that
can. Yeah,
COVID-19
I can.
bullshit?
I have free reign to leave country because like I leave the country quite often. I either go to Canada, I'll go to Mexico, I go to Costa Rica, I've been to Colombia, I've been to Jamaica. I pretty much left the country multiple times. Hell, I've been in Albania what like 3 times already during COVID. So it's one of those things where it's like I can do it. The question is, do I have the time or something like that, or do I really need to be there? But I do plan on going to the Netherlands because I actually got to meet up with a friend who I've been talking to online, and I got to meet up with a person that I met via working as a temp, basically. So,
Yeah, because actually my plan is like, yeah, my plan is to go to Philadelphia next year around June, July. And
nice.
like like even though it's about 8 or 9 months, I already checked out about yeah how much money it's gonna cost me to go there. I already checked about a couple of hotels, but actually the only thing that is stopping me is that COVID-19
19,
bullshit.
yeah.
So
Well, yeah, because the sad part about that, a lot of people aren't allowed to travel. And the sad part about that, because my family has a family business, it affords me the right to travel even during the COVID 19. So that's one thing that I can say about having a family
yeah,
business is like it affords me the right to travel even during lockdown because I can always have an excuse to be in a country for any reason, for any way, shape, or form. So that's the thing that I love about having a family business. I could be like, well, I got a business meeting in the Netherlands. So if you want me to, so if I would like my business to flourish and you would not like me unhappy, I would suggest you let me go. Typically, that's what I'll do. I'll pretty much use the family business in a heartbeat to go travel somewhere. Care. Like,
yeah,
so yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you just got to be smart about it. If you own a small business, you can actually get away with doing it that way too. And no,
yeah.
not French Montana, Montana the state. Su 20 piece. Mm-mm-mm.
Hey, but Tico, it's for me. It's now 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm starting to get tired. You wanna say something before we go?
Um, be good to yourselves, improve upon yourselves, and make yourself the better version of yourselves. Treat yourselves like milk, do not bespoil yourselves. And always keep an open mind and be willing to listen to opposing arguments, even if you hate their guts or don't like them, because it always keeps your mind flexible, so you can always argue with them in a debate if you need to, or take on some new information that you might not have had before, just in case they might say one thing smart. That's about it.
Yeah, nice words, man. Yeah, sorry, nice words, man. This was yeah, Ghost and Sadist, chapter 5. Yeah,
Definitely.
ghost sadism. Double G and double T. Uh, GT supremacy. Hail to the chief. Hail to the chief and salute the general. It's MGTOW worldwide, forever red until dead. Yo,
True
Tico,
story.
thank you a lot.
Always
For
a
me,
pleasure.
this was the longest live stream that I did until so far.
Really?
5 hours.
Wow.
God
Really?
damn, bro. Yeah, shit, man.
Wow.
But always feel free to download this stream, repost it, whatever you want, man.
Okay. Cool. Oh well, I'll probably put it on. I'll probably put it on the Black Pill Sadist channel.
Yeah, cool, man. Hey Tico, I'm gonna take a shower and then I'm gonna go. Sorry, fuck.
It's fine.
I'm gonna take a shower and then I'm gonna go to sleep. So we're gonna talk to each other again, bro.
Anytime. Anytime. I'm always doors always open for you. Definitely.
Yeah, thanks, man.
It's always a
Hey
pleasure.
Tico, have a good day. Good luck with everything, and
Good
I am
morning and good
ghosting
night to
out
you.
now, guys. Peace.
Peace. Thanks, guys. Good stuff. I like that. But GGTTRP, I like that too.
Yeah,
GGTTRP.
yeah.
The bottom comment.
Bye, motherfuckers, bye.
Bye, niggas. Bye.